Hello. Welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 8 PSP. 331st chapter's tilted battle situation. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The void was turbulent, torn apart by the sharp sword light, engulfing a huge wave of air, and the sword light appeared in the shape of a character and enveloped Tina, who had not yet landed. Thunderstorm. There was a clear bloodline at the corner of her mouth, and Tina's pupils contracted into needles, and the thunder and lightning flowing all over her body immediately converged to her arms. An astonishing scene appeared. Tina's arms swelled under the stimulation of the more intense thunder, a force that surpassed that before burst out, and the silver gun tightly held by both hands was swung into a violent storm. Boom, boom, boom. The violent roar resounded in all directions, and the silver gun collided with several sword lights one after another at the critical moment. When Tina was blasted into the distance by the violent impact, the sword glow was also blown away by the tyrannical force contained in the silver spear, turning into air waves and scattered wildly. Wherever it passed, the void was chaotic, and the ice layer was broken. Boom. After flying upside down to a distance, it fell obliquely, and the solid ice layer was cracked by both feet landing, forming a deep pit. Damn it, I made a serious mistake in judging my strength. This guy is so terrifyingly strong. If I continue to fight, I'm afraid I will really be killed by him. The shock produced by the landing did not cause much damage to Tina, but the intense soreness on her arms made her secretly regret it. Fortunately, she always thought that she was an excellent hunter, but unexpectedly she made a low-level mistake. Advertisement. Or to be more precise, she was dazzled by the desire for money, and thought that Luo Wei should be exhausted after the battle just now, and her strength is enough to hunt. But the real situation was to slap her hard. A tiger is always a tiger. Even if it is consumed, it is still not something a hunter can hunt at will. After a series of confrontations, Tina already realized that she had seriously misunderstood Luo Wei's strength. Even if she tried her best, she was still far behind. Although she blocked the sword light's slash, Tina's enthusiasm for hunting has been extinguished by the cold reality. All kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind quickly, and the moment she landed, Tina looked at Luo Wei's location full of apprehension, then turned around and rushed in the opposite direction without hesitation. Thunder and lightning wrapped around her body. Not only was Tina's strength astonishing, but the speed at which she erupted could also be called lightning. Kindness. Luo Wei noticed Tina's movements immediately, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately prepared to chase after her. It's just that when he was about to take action, he immediately sensed several powerful auras rapidly approaching the pursuit in the open field of knowledge. After all, this is a battlefield, not a one-on-one arena. Although Luo Wei showed incomparable strength in the previous battles, he couldn't deter everyone. Advertisement. Especially after he beheaded several members of the Big Mom Pirates, he was naturally regarded as a life-and-death enemy by the Big Mom Pirates. The powerful aura that Luo Wei perceives is exactly the captain-level powerhouses who follow Charlotte Linlin, and they obviously regard Luo Wei as their opponent. Frowning slightly, Luo Wei made a choice, temporarily giving up the pursuit of Tina, and turned to meet the several captain-level powerhouses who came over. For Bidina's problem, solving the Big Mom Pirates is undoubtedly the most important. He beheaded Katakuri and others, and it can be said that he has united with the Big Mom Pirates. Only by destroying the Big Mom Pirates can this huge threat be eliminated. As for Tina, he can completely settle the liquidation slowly after this war. Boom. Without waiting for the several captain-level powerhouses who came to attack, Luo Wei took the first shot, and pushed out with his left-hand palm, sending out an astonishing and majestic shock wave with Shenluo Tianzhong. Under the impact of terror, even if these captain-level powerhouses were all offering rewards of more than 300 million, they were blown away by force, and even suffered serious injuries. The ice layer under his feet burst into pits, and Luo Wei instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed out, attacking the nearest person, and the sword of the fallen angel in his hand also drew a sharp sword light. Fierce battles reappeared, and after wiping out the mid and lower level combat forces on a large scale with the infinite sword system, Luo Wei began to hunt and kill the middle and high level combat forces of the Big Mom Pirates. Physique, devil fruit ability, hockey, all kinds of power are on him, showing a tyrannical power. Advertisement. If a star powerhouse like Cracker can stop him a little bit, then now, Luo Wei is hunting without restraint. Several captain-level characters who fought with him were killed one by his overwhelming strength in just a moment, and then quickly plundered the remaining strong members of the Big Mom Pirate group under the perception of the field of knowledge. Luo Wei is hunting, and Marine is also launching a fierce offensive against the Big Mom Pirates. With the loss of such important combat power as the four generals, the Big Mom Pirates have actually fallen into decline. In particular, Charlotte Linlin was besieged by Kuzan and Sakazuki, which made the Big Mom Pirates seriously lack the support of top-level combat power. In contrast, although the Marine side is also the same, it has Luo Wei as a natural ally. The captain-level powerhouses and mid to high-level fighters were constantly hunted down by Luo Wei, and the lineup of the Big Mom Pirates was constantly weakening. In the end, The Big Mom pirates were gradually compressed. Not only was it difficult to counterattack Marine, but they were retreating towards the rear. The Big Mom pirates have been suppressed. Could it be that the pirates are about to be defeated? The situation of this war is finally becoming clearer. Judging from the current situation, the Big Mom pirates are already at a disadvantage. If nothing unexpected happens, Marine will probably win. Marine is the biggest force in the sea after all. Even the four emperors are hard to match. Unless the four emperors join forces, I am afraid that no pirate can resist it. After the situation on the battlefield turned to Marine, the leaders of all parties concerned about this war also whispered to themselves. When they looked at Marine, they all showed vigilance. Chapter 332. Mirror Fruit. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Damn it, can't you resist it after all? Charlotte Perosparrow, who was fighting against Guillaume, was already sweating profusely. While struggling against Guillaume's increasingly fierce offensive, he was always paying attention to the changes in the battle situation. Although not reconciled, Charlotte Perosparrow has already seen this war. They are already on the verge of defeat, and they still don't have the ability to reverse the situation. Gritting her teeth, Charlotte Perosparrow released her Devil Fruit ability with all her strength, regardless of physical exertion, and immediately built a huge candy barrier in front of her. Boom. Almost at the same time, the blazing sword energy from Guillaume on the opposite side was also blocked by the candy barrier, causing violent air waves to radiate indiscriminately. Delaying Guillaume's attack, Charlotte Perosparrow hastily took out the prepared signal flare from her arms, triggered it and fired it into the sky. Boom. Amidst the huge explosion, the sky of the battlefield suddenly showed eye-catching red fireworks, which lasted for a long time, so that the Big Mom pirates on the entire battlefield could clearly see it. Guillaume, who even slashed the sword energy and shattered the candy barrier, was immediately attracted by the fireworks in the sky. She was startled, and immediately slashed at Charlotte Perosparrow. It's just that it was too late to attack at this time. When the personnel of the Big Mom pirates saw the appearance of the signal flare, they immediately retreated. Advertisement. Retreat quickly. Everyone retreats to the Queen Mother anthem. Don't be chaotic. Leave some people to block the approach of Marine, and the rest gather together and evacuate. Don't be scattered. Damn it. Everyone withdraws with lousy. Although many people were unwilling to be defeated, but the signal to retreat appeared, and under the attack of the highly morale Marine, the pirates could only evacuate to the rear in frustration. At the same time, a huge mirror was erected by a group of pirates on the Queen Mother anthem in the direction where the pirates were retreating. The pirates who retreated and boarded the Queen Mother anthem quickly rushed into the huge mirror and disappeared without a trace. Charlotte Bray, a Paramecia mirror fruit user who caused such a strange scene. When formulating a battle plan, it is natural to prepare a retreat plan in advance, and Charlotte Bray's mirror fruit is undoubtedly a good way to retreat. Once entering the mirror world, no matter how many Marines there are, it will be difficult to annihilate the Big Mom pirates. Attack. Completely defeat the pirates. What's going on here? The pirate can actually enter the mirror. No, this is the Devil Fruit ability of the 8th daughter of the Charlotte family. The Big Mom pirates are about to escape. Advertisement. The retreat of the Big Mom pirates not only raised Marine morale and launched a more violent attack, but also caused many Marine generals to discover the huge mirror erected behind the Big Mom pirates. With Marine's intelligence power, it is natural to have a clear investigation of the various personnel of the Big Mom pirates, so many Marine generals immediately noticed the intentions of the Big Mom pirates. Even so, the members of the Big Mom pirates will obviously not allow Marine to disrupt the retreat plan. So even if Marine Vice Admiral led a team to break through and destroy the huge mirror on the Queen Mother anthem, it was blocked by the tightly guarded Big Mom pirates. On the other side, that's where Charlotte Linlin fought Kuzan and Sakazuki. When the eye-catching signal flare appeared, Charlotte Linlin was also the first to discover it. Under another fierce battle, the battle between the three has developed to an extremely tragic situation. Such as Thundercloud Zeus and Sun Prometheus, the two homies have disappeared, but they were scattered by Kuzan's freezing attack of armament hockey while delaying Kuzan. Oh. In the final analysis, homies is just a product of Devil Fruit's ability. Even if it is almost an existence of energy nature, it cannot be immune to the attack attached to armament hockey. The strength gap between the two major homies and Kuzan is huge, and it is naturally difficult to survive under Kuzan's full firepower. But at the same time, Sakazuki, who was violently attacked by Charlotte Linlin when the two homies delayed Kuzan's action, was also seriously injured. Advertisement. Not only were there many serious bruises left by the terrorist bombardment on his body, but there were even hideous gaps on his chest caused by the slashing, and the blood naturally infected his whole body. Of course, as usual, even though the injury was not serious, Sakazuki did not back down, but regardless of the physical trauma, he frantically fought with Charlotte Linlin, and successfully left more burn marks on Charlotte Linlin. 0. When Charlotte Perosparrow sent out the signal flare, Kuzan, who had dealt with the two homies, had once again teamed up with Sakazuki to siege Charlotte Linlin with all his strength, which caused Charlotte Linlin to be constantly hurt by magma and cold air. Her hair was disheveled, her body and face were stained with blood, and she was also covered with burns and frostbite. Together, Kuzan and Sakazuki succeeded in gaining the upper hand again, suppressing Charlotte Linlin and making her keep retreating. Under such a battle situation, Charlotte Linlin suddenly found the retreat signal popped up, and her mood can be imagined. Just like other pirates, the situation is so bad that it is in a precarious situation. Unless Charlotte Linlin is willing to die here, she can only choose to evacuate. The anger in her heart turned into a roar, and Charlotte Linlin swung the sword of the cocked hat and swept out, and the majestic sword energy burst out immediately collided with the magma and ice shot by Sakazuki and Kuzan. Exclamation mark. The deafening roar resounded almost throughout the battlefield, shaking the ice layer with a radius of several kilometers. Advertisement. 330th chapter's offensive and defensive battle. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sakazuki and Kuzan saw the fierce posture of the sword chi, and immediately shouted and increased the output of power. The magma formed a bigger fist, and the ice turned into a more majestic ice bird. After a stalemate for a breath, the majestic sword energy was still unable to resist the attacks of the two admirals bursting out with all their strength, and was blasted into messy air waves. Just when the majestic sword energy dissipated, both Sakazuki and Kuzan were startled, because Charlotte Linlin did not continue to attack them as before after sending out the slash, but turned around and ran towards the distance. Naturally, Sakazuki and Kuzan would not allow Charlotte Linlin to leave. After reacting, they immediately launched their respective interceptions. For example, Kuzan leapt directly into the sky, waved his palms and shot a cold air towards Charlotte Linlin, 167, trying to freeze the opponent directly. And Sakazuki even turned into a humanoid volcano, with ferocious magma erupting from his lower body, and the magma bombs ejected from his whole body shot towards Charlotte Linlin at an alarming speed. Under the profound observation hockey perception, Charlotte Linlin undoubtedly sensed the movements of Kuzan and Sakazuki, and kept running wildly. When the bitter cold air from Kuzan approached, she suddenly turned around and grabbed it. The biting cold air has not yet frozen Charlotte Linlin's palm, the ability from the soul fruit has been released from Charlotte Linlin's hand. The cold air like thick fog distorted for a while, and then quickly froze into a huge iceman, and then took a big step, punching the spraying Sakazuki. Kuzan's face changed, and he immediately saw the situation of the Iceman, and because of this, he was shocked and angry. Advertisement. The huge Iceman was the homies created by Charlotte Linlin Kuzan's cold air, and even blocked Sakazuki's pursuit with it. Sakazuki, who was chasing Charlotte Linlin, was obviously caught off guard. He was hit by the huge fist blasted by the giant Iceman, and his whole body immediately turned into magma and exploded, as if he had been bombed. Of course, the giant Iceman is just homies after all, and although it has some mutual restraint with Lava Fruit's ability, it is not enough to cause substantial damage to Sakazuki. The scattered magma quickly condensed into a human form, and Sakazuki reappeared, but looked at Charlotte Linlin who continued to run wildly into the distance with a very gloomy expression. Marine, let you taste my strength. The face of the huge Iceman has a very crude face, just like the dissipated thundercloud Zeus and the sun Prometheus. After seeing Sakazuki condense into shape, it immediately roared and approached again, raised its huge foot, and stomped directly towards Sakazuki. Two Thorns Spear. A strong sound of breaking through the air suddenly fell, and a giant ice spear that was hundreds of meters long and attached to armament hockey burst out, directly piercing through the huge Iceman's chest with its sharp edge and powerful impact force. A scream came out from the mouth of the huge Iceman, and the sole of its foot that was stepping on Sakazuki was also displaced due to the injury, and fell to the side, causing it to collapse into a deep pit. Boom. Advertisement. Boiling magma followed, engulfing and rolling up like a tsunami, engulfing the huge Iceman, and the terrifying high temperature directly evaporated it into mist. Big Mom pirates should be preparing to retreat, we must intercept Charlotte Linlin. Kuzan, who issued a giant ice spear, cast shaved, and quickly rushed to Sakazuki's side, and at the same time shouted loudly at him. You don't need to say that. Sakazuki snorted coldly, and immediately erupted magma again, chasing after Charlotte Linlin. Compared with the other members of the Big Mom pirates, Charlotte Linlin is definitely the top priority. It can even be said that as long as Charlotte Linlin is killed, then the Big Mom pirates will be the only ones who have escaped. The Big Mom pirates, the regiment, will also exist in name only and no longer have the prestige of 4 emperors. Kuzan followed immediately and chased Charlotte Linlin with Sakazuki at full speed. Concentrate your forces, break through the opponent's defense line with all your strength, and destroy the Queen Mother Anthem. Contact Guillaume Vice Admiral and others, let them put down the others temporarily, divide into 2 double-team fronts, and attack from both sides of the pirates. The pirates are now concentrated because of the retreating personnel, pass on the order, don't save shells, and continue to bomb the pirates' rear indiscriminately. After discovering that the Big Mom pirates were trying to escape, Crane, who was the commander-in-chief, also decisively began to issue a series of orders. Although warships cannot enter because the sea is frozen, mobile artillery can be taken off from warships. Advertisement. When the bombing command was given, the Marines set up rows of artillery. After adjusting the distance, they immediately launched a frenzied bombing. At the same time, Guillaume and other vice admirals who received the order also quickly led their respective troops to spread out like wings, avoiding the front line of defense of the Big Mom pirates, and launching attacks from weak points on both sides. Boom, boom, boom. The artillery roared, and the pirates could be seen constantly being blown away, and at the same time, Bing Kang also quickly showed a small dent. As the offensive and defensive battle unfolded, not only did the killing of the war not weaken, but it became more tragic. It was like a huge meat grinder, and people would die tragically at any time. In such an astonishing fight, a figure of 1.8 suddenly shot into the air from the battlefield, and then at a turning point, it swept towards the Queen Mother Anthem behind the pirates under the rolled-up majestic column. It's the evil hunter. He wants to destroy the Queen Mother Anthem. Stop him. Bastard. Don't try to succeed. Die for lousy. Fire and knock him down. It was Luo Wei who flew towards the Queen Mother Anthem from the air, and following his movements, the members of the Big Mom pirates were shocked and furious after discovering it. The bullets and artillery shells immediately swept towards the sky in a violent storm, and they also collided violently with the protective shield of thought power condensed outside Luo Wei's body. Chapter 334. A blow by the four emperors. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom, boom, boom. The cannonball caused an astonishing explosion. Gunpowder smoke and air waves filled the void, blocking sight, but in just a split second, Luo Wei rushed out of the explosion area without slowing down. The defensive shield condensed by the incomparable thought power is extremely powerful. Even if it is attacked by shells and bullets, it cannot cause much damage, let alone hurt Luo Wei inside. Mind flow / Condor. After rushing out of the explosion area, Luo Wei did not give the Big Mom pirates any more chances to block, his eyes sharply locked on the Queen Mother Anthem in the distance, and he slashed away with a single sword. The sword edge tore through the void, and the astonishing sword light leapt across the sky like a wild eagle with wings spread. While rolling up a huge impact, it flew across a distance of hundreds of meters and landed on the Queen Mother Anthem. Not good. Quickly block the slash. Asshole. Don't let him wreck the ship. Drink. Advertisement. Amidst the roar of panic and fury, all the powerful forces near the Queen Mother Anthem jumped up in a hurry, and the leader of O9 was the fourth son of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Owen, Minister of Baking. The hot fruit is heated to ultimate, forming a flame that burns on the blade of the long-handled broadsword. At the same time, it also spares no effort to condense armament hockey on it, roaring, slashing and tearing. Amidst the raging flames, Charlotte Owen's broadsword collided frighteningly with the eagle's sword light, causing deafening roars and wildly dancing shock waves. Among the Big Mom pirates, Charlotte Owen's strength can be said to be second only to the group of four generals. But if compared with Luo Wei, it is obviously still a huge gap. The collision is only a moment, and he has already fallen into a downturn. Together with the big knife, the whole person was chopped off by the eagle's sword light. However, after Charlotte Owen, there are as many as 7 or 8 powerhouses, all of whom are captain level and cadre level existences. They all burst out with all their strength, and they also showed amazing power. Swordsman level slashing, condensed armament hockey's fist strength, amazing but extremely powerful devil fruit ability. Nearly 10 impressive attacks collided with the eagle's sword light immediately after Charlotte Owen was chopped off, which also caused the eagle's sword light to freeze. The void danced wildly under the impact of the crazy burst, even shattering the frozen ice layer near the Queen Mother Anthem into broken ice, causing waves of waves to churn. Although a single person cannot match Luo Wei, quantitative changes can also lead to qualitative changes. After a few breaths of stalemate, although the Condor Zhonmang finally cut off everyone who resisted, its power was also weakened to a low point. At the same time, the short period of time that the Condor sword light was delayed gave the BIGMOM pirates more chances to attack. The jellybean-like waves rushed to the location of the Queen Mother Anthem, and then built a huge barrier like a city wall, blocking the sword light of the Condor in time. Advertisement. With a loud roar, the Condor sword light, whose power has been greatly reduced, just left a deep crack on the candy barrier, and then completely dissipated. Don't stop, keep retreating. It was Charlotte Perospero who issued the candy barrier. After he blocked Luo Wei's slash, he roared with all his might. Because of Marine's annihilation plan, Guillaume, who was fighting with him, has joined with other vice admirals to double team and siege the pirates from both sides. Seeing that the eagle's sword light was resisting, Luo Wei did not show any extra expressions in the distance, but was ready to strike again with his sword with sharp eyes. At this moment, Luo Wei's face suddenly changed, and the sword edge that was about to be cut was forcibly stopped by him, and then he quickly used moonwalk to step into the air to avoid it to one side. Boom! A huge figure leapt up from the ground like a cannonball, and the huge sword in his hand immediately slashed past where Luo Wei was. The terrifying slashing force directly distorted the void, and the rolled-up sword also obliquely hit the ice below, causing the destruction of 10 pirates and marines in the area. Boom! There was a deafening roar, and a terrifying chasm with a width of tens of meters appeared on the ice layer below, stretching all the way to the end of the line of sight. People in this chasm area were all killed before they even had time to scream. Die. Advertisement. The screaming roar stirred the void, and the sound wave formed a violent shock wave that radiated in all directions. The huge figure that suddenly appeared and burst out with a terrifying slash was Charlotte Linlin. After getting rid of Sakazuki and Kuzan, Charlotte Linlin also successfully retreated to the rear. Now it is because of Luo Wei's attack on the Queen Mother Anthem, and Ren aroused her discovery and angry attack. Amidst the roar, Charlotte Linlin's left hand was the mighty armament hockey, and he punched Luo Wei, who avoided the slash. The terrifying monster 593 sound no less than the shock wave. Even Luo Wei was dizzy when he was caught off guard. Although he had a keen perception in the field of knowledge, he was still not as good as Charlotte Linlin's series of onslaughts. When he found that Charlotte Linlin's fist, which was bigger than the body of an ordinary person, was hitting him, Luo Wei had no time to dodge again, so he could only use the mind flow weapon to defend to the greatest extent. High in the air, amidst the dull and violent impact, Luo Wei was directly sent flying by Charlotte Linlin's punch. The body flew upside down like a meteor. When Luo Wei fell on the ice layer, he had already covered a distance of thousands of meters, and he did not stop after landing. Move forward. Boom boom boom. The violent roar continued, and the ice layer shuttled like an earth dragon, quickly spreading a wide and deep ditch towards the distance. During this process, many pirates and marines who were also in this area were also blown up by the impact, and some even died of being shot through the body by the splashed ice. In a place not far away, Doflamingo, who was manipulating a group of pirates to kill each other with string fruit, paused. The light in the eyes hidden under the sunglasses flickered. Advertisement. 330th chapter's attack and failure. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Swish. Amid the sound of breaking through the air, Doflamingo released the control of the string fruit, and like a flying flamingo, he rushed towards Luo Wei's place extremely quickly. The clown really is a clown. Doflamingo's sudden move has attracted the attention of many people nearby, including the sand crocodile. After showing a disdainful sneer at the corner of his mouth, he continued to swing the sandstorm, involving the pirates in front of him, and even the marine, and crushed them. In terms of strength, the gifted Charlotte Linlin is even higher than Kaido. She packs an angry punch, and its power is beyond imagination. When the ditch formed by the continuous crushing of the ice layer stopped spreading, the length had reached an astonishing 1 kilometer, and then the area where the end point was seen, the ice layer first broke in a large area. Then, several tens of meters of ice were lifted by the terrible impact. Mom, don't pay attention to that bastard of the evil hunter, we must evacuate as soon as possible. Returning to the place where the Queen Mother Anthem fell back to the ice layer, when Charlotte Linlin, who crushed the ice layer out of the pit, was about to continue to kill Luo Wei, Charlotte Perospero, who was not far away, rushed to was blocked. Advertisement. Although he is also full of hatred for Luo Wei, he is even more aware that the most important thing for them now is to evacuate this battlefield, otherwise their big mom pirates will really be destroyed here. Charlotte Linlin glared at Charlotte Perospero viciously, but she wasn't really ignorant after all, so she gave up chasing Luo Wei and turned to Marine. Give it to my mother to die. In the loud roar that seemed to be venting, Charlotte Linlin swung her sword across, bursting out a terrifying sword aura. Wherever it passed, no one could resist the marine, and was directly swept out of a large vacuum area. At least hundreds of marines were killed. Death. This is also because Marine avoided after discovering Charlotte Linlin's appearance. Otherwise, with Charlotte Linlin's sword aura scale, it would not be a problem to kill tens of thousands of people with one sword. Just when Charlotte Linlin was about to continue showing off, Sakazuki and Kuzan, who were following closely, also arrived in time. Seeing their own personnel being slaughtered by Charlotte Linlin, Sakazuki and Kuzan were shocked and angry, and immediately burst into magma and ice to attack each other. Boom. Crunch. The magma formed a huge fist and bombarded Charlotte Linlin backwards, and the ice quickly covered Charlotte Linlin's body when it touched her body, freezing her into a huge ice cube. Just in a split second, terrifying power erupted from the ice, and the huge object was instantly shattered like an explosion. Charlotte Linlin looked at the two of them viciously with bloodshot eyes, and slashed out a majestic sword energy. Drink. Advertisement. Sakazuki and Kuzan shouted together, pushing out magma and cold air with both hands. The extreme cold and heat condensed into a huge barrier, forcibly blocking the majestic sword energy. Attack. Kill the pirates. Defend. Prevent Marine from approaching, and speed up the retreat. Marine's Vice Admiral is coming from both sides, send someone to block them. The melee was on the verge of breaking out, and when Charlotte Linlin faced Sakazuki and Kuzan again, the pirates and Marines also started the final offensive and defensive battle. 16 Holy Bullets ! God kill. In the distance, a big battle was also taking place. Whether it was the ice layer covered with cracks or the huge ice block that was pried up, all of them turned into dense and swaying silk threads in an instant. At the same time, countless silk threads gathered behind Doflamingo in midair, entangled and condensed to form 16 thick threads, covered armament hockey, and shot down like a beam of light towards the end of the gap below. Boom boom boom. Like the bombardment of 16 heavenly pillars, the pit at the end of the gap was immediately pierced through, causing violent vibrations in the ice layer and air wave radiation from the gust of wind. Heh. Participating in such a war is very risky, evil hunter, you really gave me a good chance to eliminate you. The iconic evil smile appeared on his face, and after Doflamingo sensed that the breath of life under the holy bullet disappeared with observation haki, the smile on his face became even bigger. Advertisement. Originally, he didn't dare to take action because he was afraid of Luo Wei's strength, but after Luo Wei suffered a full blow from Charlotte Linlin, he just couldn't hold back his killing intent. The full blow of the four emperors is no joke. Even world-class powerhouses like Sakazuki and Kuzan will be seriously injured if they receive Charlotte Linlin's full blow. Although Luo Wei is powerful, he is obviously still far from world-class combat power. Therefore, after realizing that Luo Wei is likely to be severely injured by Charlotte Linlin, Doflamingo immediately came up with the idea of taking advantage of it. Even just in case, Doflamingo deliberately unleashed his strongest attack, not only launching the Devil Fruit awakening power, but also displaying such lore techniques as God's execution. Although observation haki can restrain the aura and block other people's perception, Doflamingo obviously doesn't think that Luo Wei's observation haki is so profound that he can block his own perception. That's why when he sensed the disappearance of Luo Wei's breath of life, he would smile all over his face, thinking, God Zhao, that Luo Wei had already been terminated by his killing blow. It's just that Doflamingo obviously laughed too early, because after only 1 second, the breath of life that had disappeared under the holy bullet reappeared. Exclamation mark. The terrifying sword glow suddenly rushed straight up, not only knocking away the holy bullet that pierced through, but even like a rising crescent moon, it directly cut through Doflamingo, who was still smiling with a stagnant smile. The blasted sacred bullets turned into countless silk threads and fell back to the ground where the awakened power turned into a wave of silk threads. The sword light dissipated, and Luo Wei burst out from the sunken wave of silk thread like a streamer, and stepped in midair with an indifferent expression. On his body, except for the damage to his clothes, there were no scars at all, and he even breathed smoothly, as if the fighting before were just hallucinations. Advertisement. Chapter 336 Luo weaves Doflamingo. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Also in the air, Doflamingo, whose body was cut open by the sword light, did not burst out with blood, but like a holy bullet, it quickly turned into a ball of silk and fell to the ground. This Doflamingo is obviously just a product of string fruit, that is, Shadow Knight string. Under the keen perception of the field of knowledge, Luo Wei was not at all surprised that it was only the Shadow Knight string who was beheaded by him, but after rising to midair, he immediately cut out a fiery sword glow towards the distance of the silk thread wave. Boom! The sword glow flashed across the void in an instant, and the terrifying edge cut the distant silk thread wave into a wide crack, revealing the Doflamingo body hidden inside. Damn it! While Doflamingo was shocked that Luo Wei was unharmed, he was also full of shock and anger. When Luo Wei found him under his body, he hurriedly turned around and was about to escape. Just like he just knew how to make a move, Luo Wei's strength made him dare to make a move only when Luo Wei was severely injured, but now, he didn't dare to confront Luo Wei head on. It's just that Luo Wei will not let Doflamingo escape. In the previous wars, he had always ignored Doflamingo because he had to deal with the biggest hidden danger of the Big Mom pirate group. But now, the war has come to the end of 803, with Charlotte Linlin personally guarding, it is already very difficult for him to hunt down the Big Mom pirates. Even participating in it rashly, it is very likely to be attacked by Marine's side. After all, the war situation has become clear, and the tacit understanding between the two sides has come to an end. A person with a tough personality like Sakazuki is very likely to attack him. Very big. Advertisement. Under such circumstances, even if the hidden danger of the Big Mom pirates cannot be completely eliminated, Luo Wei has no intention of continuing to participate in the next war. At this time, Doflamingo took the initiative to provoke him, and Luo Wei naturally didn't mind taking advantage of this to solve this hidden danger by the way. Boom. When Moonwalk was cast, the mental power turned into a jet-like shock wave that burst out from behind, and Luo Wei's speed was immediately pushed to the limit, like a lightning bolt that shot towards Doflamingo. Although Doflamingo was decisive and immediately chose to flee when he found something wrong, but in terms of speed, he was obviously much behind Luo Wei. In less than a few breaths, Luo Wei came behind Doflamingo. Thinking flow point blood mosquito. The speed did not decrease, both sides were galloping, and the fierce sword light burst out from Luo Wei's hand, and the sword slashed towards Doflamingo's back. Under the perception of observation haki, who was pushed to the limit, Doflamingo immediately felt a strong sense of crisis from behind, and hurriedly stomped on his feet and tried his best to avoid it. Jung. The frightening and vibrating sword edge cut across the void in an instant, leaving long-lasting sword marks. It seemed that he found it difficult to leave smoothly. After avoiding the slash, Doflamingo did not continue to escape. Instead, he turned around, locked Luo Wei fiercely in his eyes, and swung his arms out together. 1,000 arrows piercing the heart feather strike line. The ground that formed the wave of silk thread swayed and flew up immediately, and then after infusing armament haki, the shape of flamingo wings was found from the back of the Dovermingshu and shot towards Luo Wei crazily. Advertisement. Shenluo Tianzhong. The ground under his feet was trampled out of a huge pit by an astonishing force. Luo Wei instantly turned from motion to stillness as he slashed down, and stopped his figure. A majestic and violent shock wave burst out. Boom boom boom. The dense silk threads in the shape of flamingo wings immediately collided with the fan-shaped expansion of the shock wave, and the tyrannical confrontation directly triggered a ferocious turmoil comparable to an explosion. The sharp silk thread penetrates the shock wave, but it is also bent and slowed down by the shock wave, and finally the two meet to form a substantive spherical energy field. Tempest kick dragon tail. Before the energy field dissipated, Luo Wei jumped up and appeared above the energy field. He swept his right leg and sent out a violent chopping wave towards the opposite Doflamingo. Shield white line. Several thick lines rose from the ground, crossed in front of Doflamingo, and also blocked the sweeping chopping waves. When the two collided, it also caused the appearance of violent air waves, stirring the surrounding void into chaos. White line of wasteland. The silk threads are entangled one by one, converging into several thick strands, like a giant python hunting in the forest, suddenly appearing from below, sealing Luo Wei in the middle, and then shrinking and winding quickly. Zheng. With a glance of cold eyes, Luo Wei quickly spun violently in the air, and the sword of the fallen angel in his hand was also shaken, drawing a round sharp slash. Advertisement. Scoff. The entangled thick lines were hard to match the terrifying sharpness of the blood mosquito's slash, and they all snapped off in response, like a beheaded boa constrictor, leaving only the body still struggling and writhing. Boom. The air was trampled, and the void swayed like ripples. Luo Wei rushed down obliquely without stopping. Thinking flow / evil dragon. The sword edge slashed fiercely, and the sword light that bloomed was shaped like the fangs of a ferocious dragon, as if it wanted to tear everything in front of it. Doflamingo's complexion changed, and he retreated quickly. At the same time, he activated the shield's white line again to block the attack on Luo Wei. When the fang-like slash landed on the intersecting thick lines, there was a strong tearing sound immediately, and in just an instant, the thick lines were forcibly cut open. At the same time, Luo Wei immediately stepped forward the moment he landed. His figure was like lightning, and he caught up with the retreating Doflamingo with one stride. Iron body hyphenation point ape hammer. The muscles in his left arm swelled, and he punched straight. The fierce force of the punch solidified the void, making it difficult for the retreating Doflamingo to avoid it. Boom. Armament hockey covered his arms with all his strength, and Doflamingo crossed his arms to block in a frightened heart. When Luo Wei's fist landed on his arms, he immediately burst out with a violent impact and a huge roar. Severe pain came from both arms, and Doflamingo's arms were directly bombarded with blood and flesh, and then his whole body was blasted into the distance like a cannonball. Advertisement. Chapter 337 Awakening Confrontation. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Although Doflamingo's armament hockey is not weak compared to ordinary masters, but in the eyes of the real strong, it can only be regarded as mediocre. Even the application of armament hockey is only at the hardened level. In contrast to Luo Wei, the ape hammer is a physical attack that pursues strength, and its strength can be called unparalleled. And the Nianliu armament on the cohesion fist is even more powerful. In addition to the increase in its own attack power, the destruction that reaches the atomic level is definitely not a joke. With a hard catch, Doflamingo's arms were not destroyed by Luo Wei's punch, which is already a manifestation of his armament hockey strength. Continuously flying backwards, in the blink of an eye, Doflamingo flew hundreds of meters away, and then fell obliquely to the ground. This area has been out of the scope of the line wave, and when it landed, the fierce impact directly smashed the ice layer into deep pits, and then crushed out long ditches. Shua. In a few flashes, Luo Wei shot towards him quickly, and then slashed towards the end of the ditch with an astonishing sword light. Whoosh. Before the sword light fell, a figure rushed out from the end of the ditch, and then saw a huge crack in the ice layer cut by the sword light, and even penetrated the thickness of the ice layer. Bullet string. Doflamingo, whose arms were dripping with blood and could barely reach his bones, landed not far away in embarrassment. Regardless of the pain, he continuously shot bullet-like rays towards Luo Wei's place. Advertisement. The thought power materialized and emerged, forming a spherical defensive cover around his body. Luo Wei did not dodge at all, but directly shot towards the opponent. The bullet string from the lacing only caused a little ripple when it hit the defensive cover, and it couldn't hurt Luo Wei's at all. White line of the big wave. The ice layer under the feet was affected by Devil Fruit's awakening power again, and turned into a wave of silk threads. Thick lines sprang up, madly attacking Luo Wei who was coming. Clank. Luo Wei's eyes narrowed slightly, his figure stopped, and at the same time when he removed the protective shield of thought power, he swung his sword and slashed continuously, slashing out a series of blazing sword lights towards the many thick lines coming from the impact. There was an endless sound of tearing, and even though these thick lines were composed of countless silk threads, they were still cut off one by one under the strong edge of the sword light. You are not the only one who will awaken the power. A faint golden light flashed from the eyes, and invisible fluctuations immediately radiated out from the center of itself. For a time, no matter whether it was the thick lines swaying and wanting to recover or the waves of lines transformed by the earth, they all stopped abruptly, faintly exuding there was a bright golden light. Boom. The earth shook violently, as the two awakened forces had an invisible collision. Under the confrontation with each other, the earth returned to its original appearance and changed back to the state of ice. Doflamingo's strongest strength is undoubtedly string fruit, but even the strongest strength is only as strong as Luo Wei's development of lang fruit. When the ground returns to the ice state, it means that the power of Doflamingo's string fruit is greatly reduced, and it is difficult to launch the previous overwhelming silk attack. Advertisement. On the other hand, Luo Wei, even though he lacks the awakening power of Nian fruit, he is also extremely powerful in other aspects, and the impact he receives is far less than that of the opponent. Not good. Doflamingo obviously didn't expect that Luo Wei's devil fruit power could counteract his awakening power. His face changed drastically, and he rushed towards a direction immediately. The direction he is heading to is the center of the current battlefield, which is where the heroine, Mother, Weigachang is located. At this time, the Queen Point Mother Anthem is in a fierce battle. The pirates are struggling to stop the Marine's advance in order to evacuate, and the Marine is constantly launching fierce attacks to prevent the pirates from escaping. Of course, the scariest fight was between Charlotte Linlin and Sakazuki and Kuzan. The battle between the three of them can be described as devastating, even if the personnel of both sides cannot get close, otherwise they will suffer a devastating blow. Don't even think about it. After Luo Wei saw the direction in which Doflamingo was escaping, he also immediately saw the other party's intentions. The other party obviously wanted to use the melee between Marine and the pirates to get rid of his pursuit. 0. Ask for flowers. He even wanted to use the three of Charlotte Linlin to deal with himself. After all, compared to Doflamingo, as the enemy of the Big Mom pirates and the wanted object of Marine, if Luo Wei breaks into the battle between the three, he will most likely be attacked by both sides at the same time. Universal Pull. Advertisement. Seeing Doflamingo's sinister intentions, how could Luo Wei hesitate, and immediately broke out and chased him at full speed. At the same time, he also activated his mental power, and his palm released a terrifying suction towards the opponent like a black hole. The suction force enough to shake a mountain quickly enveloped Doflamingo, who was running wildly. In an instant, his figure was blocked immediately. Not only did he not move forward, but he got off the ground and headed towards Luo, who was galloping behind him. Wei flies away. 0. Doflamingo roared. Armament hockey covered his whole body, struggling hard, trying to disperse the thought power that absorbed him, and at the same time turned around and kicked several sharp silk threads towards Luo Wei. The left hand releases the terrifying suction force, and the right hand holds the sword to slash out. The Nianliu arm circulates the blade, easily cutting off the silk thread infused with armament hockey. Before Doflamingo broke free from the suction, Luo Wei had taken the lead to narrow the distance between the two sides. It took only an instant for the mind power to change from absorbing to imprisoning. Doflamingo's body froze, and the frightening sword light flashed across his throat immediately, cutting the air in front of him with a huge sword mark like a gap. What a terrible existence, even Doflamingo was planted. Another strong man died, and it was Shichibukai. The evil hunter came to this battlefield with the purpose of killing people. Take the criminal as the prey, but he is also a felon with an amazing reward. This guy is definitely an extremely dangerous person. Even though the war between Marine and Big Mom pirates has reached the final critical moment, many people are paying attention to the confrontation between Luo Wei and Doflamingo. When the sword light dissipated and Doflamingo's head fell from his shoulders and appeared, everyone who watched the battle here felt awe-inspiring, and when they looked at Luo Wei, there was no lack of fear in their eyes. Chapter 338. After the war. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Evil value plus 320,580. Original sin value plus 32 feet. Although Doflamingo's strength is not as good as Katakori's, after being beheaded, Luo Wei has gained more. However, Luo Wei was not surprised by this. Because compared to characters like Katakori who grew up under the wings of Charlotte Linlin, pirates like Doflamingo who can only rely on their own hard work, if they want to grow, they basically come out of countless killings. Of course, Doflamingo will bring so much evil value, it is also related to his situation. Selling arms and wandering the underground world, Doflamingo is more likely to commit crimes than pirates of the same level. Time to leave. Taking a deep look at the ongoing war, Luo Wei didn't stay in 903 any longer, and very decisively burst out his thoughts, and left towards the distant sky like a stream of light. Advertisement. The Sin Hunter left. It's really decisive, but I would do the same thing in other ways. After all, after Marine defeats the Big Mom pirates, he will definitely not let the evil hunter leave easily. It's no wonder that after provoking the Big Mom pirates and the Beast's pirates, I can still feel so comfortable. In addition to strength, the Sin Hunter is also not bad in terms of vigilance. Some people were taken aback when they found out that Luo Wei left quickly after beheading Doflamingo, but more people sighed. It's easy to go. Crane also frowned slightly when he found out that Luo Wei had left, feeling quite upset. She did plan to keep Luo Wei after the war. After all, Luo Wei was always a bounty. Even if she indirectly helped them cut off the Big Mom pirates' powerful combat power during the war, it was not enough to make Luo Wei she abstained from arrest. Of course, Crane didn't get entangled in this matter, and soon refocused his attention on the war. Compared with the Big Mom pirates, Luo Wei can only be regarded as a supporting role. For Marine, the most important thing is to win this war, and even wipe out all the Big Mom pirates. Dressrosa, in the penthouse suite of a luxurious hotel, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows with a wide view, the scene of a small half of the city can fall into Luo Wei's sight. The right to rule is ultimately determined by strength. After looking around for a while, Luo Wei murmured and looked away. In order to stabilize his rule, Doflamingo once used the childlike fruit of sugar to turn all those who opposed him in Dressrosa into toys. Advertisement. Later, Granos was knocked out by Robin, Perona, and Luo, and finally was taken away by Luo Wei, and those who became toys returned to their original colors. But even so, under absolute strength, Doflamingo's dominance over Dressrosa still remains unchanged. Even though those who became toys launched a large-scale resistance, they were suppressed by Doflamingo in the end. Of course, that was when Doflamingo was still alive, and now Doflamingo has been beheaded by Luo Wei, so in recent days, Dressrosa is in a state of undercurrent. Back on the sofa, Luo Wei glanced at the newspaper on the coffee table, and couldn't help but ponder. It has been 3 days since the war between Marine and Big Mom pirates, but the follow-up of the war is not over yet, or the hidden danger in Luo Wei's heart has not been resolved. Although the war was ultimately won by Marine, the Big Mom pirates did not die out. The newspaper on the coffee table published the follow-up reports of the war. For example, although the Big Mom pirates suffered heavy casualties and were defeated by Marine, Charlotte Linlin finally relied on her strong strength to lead Charlotte Perospero and other remnants to success. Use the mirror fruit ability to get rid of Marine's pursuit. Of course, Charlotte Linlin was able to successfully evacuate under the joint efforts of Sakazuki and Kuzan, 2 Marine admirals, partly due to the help of other New World pirates. Even though the pirates compete fiercely with each other, they clearly understand the reason why their lips are dead and their teeth are cold. New World is not only the world of the strong, but also the domain of pirates. Even though Marine has established several branches in New World, its control over New World is obviously far inferior to Paradise and Universal. Advertisement. Therefore, when Marine aggressively enters the New World and wages war against the Big Mom pirate group, one of the 4 emperors, it will inevitably cause the New World pirates to fight against each other. On the battlefield, only Kaido, of 4 emperors, appeared, but in other places, including the large army of Beasts pirates, Whitebeard pirates, Red Hair pirates and many big pirates, they were all hostile to New World when the war broke out. The Marine branch launched an attack. Even though the branch is a large military fortress second only to naval headquarters, it suffered serious damage and heavy casualties under the attacks of the 4 emperors' forces and many big pirate forces. Because of this, Marine had to slow down the offensive against the Big Mom pirate group in the end, giving Charlotte Linlin a chance to evacuate. The crazy counterattack of the pirates has obviously made Sengoku see that the pirates want to control New World, so unless they give up the branch of New World, they can only let go of the Big Mom pirates. Of course, these are not directly published in the newspapers. Although Morgans is obsessed with newspaper sales, he has to worry about the face of the world government after all. Luo Wei is 0.2 deduced from the newspaper mentioning that Marine's last offensive against the Big Mom pirate group slowed down, and the report that New World's Marine branch was attacked by pirates on a large scale. But regardless of the truth, Charlotte Linlin survived after all. Even if the Big Mom pirates suffered heavy casualties in this battle, and might even fall out of the ranks of the 4 emperors, but only Charlotte Linlin alone, Luo Wei must not be vigilant. He killed so many people in the Big Mom pirates, and even buried all 4 generals in his hands. It would be no wonder that Charlotte Linlin didn't hate him to death. Similarly, if Charlotte Linlin pursues him recklessly, even with the powerful mobility brought by the Nianian fruit, Luo Wei will be in danger next time. Advertisement. Chapter 339 Harvest and Upgrade. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sure enough, people still have to rely on themselves, and relying on others is just Kyoka Suigetsu after all. Luo Wei sighed in his heart. Although his current strength is already at the top level below the world-class combat power, he is only a supporting role in the war between Marine and the Big Mom pirates. The protagonists of the war are undoubtedly Charlotte Linlin, Sakazuki, Kuzan and other world-class combat forces. Of course, Luo Wei was not depressed because of this. With the strength of the Golden Template, as long as he is cautious enough, it will only be a matter of time before he grows into a world-class combat power. Moreover, Charlotte Linlin's escape, for him, was not only a threat, but also a motivation. After sorting out his emotions, Luo Wei quickly sank his consciousness into his mind and watched the situation of the Golden Template. The object of viewing is naturally the value of crime and original sin. Although in the war not long ago, he was only a supporting role, but the results he gained were astonishingly rich. Whether it is the use of the infinite sword system to kill the big mom pirates at the grassroots level, or to kill Cracker, Snag and other mid-level and high-level combat forces, as well as Doflamingo, Luo Wei has gained a lot of crime points and original sin value. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket evil value. 1,346,202 close black lens bracket. Original sin value. 154 plus. After checking, on the golden template, both the crime value and the original sin value showed an exaggerated value. The crime value reached more than 1.3 million, and the original sin value was also as large as 154 points. Such a value is undoubtedly a new peak, and it also represents how much Luo Wei gained from taking the risk to participate in the war between Marine and Big Mom pirates. Danger is always accompanied by opportunity. Although this hunting did not completely wipe out the big hidden danger of the Big Mom pirates, it also gave me a huge amount of growth nutrients, and Luo Wei's consciousness gradually focused on the plus that appeared in original sin value, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He is no stranger to this kind of situation. Before the various powers have been upgraded, the sign of plus appears on the original sin value. It appeared when the original sin value exceeded 10 points. It was also triggered by that time that the golden template was upgraded, adding the two abilities of cultivation and space. The last time the golden template was upgraded, it consumed 10 points of original sin. That is to say, the condition for the first upgrade was that the original sin value reached 10 points. Now the same situation occurs, which obviously shows that the current original sin value has reached the second time. Conditions for an upgrade. After gaining more than 1 million sin points, Luo Wei originally planned to raise 1 or 2 powers to the 10th level. But now, after the golden template showed signs of upgrading, he had other ideas. The benefits brought by the upgrade of the golden template have already been proven. The addition of practice alone allowed him to obtain a faster growth rate and a magical effect for recovering from injuries. Advertisement. Although I don't know what kind of changes this upgrade will bring, but judging from the first upgrade, the result is definitely beneficial and harmless. With my current strength, it is not difficult to obtain whether it is the original sin value or the evil value. Although the strength increase to the 7th level will inevitably bring about a rapid increase in strength, the golden template is the foundation for me to become stronger. Only the foundation will become more stable. I can go further. After pondering for a while, Luo Wei had a choice in his heart. He decided to suspend the upgrade of power and upgrade the golden template first. This decision is not only because he has greater expectations for the changes after the upgrade of the golden template, but also because the upgrade only needs to consume original sin points. With his current sin points of more than 1 million, it is also enough to increase his strength again. It is not yet known how much original sin value will be consumed for the second upgrade. It may be completely consumed, but there may be some left over. If there is enough left over, maybe 1 power can be upgraded to the 10th level. In this case, it might as well first raise the experience value of 1 power to perfection. Luo Wei's eyes flickered, and he immediately manipulated the golden template to put the sin value into the Nianian fruit. Compared with other powers, Nian fruit is also under the foundation of his power. Whether it is Nianian armed forces, knowledge domain, or Nianian slash, these are all closely related to Nian fruit. It can be said that after Nian fruit is upgraded, the power of all the moves he fused will be doubled. In just 1 or 2 breaths, Leng Leng Guo immediately increased from the original 1059,040ths to 590,490,490,490ths. It is worth mentioning that after the experience value is completed, a plus symbol is added to the original sin value. This obviously shows that he can upgrade both the golden template and the Nianian fruit now. Advertisement. However, Luo Wei, who has already decided to upgrade the golden template, will naturally not upgrade Nian fruit at this time. Even if it has not been upgraded to the 10th level, Luo Wei can still feel that the power of the Nian fruit has been enhanced by a considerable 247 after the 9th level has been completed. After savoring it intently, he returned his attention to the golden template. After raising Nianian fruit to the 9th level of perfection, the value of the evil value dropped sharply immediately, but even so, there were still more than 750,000 evil points. Luo Wei began to think about the use of these evil values. Although his current physique is growing slowly, the body is the foundation, and after all, he still needs to continue to practice and strengthen it. In addition, the application of various powers also needs to be improved, especially the two-color hockey. Hockey is not only an effective means to improve strength, but also an indispensable and important power king in the fight against demon fruit power. Although Luo Wei has reached an advanced level in the application level of two-color hockey, there is still a lot of room for improvement. If armament hockey reaches the top-level application, armament hockey can be driven into the enemy's body to carry out deep damage from the inside out. This terrifying attack method, even if it is a world-class combat power as strong as the 4 emperors, if there is a slight difference, it is easy to be traumatized. Not to mention the top-level application of observation hockey, the ability to predict the future can be called the best magic skill for fighting and avoiding danger. As long as your own strength keeps up, you will be able to take advantage of it. Chapter 340 CP0. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Luo Wei finally decided to divide the remaining sin points into 5. 1. For physical training, the investment is 200,000 evil points. 2. Two-color hockey practice, the investment is 300,000 evil points. 3. Nianian fruit practice, invest 100,000 evil value. 4. Swordsmanship practice, invest 100,000 evil points. 5. The remaining more than 50,000 evil points are for emergency needs. After the division was over, he naturally began to pay attention to practice, and soon Luo Wei began to practice again and again. CPO is the secret highest cipher pulled directly under the world government, and is also known as the strongest shield of celestial dragons. It can be said that the CPO is a violent institution for the celestial dragons to maintain their own power. Although its control is nominally the world government, it actually belongs to the celestial dragons. Advertisement. In the palace of Dressrosa King's Heights, the guards were closely patrolling, and in the conference hall, there were 3 people having talks. Captain, what's the response from the upper echelon? Should we continue to stay here or return to our own territory? The person who spoke was a man with a long knife on his back and a handsome face. This man had shoulder-length hair and a ponytail. He looked extremely capable and sharp. The higher authorities are planning to allow us to stay in Dressrosa, or more precisely, to allow us to take over the forces left behind by Doflamingo. The person who became the captain quickly said in a deep voice. This person is strong, and his leather armor makes him look like a warrior. At the same time, his hairless, bald head adds a lot of viciousness. Sure enough, compared to our pirate group, Doflamingo has much greater power, and it is expected that the upper echelon will issue such an order, but it may not be easy to accept it. The arms business is fiercely competitive. Now Doflamingo was killed by evil hunters. I am afraid that the emperors of the underground world will not let this piece of fat go easily. The last of the 3 also expressed his own opinion, and this person was the most special, because he was a murloc, and he was also a powerful tiger shark among the murlocs. During the conversation between the 3, it is not difficult to see that the 3 CPO members have been ordered by the world government, or celestial dragons, to take over the forces left by Doflamingo. But this is also normal, even though it is not as good as the peak period of the original track, but now, Doflamingo is still the most powerful one among Shichibukai. Especially the management of the arms business is at the forefront of the underground world, so how could the celestial dragons give up this huge piece of fat? Similarly, the 3 CPOs are actually inclined to this choice. Advertisement. Also lurking in New World, the 3 CPOs just used the support of the world government to create a big pirate force, which is far inferior to the power left by Doflamingo. Now that there is a better residence, the 3 of them will naturally choose the superior place, and in the future, they can completely merge the previous forces into it, so they can make a steady profit no matter what. Of course, as the tiger shark said, the power left by Doflamingo is not easy to accept, and it will inevitably conflict with the emperors of the underground world. Hehe. I didn't expect that Doflamingo was really seeking help from celestial dragons, but you would think that after I killed Doflamingo, I would let you stay in Dressro. Exclamation mark quote. When the 3 CPOs were in close communication, a sudden chuckle came into the meeting hall, which immediately changed the expressions of the 3 CP0s. Not only did the 3 CPOs hastily form a triangular combat formation, but the captain who led them immediately yelled loudly towards the corridor where the chuckle came from. Undisguised footsteps sounded quickly, followed by a tall figure walking leisurely into the hall under the staring eyes of the 3 CPOs. When they saw the faces of the visitors, the expressions of the 3 CPOs changed even more drastically, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. But it's no wonder that these 3 people have such a posture, because the person who walked into the hall was Luo Wei. Sin Hunter, the 3 of us are CPOs, and now Dressrosa has been taken over by our world government. I advise you to leave now, or you will be hunted down by the world government. Advertisement. The CPO captain suppressed the anger in his heart. After a brief silence, he looked at Luo Wei full of fear and shouted loudly. It is not difficult to hear that he is warning Luo Wei, otherwise he would not have moved the CPO and the world government together in his words. Of course, this is also because Luo Wei's current deterrence is extraordinary. In the battle between Marine and the Big Mom Pirates, not only did Marine shock the sea with his record of defeating the Big Mom Pirates, but he also killed many middle and high-level fighters of the BIGMOM Pirates and Luo Wei of Doflamingo. He completely unleashed his own power and influence. This can be seen from the increase in the world government's reward for Luo Wei. In the newspapers published by the World Economic Daily News Agency about the details of the war, there is also a new reward order from Luo Wei. The amount of the reward has already exceeded the billion mark, reaching 1.3 billion berry. Such an astonishing amount of reward, even if it is not as high as the 4 emperors, is still among the top pirates, and this is because Luo Wei does not have any power to manage, otherwise the amount of reward will definitely be even higher. Although there are top experts in the CPO that are no less powerful than Marine Admiral, the 3 CPDs right now obviously do not have such strength. Of course, as Doflamingo borrowed from celestial dragons to defend against Luo Wei, the strength of these three CPOs will definitely not be weak. For example, the man with the long knife and the tiger shark man, in Luo Wei's breath perception, their strength is not at all that of Marine's elite vice admiral. As for the bald man who is the leader of the three-member squadron, his aura is so strong that he can even be compared with Doflamingo, which undoubtedly means that this person has the overlord level of combat power. It's just that even Doflamingo was slaughtered by Luo Wei, and the bald man naturally didn't have much confidence when facing Luo Wei. He could only hope that the CPO and the world government could deter Luo Wei. Advertisement. Chapter 341. Battle of the Palace. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Didn't I be wanted by you for a long time ago? Do you think it will be useful for me to offer CPO and world government now? Luo Wei chuckled. Kill. After all, it is a violent organization full of darkness and killing. When Luo Wei expressed his attitude, the three CPOs also showed their decisive side. As soon as Luo Wei finished speaking, the three CPOs burst out with terrifying murderous aura, and immediately launched a fierce attack. The first attack came from the man with the long knife on his back. Seeing the light of the knife flashing, he swung his arm back, pulled out the blade and slashed at Luo Wei with a fiery sword aura. The slashing sword energy that was close to that of a top swordsman not only tore through the air with a powerful edge, causing airwaves to roll, but also appeared in front of Luo Wei like lightning. The introverted and profound thought flow arm covered the front of the fist. Luo Wei did not panic at all, but swept out with a fist as if carelessly. Boom. The blazing sword energy was immediately swept by the iron fist, surging force burst out along the fist, and then with overwhelming force, the sword energy was blown out on the spot. But at this moment, there was a crackling sound on the ground, and a fierce and mighty figure shot to Luo Wei's side, punching 860 to hit Luo Wei's head. Bangtan 1000 Huazhang Fist. The person who made the strike was another tiger sharkman. It can be seen that he not only used superb Murloc karate for this punch, but also his arm turned into a spring, pushing the fist force to the ultimate after compressing the ultimate. Advertisement. The punch blasted out, and the air was compressed like a substance. The mere wind of the fist caused the clothes on Luo Wei's body to rattle, and the wall on the other side climbed up dense cracks like spider webs. Under the strong perception of the field of knowledge and knowledge, the attack of the tiger shark man was naturally hard to escape Luo Wei's insight, but the opponent's display of ability caused him a little surprise. Of course, he didn't forget to deal with the opponent's attack. He moved his footsteps back, and calmly avoided the fierce punch attack of the tiger shark man. Boom. While moving back and dodging, Luo Wei also launched a counterattack, kicking with his legs and feet, hitting the tiger sharkman's abdomen. The astonishing leg strength directly caused the tiger shark man to let out a scream, AJCJ, spewing blood from his mouth, and after staggering back for more than 10 steps, his legs softened, and he knelt on the ground as if he had been drained of strength. With Luo Wei's current physical strength, coupled with the increase in the strength of the mind flow, it is not difficult to fly a person 1 kilometer away. But under the perfect control of strength, Luo Wei's leg strength was almost completely blocked in the tiger sharkman's abdomen, making it seem like he only retreated a dozen steps, but in fact he suffered more damage. Tempest Kick Siege Cannon. An impact like a thick beam of light flew towards Luo Wei, and it was the last bald man who, having accumulated enough strength, jumped up and kicked out an incomparably powerful blow with Tempest Kick. As soon as the beam-shaped Tempest Kick appeared, it caused a huge commotion. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked, the void frantically, and even the entire conference hall shook violently. Finger Pistol Eagle Claw. Advertisement. When his right foot landed, Luo Wei rushed out with a stride, but he didn't give in to the Tempest Kick kicked by the bald man, and his right hand became a claw, tearing and grabbing directly. Chi chi chi. The blade-like sharpness bloomed from between the fingers, and the beam-shaped slash was strongly resisted by Luo Wei, and then was torn apart by the 5 fingers, which immediately turned into violent air waves and exploded around. Boom. Even if it was just the air wave radiation, the meeting hall was unbearable. Amidst the deafening roar, the walls collapsed, and the hall immediately collapsed and turned into ruins. What's going on? Why did the conference hall collapse? Enemy attack. Come on, everyone, go and check what's going on. Alert. Luo Wei was on the way into the palace, so he stunned the guards along the way with his mental power, but under the huge movement of the collapse of the hall, many guards still rushed to rush. Buzz. A terrifying coercion that wanted to suppress the world radiated and swept across the entire palace in an instant. For a while, the exclamation stopped abruptly, and all the guards who came rushing rolled their eyes and fell to the ground in a faint. Go. Don't pester. A pillar of rubble and dust exploded from the ruins, and 2 figures rushed out quickly. These 2 figures were the bald man and the man with the knife. While the bald man was roaring, he didn't dare to hesitate at all. He hurriedly shaved and galloped towards the distance. Advertisement. Although the man with the knife took a step slower, he followed quickly. Although the confrontation was only for a short while, Luo Wei's powerful strength was enough to deter bald men and men with knives. If the tiger sharkman hadn't been severely injured by Luo Wei, he might have escaped immediately now. The protective cover of mind power circulated, and Luo Wei also slowly rose from the ruins, and his face was full of indifference to the two people who fled to the distance. Universal pull. With a move of the hand, the terrifying suction burst out from the palm, and the astonishing thought power radiated far away in an instant, attracting the fleeing bald man and the man with the knife. Nianian fruit of the 9th level of perfection showed unparalleled power at this moment. Even the bald man whose strength reached the overlord level was suppressed in an instant, and the whole person retreated rapidly. As for the man with the knife, he had no power to resist, and his figure flew backwards at a faster speed, like a phantom passing by, and landed directly in front of Luo Wei. Aha! The body kept falling back. The bald man was terrified, struggling to no avail. After being sucked close to Luo Wei, he hurriedly turned around and roared, superimposing his fists, hitting a violent impact. Profound Truth 6 King Spear. Marine 6 Styles is a physical technique with infinite potential. As long as one's physical fitness keeps improving, its power will become greater and greater. In the same way, the same is true for the 6 King Spear, which is an esoteric art. The bald man is not a capable person, and his body comes entirely from his own powerful physique in 6 styles. Under the strongest attack with all his strength, the 6 King Spear unleashed by the bald man is terrifyingly powerful, enough to pierce through a mountain. Advertisement. 340th Chapter's Test Practice. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sure enough, it has some strength. Luo Wei's eyes flashed brightly. With such power, even he felt some pressure. But no matter how powerful the attack is, it still needs to be hit. The super perception in the field of knowledge, and knowledge is not a joke. When the bald man makes an attack, Luo Wei has an instant insight into the opponent's attack. Paper Arts Snake Shake. The moment the terrifying shock wave hit, Luo Wei slid out of the attack range from the violent air wave with an ingenious borrowing method, and floated to one side. Boom. The shock wave pierced through and shattered the royal palaces behind Luo Wei one by one, forcibly opening up a wide chasm, extending hundreds of meters in length. Still want to escape. When Luo Wei dodged, universal pull suction was also interrupted. When the bald man launched a terrifying attack on Luo Wei, the other man with the knife hurriedly got up, intending to run away again. Luo Wei was keenly aware of this scene, sneered in his heart, performed the razor, and immediately appeared beside the man with the knife as if teleporting. Nianliu Armed Forces condenses the front of the fist, and punches out a punch packed with majestic power immediately. The man with the knife was shocked, he didn't have time to escape, and the one who was flustered was to block with the knife. Boom. Advertisement. The iron fist struck the edge of the blade, but with just a slight pause, it broke the long blade forcefully, and then slammed into the chest of the man holding the blade. Gotcha. Amid the sound of bone cracking, the man with the knife vomited blood and was thrown flying. His chest collapsed into a pit, but he was severely injured by the blow, and then, like the tiger shark man, he fell to the ground and lay limp on the ground, unable to stand up and fight. Swish. At this moment, a ferocious figure quickly swept behind Luo Wei, with sharp fingertips, piercing Luo Wei's back like lightning. This man is a bald man. The appearance of universal pull already made him know that he couldn't escape, so he decided to fight desperately, taking advantage of Luo Wei's dealing with his companions. Guo Duan attacked. Swinging and twisting like a spirit snake, Luo Wei staggered the finger pistol attack from behind with incredible vigor. The strong perception ability in the field of knowledge and knowledge made it easy for Luo Wei to perceive the attack of the bald man. The moment he dodged the attack, Luo Wei suddenly turned around and swept his legs. His right leg condensed with the flow of thoughts violently collided with the bald man's arm that was in a hurry to block and defend. Boom. Amidst the muffled sound, the bald man's face changed, showing pain, and he staggered back several steps. This is not the key point. The important thing is that the bald man's blocking arm showed a tragic injury, and the flesh and blood on the arm shattered like an explosion. As a physical powerhouse, the bald man's armament hockey is definitely very profound, but under the armament of the flow of thought that can directly destroy the atomic level, it seems to be a lot worse. While causing serious injuries to the bald man, Luo Wei also took a step, and his figure swept towards him like a phantom. Advertisement. 5 fingers like knives, attacking with finger pistol eagle claw. Luo Wei swept out numerous claw shadows in an instant, as if to tear the bald man into pieces. Hurriedly stabilizing his figure, the bald man faced the dense claw shadows. While terrified in his heart, he tried his best to dodge. Puff Kai. Even with the extremely accomplished paper arts and observation hockey, the bald man still couldn't avoid Luo Wei's eagle claw attack, and his body was quickly scratched with claw marks deep enough to show bones. Ah! At the moment of life and death, the bald man roared and fought back, but he covered armament hockey all over his body, and also blasted dense fist shadows towards Luo Wei. Luo Wei's eyes flashed, but he released the eagle's claws, and also bombarded with his fists, launching an indiscriminate offensive and defensive battle with the opponent. Boom boom boom. The fists kept colliding amazingly, and every collision would cause a huge impact burst, shattering the wreckage of the surrounding palaces and the ground, and even filling the void with a radius of tens of meters with chaotic air. Hundreds of collisions may have occurred in the blink of an eye, and the aftermath of the shock is also more and more violent under the overlapping layers. The stones weighing several tons were also difficult to resist, and were shattered and blown away by the sweeping impact, making it seem like a torrential rain of boulders fell in the sky in the distance. After spending hundreds of thousands of sin points to complete his cultivation, Luo Wei tested his own strength against his opponents. 0. Ask for flowers. Without using his best swordsmanship, the bald man is undoubtedly a good test object for him. Luo Wei either avoided the blowing fists in the field of knowledge, or blocked them with his fists. Advertisement. In the seemingly crazy confrontation, he has always been in the upper hand and has not been substantially harmed by the opponent at all. On the other hand, Luo Wei's violent punches made him gradually overwhelmed. His observation haki, perception and insight are far inferior to Luo Wei's field of knowledge, and so is the power of his fists. After a while, the bald man's body had already been punched by Luo Wei nearly 100 times, bleeding from his mouth, punch holes and bruises all over his body. At the same time, his and Luo Wei's fists collided many times, and the flesh was bloody, and even the finger bones could be seen faintly. Boom. As the injury continued to intensify, the bald man finally couldn't hold on anymore, and the speed of punching and dodging both declined, allowing Luo Wei to quickly seize the opening and punch the opponent's chin from a close distance. Ah! Amidst the shrill screams, the bald man flew backwards, the blood spurting out of his mouth was mixed with broken teeth, and he fell not far away in embarrassment. Although after a very high close combat, Luo Wei's body was only covered with a thin layer of sweat, and his breathing was extremely steady. He strode forward and quickly came to the bald man, stepped on the other's chest, and crushed the other's sternum with his strong foot, which made the bald man's injury worse, bleeding from the mouth and nose, screaming and shaking. Come here, both of you. After finishing off the bald man, Luo Wei scanned his eyes flickering with golden light, and with his thoughts, he also attracted the tiger shark man and the knife-wielding man who had been severely injured before. Don't kill me, I am willing to surrender. After landing, the man with the knife raised his head with difficulty and begged Luo Wei for mercy. The tiger sharkman on the side did the same. He struggled to get up, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed to Luo Wei, begging for mercy. I am willing to be loyal to my lord, and I only hope that my lord will spare my life. Advertisement. Chapter 343 Mind Control. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Even if the world government trains the members of the CP organization like dead soldiers, after all, they are strong men who have grown up through countless battles, so how could they not have their own thoughts? When there is no threat to life, they will naturally obey the orders of the world government, but when life is in danger, the desire to survive will naturally be stimulated. Of course, there must be loyal people, but the knife-wielding man and the tiger shark man obviously do not belong to this category. As for the bald man, he was so injured that he almost fainted, and he didn't even have the strength to speak. Being stepped on by Luo Wei, he was limp and unable to move, breathing desperately. If you don't want to die, don't resist. Luo Wei looked at the two begging for mercy, his eyes were full of indifference, he raised his hand and grabbed the man holding the knife directly into his hand. 350. His head was held, but the man with the knife looked terrified, but he didn't dare to move, for fear of angering Luo Wei and being killed directly. The invisible thought force spit out from the palm, but it did not destroy the head of the man with the knife, but penetrated in like flowing water, and directly entered the brain of the bald man. Thought power is permeable, otherwise Luo Wei would not be able to develop the vibration quenching technique. However, compared to acting on oneself, it is much more difficult to infiltrate others, and the speed is also very slow, which is why Luo Wei seldom uses thought power to infiltrate the enemy's interior to attack. Of course, as the strength and development of Nianian fruit increase, the permeability will gradually increase. Advertisement. With the Nianian fruit of the 9th level of perfection, its permeability is already very penultimate, and after this practice, Luo Wei has also developed a new application of Nianli. The thought power penetrating into the man with the knife quickly transformed into strange mental fluctuations, which also invaded the man's mind. During this process, the man with the knife also changed drastically, with a painful expression on his face, and even under the threat of Luo Wei's death, he struggled uncontrollably. It's just that such resistance was immediately restrained and suppressed by Luo Wei with his thoughts, and then he continued to invade the opponent's mind steadily. Suddenly, the man with the knife uttered a scream, followed by blood gushing out of the 7 orifices, his body trembled for a while, and then limply. Failed. Luo Wei frowned as he looked at the dissipated corpse. However, he didn't pay too much attention to it. After throwing away the corpse, he immediately sucked the tiger shark man into his hand, and continued to invade the opponent's mind with his spiritual power. Because of the strange death of the man with the knife, the tiger shark man struggled frantically as soon as Luo Wei held his head, but the result was useless, and Luo Wei also imprisoned his body with his mind. Under the intrusion of mental power, the tiger shark man also quickly showed a painful expression, and even kept wailing. The man with the knife gradually persisted for a few minutes before dying, while the tiger shark man lasted for 10 minutes and was still alive. Advertisement. This is not because the tiger sharkman's will is stronger, but because Luo Wei has absorbed the previous failure experience. This time not only the technique is more refined, but also avoided the previous failure. After the invasion went on for about a while, the wailing of the tiger shark people gradually weakened, and in the end, their expressions became numb. It was like the last hurdle to be cleared. When the tiger sharkman's body trembled slightly, Luo Wei's eyes showed a hint of joy, and he stopped releasing his thoughts. Do you know who I am? Because the tiger shark man was seriously injured, Luo Wei did not release the imprisonment of the mind power, but used the mind power to control the opponent's body so that it could remain in the air. When Luo Wei stared at each other's question, Tiger Sharkman just nodded blankly and said, I know, you are my master, and I will obey all your orders. Very good, you can go to the side to rest first. Luo Wei nodded in satisfaction, controlled his thoughts and put the other party aside. After the thought power on his body disappeared, the tiger sharkman didn't make any unnecessary movements, and he really cultivated himself by lying on the ground. During the process, the whole person was like a puppet. Destroy the personality and consciousness of others with spiritual power, and then brand your own spiritual will. Although the manipulation can easily lead to the death of the test subject, as long as you succeed, you can get a battle puppet that completely obeys your orders. It was only the second attempt, which surprised Luo Wei very much. At the same time, he touched his chin, and he focused his attention on the last remaining bald man. Even if the bald man's strength is not much worse than Doflamingo's, if he can be turned into a puppet, it will be enough for him to have one more powerful combat force under his command. Advertisement. Without hesitation, taking advantage of the moment when the bald man was seriously injured and his will was weakest, Luo Wei immediately invaded the opponent's mind again with his mental power. The success of the Tiger Sharkman clearly does not mean that Luo Wei has completely mastered mind control. Halfway through the invasion, the bald man, just like the man with the knife before, was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and died suddenly on the spot. Did it fail again? It was obvious that the technique was carried out in the same way as it was successful just now, but it still failed in the end. Is it because the target is stronger? No, there are no spiritual skills in this world. If the other party has awakened Conqueror's Haki, it may be possible for the other party's spiritual will to be stronger than others, but the current situation is obviously due to other reasons. Looking at the dead bald man, Luo Wei frowned and became thoughtful. The method does not ask questions 4.9, and the spiritual will is not likely to be much stronger, so the only thing left is the invaded mind itself. The brain is the most important and most mysterious place in the human body. It is in charge of people's memory and consciousness. Even if the target opens his mental defenses and allows Luo Wei to invade, it is extremely dangerous. Luo Wei's current situation is like alchemy in the world of Shenxia. Even if you are proficient in medicinal materials and alchemy techniques, it is difficult to achieve 100% success in every alchemy, and it is very good to succeed once in 10 times. Without other clues, Luo Wei can only draw this conclusion for the time being. We can find more experimental products to try in the future. Luo Wei secretly thought. Advertisement. Chapter 344 Sword Dao Festival. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Luo Wei will appear in Dressrosa, on the one hand, to clear away the remaining forces of Doflamingo, and on the other hand, to help Violet, who has become a member of the brigade, so that her father can regain the kingship. Without the support of the CPO, the remaining strength of the Don Quixote family on Dressrosa is obviously far from enough to pose a threat to Luo Wei. In just 3 days, the remnants of the Don Quixote family were easily destroyed by Luo Wei. Even if there were still remnants, they escaped from Dressrosa like a prodigal dog under Luo Wei's deterrence. During this period, Luo Wei also had a meeting with Violet's father, King Liku. Speaking of it, Luo Wei also didn't know what Doflamingo was thinking. He had plundered the opponent's country, but let alone eradicated it. He didn't even turn King Riku into a toy, allowing the opponent to continue living in Dressrosa. Of course, it is also a pity that after Luo Wei took away the sugar, King Riku also recovered all his memories because of the recovery of the toy. Perhaps because of a loss, the recovered King Riku did not recklessly seek revenge on Doflamingo, but cleverly hid himself and developed silently in the dark. The meeting between the two had nothing to say in 09. It was nothing more than Luo Wei explaining Violet's situation, and then secretly helping the other party to successfully regain the throne of Dressrosa. Advertisement. The reason why it is not made clear is naturally to guard against the world government. The world government originally planned to take over Dressrosa, but now it was destroyed by Luo Wei. It would be strange if it didn't hold grudges. In addition, Luo Wei is now a bounty-offering felon, even if King Liku was originally the king of Dressrosa. If Luo Wei clearly helps, it is inevitable that he will be caught by the world government. Of course, after Dressrosa's regime is stabilized, even if Luo Wei appears in the Dressrosa palace in a fair manner, there will be no problem. In the final analysis, Dressrosa is just a member country of the world government, not a subordinate like Marine. As long as the royal power is stable, even the world government has to consider eating. Said island, also known as the Island of Swords. Although this island in New World has no special geographical features, it is famous all over the world because it was the place where previous kendo tournaments were held. Even though the shocking battle between Marine and Big Mom pirates took place not long ago, it could not cover up the warm atmosphere brought by the kendo conference. As early as a month before the Kendo conference was held, people from many Kendo schools and powerful swordsmen came to said island one after another. It is impossible to know when the Kendo conference was first held, but at least it has a history of hundreds of years. It is rumored that the 10 strongest swordsmen at that time negotiated to compete for the world's #1 throne. Up to now, the Kendo conference has developed into a grand gathering for all swordsmen in the world. It is not only used to compete for the world's #1 throne, but also a grand exchange meeting. Advertisement. The swordsmen who came to said island in advance, not only to adjust their own state, so that they can meet the duel in the strongest state, but also to communicate with each other to improve their swordsmanship experience. But right now, when the Kendo conference is about to officially start, said island is already overcrowded, and at the same time, dragons and snakes are mixed, filled with all kinds of people. Everyone, the Kendo conference is about to begin. I, Randolph, am very honored to be the host of this conference. In the center of the island, there is a huge semicircular building like a Roman arena. This is the auditorium for watching the Kendo competition. Up. After so many years of development, the Kendo tournament has become a grand ceremony. In addition to competing for the throne of the world's #1 swordsman, it is also the best place for all forces to recruit strong people. Talents are always the most scarce and precious. Even the top strengths like Marine and 4 emperors still need far and constant talent replenishment in order to maintain their own strength. And in the Sword Dao conference, the most indispensable thing is talent. Even if it is just a swordsman, the success of recruiting can add an excellent combat power to the faction. It is under this kind of development that the Kendo conference will be as formal as it is now, and even specially hired a host to add to the atmosphere of the competition. Following Randolph's opening, the audience seats filled with all kinds of people also burst into loud cheers, making the entire venue enthusiastic. Before the competition begins, let me introduce our world's #1 swordsman, Master Dracul Mahawk. After the opening remarks were over, Randolph yelled again and stood up, and then pointed to the top of the semicircular auditorium, where a gorgeous throne was impressively built, and 10 figures sat on it indifferently. Advertisement. Is he Hawkeye? He really deserves to be the #1 swordsman in the world. Just his eyes give people a sharp feeling. Hawkeye Mahawk, if I remember correctly, he has won the world's #1 throne for 3 consecutive times. I don't know if anyone can dethrone him from the throne this time. HMPH, it's time to change the #1 throne in the world. This time, I will definitely replace him and become the new king. People on the audience stage also looked towards the top one after another. When they stared at Mahawk on the throne, some feared and admired them, while others sneered defiantly. For any swordsman, the throne of the world's #1 is full of supreme charm. As long as there is strength, no one is willing to be inferior to others, and Mahawk is their biggest obstacle. Having said that, in this year's Kendo tournament, there seems to be a lot less strength coming to watch the battle, especially the 4 emperors. There is not even one. It's normal. Don't go back to the battle not long ago. The Big Mom pirates have been maimed by Marine. Now they don't know where to hide to recuperate. How could they still have time to watch the battle? As for the other 3 parties, they attacked having lost the main force of Marine's various branches in New World. They are now probably on the alert, guarding against Marine's counterattack. This is actually good. In the past, after every Kendo conference, the 4 emperors gained the most. Now that they are no longer, it is our opportunity to expand our strength. The heads of some forces are also gathering together to talk, and when they find that there are no 4 emperors in the venue, these heads of forces have a sense of joy. No way. In today's world, apart from the world government and its subordinate Marine, the 4 emperors are the only powers on the first ladder. Even if the strong want to join the power, they will definitely only be with the strong. The olive branch thrown by the 4 emperors' power is naturally more attractive. Advertisement. Chapter 345 Pass 3 levels. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Back to the topic. After Randolph introduced Mahawk, the announcement of the Kendo tournament began. As in the past, this Kendo conference is still divided into 3 stages, which can also be called passing 3 stages. Only after passing 3 stages can one be qualified to challenge the world's #1 throne. The first test is the sword steel in front of you. I believe that many people here are familiar with the situation of the sword steel, but in order to let those who come to the conference for the first time understand, let me waste some time explaining it. The sword steel is made of a strange stone. In addition to having a magical self-recovery ability, its hardness even surpasses that of steel. As we all know, the true meaning of a swordsman lies in cutting iron and flying slashes, so the test of the first level requires participants to use the iron knives provided by the venue to leave a mark on the sword steel on this stage. No shallower than 1 foot of slash marks. The sword steel that Randolph mentioned was located opposite the semicircular auditorium, with a length and width of about 10 meters and a thickness of more than 2 meters, just a few meters away from the stage. Wanting to use an ordinary iron knife to leave slash marks on a sword steel that is harder than steel at a distance of 100 meters is definitely a very high test of one's own swordsmanship. Like those beginners or middle-level swordsmen, even if they have the power to cut iron, it is undoubtedly very difficult to leave traces with sword energy at a distance of 100 meters. Not to mention, There is also a requirement for the slash marks left on the sword steel, the marks not less than 1 foot deep. This is almost only the top swordsman can do it. However, the Kendo Conference is not the kind of low-level swordsman competition, but a grand event to compete for the world's #1 swordsman. Only by high requirements can the real swordsman be selected. After explaining the requirements of the first level, Randolph did not go on to explain the situation of the next 2 levels. Obviously, he planned to explain it after the first level. Advertisement. In a series of salutes, the kendo competition immediately started in full swing. Anyone who intends to participate in the conference can get on the stage before sunset, and those who pass the first level can sit in a row of seats specially built on the side of the stage. I'm here, but it's just a stone, how can it stop my footsteps? My headwind slash has been learned from countless gusts of wind. Both its power and range are far beyond those of the same level. I will definitely be able to cut open the sword steel. Last time I failed in the 3rd level, and this time I will definitely go to the world's #1 throne with a steadfast posture. When the Kendo conference was officially opened, swordsmen exuding a fierce aura walked off the audience stage and onto the stage. Although there is no shortage of sensationalist clowns, most of them are undoubtedly sword heroes, and there will even be big sword heroes from time to time. As for Hawkeye Mahawk sitting on the commanding height of the world's #1 throne, he has always been watching this scene calmly. For him, the 3 stages of the Kendo tournament are just a ticket to challenge himself, and those who don't even get the tickets are not worthy of his attention at all. Some of the people on the stage successfully left marks on the sword steel with powerful slashes, while others were unable to shake the sword steel at all. To put it bluntly, out of 100 people, 1 person who can pass the test is not bad. 90% of the people came to the stage with confidence and retreated in frustration. Advertisement. At the same time, among the people on stage, there are all kinds of people. Pirates, gangsters, marines, wandering swordsmen, gym disciples. The crowd is extremely complex, covering almost all walks of life. But this is also normal. The swordsmanship competition is the swordsmanship, no matter who it is, as long as you are strong in the swordsmanship, then you are eligible to participate. Clang. The sword light flickered, and an extremely blazing sword energy flew out quickly through the air, and in an instant, it ruthlessly swept across the huge sword steel 100 meters away. Hearing the sound of tearing, a deep crack across the entire sword steel immediately appeared on the sword steel, with a depth of more than 3 feet. This kind of slash mark is enough to rank in the top 10 after the start of the conference. On the stage, the person who issued this slash was a tall, beautiful woman, and she was Gion. It's the Marine Vice Admiral Gion known as Momosuke. There have long been rumors that this woman is a powerful swordsman. Now it seems that the rumors are true. Such a fierce slash, it should be said that it is a strong person cultivated by a top power like Marine. This woman may have the strength to enter the 3rd level. It seems that Marine's background is still higher than that of 4 emperors. 4 emperors don't even have time to participate in grand ceremonies such as the Kendo conference, but Marine can still let such a powerful swordsman go out. Advertisement. Women's strength is inherently weaker than that of men, so at the same level, the slash is also inferior to men, but this woman can make such a powerful slash. Her talent in the way of swords is absolutely amazing. Maybe the future Marine may a female admiral will appear. It is not surprising that Gion will appear in the Kendo conference. After all, no swordsman would want to miss such a grand event. Similarly, Gion has aroused the amazement of many people, especially those pirates and wanted criminals who are rewarded by the world government with fear and killing intent. The stronger the Marine, the more unfavorable it is for pirates and wanted criminals. If it wasn't for the fact that death fights were strictly prohibited during the Kendo tournament, otherwise all the swordsmen would be hostile. I'm afraid someone has made a move to kill Gion, a threat with astonishing potential at first glance. Of course, it is still a matter of who kills who. After all, Gion is not a weak person. After successfully passing the test, Gion walked to the seats on the side of the stage, found a seat, closed his eyes and rested, just like the previous passers did. Flowing water without thoughts. Tiger One sword style. God has no flying cut. Gion's performance was just an episode. Among those who followed up on the stage, although most of them still failed and retreated, there were also amazing kendo masters. Advertisement. 340th chapters pass smoothly. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. To gather so many strong swordsmen, it's no wonder that this swordsmanship conference is qualified to choose the #1 throne in the world. In a corner of the auditorium, there were 2 people wearing cloaks to cover their figures and faces. After a sigh of emotion, the person on the left stood up slowly, and then walked towards the aisle leading to the stage. Situations like this happen all the time. Even though Randolph has introduced the sword steel, there are still an endless stream of people walking down from the audience stand to participate in the first test. The man in the cloak didn't attract many people's attention when he walked off the audience stage, but when he came to the stage and took off the hood, many people who saw this man's appearance immediately showed shock. Look quickly, is this person an evil hunter? My god, it's really the evil hunter Luo Wei, who actually appeared in the Kendo conference. Another heavyweight appeared, ruined the 4 generals of the Big Mom pirate group, and beheaded Doflamingo, offering a reward of 1.3 billion berry to the evil hunter. Is he going to participate in the tournament too? Advertisement. According to the rumors, 670 Sin Hunter seems to be an extremely powerful swordsman. The world's #1 reputation is indeed full of attraction. Even such a strong man has come. Ha ha ha. Now there is another big news. In the war between Marine and Big Mom pirates, the big defeat of Big Mom pirates, the evil hunter has contributed a lot. This one in today's era he is a well-deserved hot figure. If he wins the world's #1 throne again in this conference, the sales of my newspaper will definitely hit a new height. The man in the cloak was Luo Wei. After he showed his face, the audience screamed continuously. Many people shrank their pupils unconsciously the moment they saw him, which caused heated discussions. But it's no wonder that's the case. Just like a certain hyperactive big bird, Luo Wei is now a hot figure, and among the strong players who have appeared on the stage, he is currently the most famous. On the seats on one side of the stage, Guillaume, who had been closing his eyes and resting his mind, suddenly opened his beautiful eyes amidst the exclamation of the audience, and stared at Luo Wei. As this guy here too, but it happens that I can also take this opportunity to fight him for real. Let me see how far you have reached in the way of swords. Guillaume took a deep breath, a flash of fighting intent flashed in her beautiful eyes, and then she stared at Luo Wei closely, waiting for Luo Wei's performance on the stage. Luo Wei ignored the exclamation and comments from the audience. After the person in front failed the test and stepped down, he just appeared in the middle of the stage in a flash. As if they were also looking forward to Luo Wei's performance, the discussion in the audience immediately weakened a lot, and everyone was excitedly staring at Luo Wei's movements. With a casual grab, an iron knife neatly arranged on the sword rack not far away was attracted. The moment Luo Wei grabbed it, Luo Wei made no extra movements, and swung his hand and slashed towards the sword steel 100 meters away. Zheng. Advertisement. The golden light was shining like a magnified golden blade that flew out along the slash, and landed on the huge sword steel in the blink of an eye. There was a tearing sound, and a long and oblique crack appeared immediately. Many people in the audience were stunned, but it was not because of how powerful Luo Wei's slash was, but because the power of Luo Wei's slash was far less exaggerated than they expected. What's going on? It's not that the Sin Hunter is a great swordsman, and his slashing power looks so-so. This is a bit of a misnomer. The evil hunter is not the kind of person who has a false name. AJBF idiot. With the death of Katakuri and others as evidence, how could the evil hunter be a person with a false name? This must be him hiding his strength. The slash marks are almost exactly 1 foot deep. If the evil hunter is really hiding his strength, then he is indeed terrifying. He can control the power of the slash so precisely. People who didn't know the situation laughed and ridiculed, while those who really knew Luo Wei's strength looked solemn. Controlling one's own slashing power itself is not very difficult. The key is it is very simple to leave precise slashing marks on objects. Especially for rare stones like the sword steel, if you want to control the depth of the slashing marks without enough understanding, this is definitely a test of your mental and physical skills. 1 foot deep, this gentleman will pass. Sure enough, when the venue staff went to the depth of the crack on the side face sword steel, the announced results immediately amazed those who saw Luo Wei's horror. Advertisement. Young but mastering the supernatural and powerful swordsmanship, I just don't know if you can walk in front of me. Mahawk on the throne raised his mouth slightly, looking down at the figure on the stage with interest. Luo Wei didn't care about other people's thoughts. After successfully passing the customs, he just went to the seat on the side and found an empty seat to sit down. During this process, many of the people who had successfully passed the test and sat down looked at Luo Wei with vigilance or apprehension. Obviously, they have already regarded Luo Wei as a big enemy, and they have even begun to plan how to deal with Luo Wei in the next 2 tests. There is still some time before the end of the sunset. Taking advantage of the waiting time, Luo Wei closed his eyes and meditated like Guillaume before, but secretly looked at the golden template. After completing a series of practice at the beginning, he upgraded the golden template. The original sin value consumed is 10 times that of the first upgrade, that is, 100 original sin points. Now, after more than 2 months of waiting, the golden template is still in a cooling upgrade state. The time is much longer than last time. With the current progress, it is estimated that we will have to wait for nearly a month. For more than 2 months, there is still nearly 1/3 of the sand in the phantom hourglass that has not flowed down. After guessing the time, Luo Wei waited quietly. Whether it's the last 2 stages of the kendo tournament or the upgrade of the golden template, Luo Wei is patient enough to wait. Advertisement. 340th chapters. Zhongfeng is the platform. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Time passed quietly, and before you knew it, the sky gradually dimmed, and the bright lights in the venue were turned on. Finally, the sun set on the sea, and the time for the first test has come to an end. The time is up. I announce that the first test of the kendo tournament is over. After sunset, Randolph stepped onto the stage again, and after speaking impassionedly, the lights of the stage shone on Luo Wei and other passers-by. After going through some tests, a total of 127 swordsmen have passed the first test, and now I will introduce them to you one by one. I have to say that the behind-the-scenes team of the Kendo conference is very energetic. When the test was in progress, they also collected information on those who passed the test. Even if it is the kind of unrecognizable folk powerhouse. Of course, an introduction like this is the practice of the Kendo conference. It aims to promote the charm of Kendo. If you really don't want to expose your own situation, you won't participate in it. Although the Swordsmanship Conference is a worldwide grand event for swordsmen, it cannot include all swordsmen. Some people like to pursue fame and learn swordsmanship, and naturally some people like to practice hard in silence. Advertisement. After passing the test of the first level, the sky has already darkened, and the test of the second level will not continue immediately, but will start on the second day. When it was over, the personnel began to evacuate, and said island was not the only venue for holding Kendo conferences. It also had a bustling town where those who came to participate and watch could rest. There was nothing to say all night, and the next day, just after the sun rose, the venue was already full of people again. The next test will be the second level. The test of this level is the sword ceiling platform. Whether it is a person who has participated before or a person who is here for the first time, they must be able to see the 10 towers in the distance. Like a mountain of swords. These 10 mountain peaks are the core of the second test. Where they are broken, they are natural rings. Contestants who have passed the first test can freely choose a mountain as their own stage. Each person can only play once. Opportunity. Until sunset, whoever can control the mountain will be the winner of the second pass. After walking onto the stage, Randolph's voice spread throughout the venue through the microphone, and it also made the passers-by who had already stood in front of the stage stare at the distant mountain. The reason why said island is known as the Island of Swords is not only because it is the place where the Kendo conference is held, but also because there are 10 iconic sword-shaped peaks on the island. However, since the first Kendo tournament was held, these 10 sword-shaped mountain peaks were cut off by the great swordsmen at that time, and became a big stage for swordsmen to compete. Finally came to the second level. I am really nervous now. It is rumored that the second level of the Kendo conference is also known as the 10 swords stage. People who pass this level, even if they cannot go to the final. You can also win the reputation of the top 10 swordsmen in the world. Although it is not the number 1 in the world, the glory of the top 10 swordsmen is also very attractive. I don't know if I will have the opportunity to touch this position in my life. Advertisement. Look, they have started to act. They are here. The video phone bug setup in the venue has been activated. It is amazing. Not only are there pictures on the 10 broken fronts, but you can even watch them at will on the way. When Randolph announced the content of the second level, the test of this level officially began. Those who passed the level, including Luo Wei, all headed towards the 10 broken peaks. A huge screen was erected. The screen was divided into pictures, corresponding to the natural arena above the 10 Duanfang and the roads leading from the venue to Duanfang. There is no need to mention the process of going to the mountain, the key is the selected mountain. This second hurdle does not stipulate who must go to that mountain, but let yourself choose. With only one chance to play, the selected peaks are naturally cautious enough. Such a situation also caused a strange scene to appear. Even after arriving at the selected mountain, many people did not immediately go up to the top of the mountain, but instead vigilantly glanced at their fellow travelers. 0. Seeking flowers. Not only to prevent encountering powerful enemies, but also to avoid wheel battles. There is still a long time before sunset. If it is too early, it is bound to face the enemies who take turns to play, which will be a great burden on physical strength. Naturally, for this second level, the later the stage, the more favorable it is, and it is normal for people to be crowded at the bottom of the mountain. Advertisement. Luo Wei chose a mountain at random. After arriving at the bottom of the mountain, he first looked up at the top of the mountain, which was at least several hundred meters high, and then glanced at the people walking with him. There are a total of 127 people who passed the first pass. If they are distributed equally, each mountain is enough to divide about 12 people. But perhaps it was because Luo Wei was too famous, and there were only 5 people with him, including himself. Don't you want to be the first one? Taking a quick glance, Luo Wei also found that the other 4 people who came together stopped and looked at each other warily, not intending to go up the mountain at all. His heart moved, and soon he understood the reason, and at the same time smiled slightly. Withdrawing his gaze, Luo Wei took another step at the footsteps that stopped, using his strength to jump to the mountain peak like a sword pillar, and then stepped on the cliff that was almost the foothold, and quickly ascended into the air. It's the evil hunter. He actually climbed the mountain directly. Isn't he afraid of being fought by others? Are you so arrogant? No matter how powerful you are, those who can pass the first level are all strong swordsmen. If you go up one by one, the evil hunter may not be able to hold on. Whether it is arrogance or self-confidence, we will know later, but no matter whether the evil hunter can persevere to the end, I still respect his fearless attitude. At the venue, through the huge screen on the stage, many people noticed Luo Wei's actions, which caused a lot of heated discussions for a while. Advertisement. Chapter 348 The Blind Man's Life. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Master, do you think this person can persevere until the end? Among the audience, a beautiful girl about 16 or 17 turned her head and asked curiously to the old man beside her. Who can say for sure? This person is called Sin Hunter, but one of the top powerhouses today. If it's just a one-on-one situation, maybe no one who chooses the same mountain as him will be his opponent, but if you take turns fighting with others uninterruptedly, you may not be able to win the final victory. The old man smiled and explained to his proud disciple. The corner of the girl's mouth twitched. Isn't it the same as if you didn't say it? When I was wandering around the town last night, I saw someone set up a gambling game. This person named Luo Wei. I saw that his odds were very low. Although he won not much, but I still put a little money on him, 267. The low odds naturally meant that the gambler judged that it was very likely that Luo Wei would be able to pass the second level, otherwise, the odds would be increased. Huh, why are you gambling again? Didn't I tell you that gambling will damage the heart of swordsmanship? The old man was startled, and immediately looked at the girl with a headache. His apprentice, the talent of swordsmanship can be said to be very high. Although he is not yet an adult, he has faintly touched the threshold of a swordsman, and he has always been regarded as his successor. But among the advantages of high talent in kendo, there are also flaws. For some reason, he especially likes to gamble. Even if he imposes heavy punishments, there is still no effect. Advertisement. Ahem, this old gentleman is wrong to say that. If it is just a small gamble, I think there is no problem. Moreover, everyone's swordsmanship is different, so it may not be impossible to find the way of swordsmanship from gambling. Suddenly, a cough came from the other side of the girl. When the girl and the old man looked around in surprise, they immediately saw a tall, middle-aged man with X scars on his forehead and under his eyes. At the same time, even when this person was speaking, his eyes were closed tightly. With the scars above and below his eyes, he seemed to be a person with damaged eyes. Although the girl was surprised that this fierce-looking person would suddenly interject, she secretly delighted in what the other party said. Master, did you hear? This uncle is very sensible. Maybe I can walk a different path of swordsmanship from gambling. I don't know what your name is. The old man ignored his disciple's booing, but gave a light sigh after looking at the blind middle-aged man, and then asked tentatively with a serious look on his face. You're welcome. The old man can call me a lifetime. Although his eyes were damaged, the blind middle-aged man accurately found the old man's location and smiled heartily. Yi Yi, wait, are you Mr. Yi Yi who is known as the blind man? The old man said in shock. Yi Yi said with a smile. Liao prays, blind man dare not say it, I'm just a traveler with damaged eyes. Advertisement. Master, do you know this uncle? The girl asked in amazement as she looked at the master who lost his composure. The old man nodded, but shook his head quickly, looked at Yi Yi with a look of admiration and explained. Mr. Yi Yi is a respectable chivalrous man and a powerful swordsman, but it is also the first time to see Mr. Yi Xiao's true face. He had sensed the aura of a powerful swordsman just now from Sheng Sheng's body, and now that he knew Sheng Sheng's identity, he immediately had no doubts. Uncle, so you are so good. Hey, no, since you are so good, why don't you participate in the kendo competition? The girl knew her master's abilities well, so the person who could make her master admire her was definitely the kind of extremely strong swordsman. After looking at Sheng Sheng with respect, she asked with a strange feeling. Yi Yi smiled, turned his eyes back to the screen on the stage, and said gently, I am just a blind man. How can I compare with the heroes present, and everyone's swordsmanship is different, and my swordsmanship is not good at participating in such a meeting. Quote. While the conversation was going on the audience stage, the test of the second level had really begun. After all, it is a grand festival of swordsmanship, and there are countless people watching it. Even if they are afraid, it is impossible to stay overnight. After a stalemate for a while, the natural arena of the 10 mountain peaks ushered in their battle. On the natural arena with a length and width of about 50 meters, after Luo Wei climbed to the top of the mountain, a second person also ushered in. Advertisement. Sin Hunter, I, Lance, will meet you for the first match. The figure that appeared opposite Luo Wei was a man wearing a sword gym uniform, about 40 or 50 years old, and it can be said that it was the period when 10 people were at their strongest. With a long knife on his waist and sharp eyes, this man named Lance immediately pulled out the long knife from his waist after shouting loudly at Luo Wei. The blade is transparent and bright, which shows that this knife is by no means ordinary. It's Lance, the deputy head of the Jikong Sword Gym. The first opponent the Sin Hunter encountered turned out to be such a powerful swordsman. I didn't expect that there will be a fight between the tigers at the beginning of the 7th ring. Needless to say, the evil hunter is definitely an extremely powerful existence, and this Lance is also extraordinary. Although he is only the deputy master of the Jikong Sword Gym on the surface, his kendo level is the #1 expert in the Jikong Sword Gym, and he is ranked as the deputy master, because the master of the Jikong Sword Gym is his master. The kendo school in Hall 3.4 of Jikong Sword follows the way of the limit, and this Lance is walking at the limit of speed on the way of the sword. It is rumored that his slash is faster than lightning. Kill all the birds. Ring number 7 is Zhongfeng where Luo Wei is located. In the audience stage, after seeing Luo Wei confronting Lance, many people exclaimed, hurry up and focus on the person who is aiming at the ring no. 7. On screen. Luo Wei and Lance, who are in the Zhanfeng arena, don't know the reaction on the audience stage, or even if they know, they won't care, because both sides' attention is focused on each other. Life here is Fujitora, and the author only found out after Baidu that Fujitora's original Yishao name was wrong, and the real name is Yi. Advertisement. 340th Ix Sword Sharpening. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Come on, let me see your kendo too. For Lance, who was pointing the blade at him after drawing the sword, Luo Wei also raised his hand and grasped falsely on one side. For a moment, the sword of the fallen angel appeared instantly, and then he held the long sword down and said with a chuckle to the other party. Lance's eyes immediately fell on the sword of the fallen angel that appeared in Luo Wei's hands, but what he cared about was not the magic of the sword of the fallen angel, but the sword of the fallen angel itself. Sure enough, it is the sword of the fallen angel known as the strongest demon sword. It has been rumored that this person has obtained this demon sword for a while, and it is safe and sound until now. It seems that this person has tamed this demon sword. That alone is enough. It proves that this person's swordsmanship is extremely terrifying. A fear flashed in Lance's heart. Although he was not afraid, he was more vigilant towards Luo Wei. The demon sword is the embodiment of unruly and unruly. It will not only bite back against the knife holder, but also make it difficult to tame. It's just an ordinary demon sword, not to mention the sword of the fallen angel, which is known as the strongest demon sword. Whether Luo Wei can tame the sword of the fallen angel is enough to make great swordsmen and others feel admirable. With both sides showing their weapons, the sharp aura originating from the way of the sword is undisguised, and the aura alone makes the Zhanfeng ring filled with a feeling of oppression. Zheng. But within a few breaths, suddenly, a frightening knife light burst out, accompanied by Lance who disappeared without a trace. Ding. Advertisement. Boom. When Lance reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Luo Wei, and at the same time, their swords collided surprisingly. Sparks splashed everywhere, and the tyrannical slashing force burst out a huge shock wave, radiating out of the Zhanfeng arena in the blink of an eye, stirring the void with a radius of 100 meters into chaos. A slash that was blocked so easily. When the lightning-fast slash was blocked by Luo Wei, Lance was shocked at first, and then immediately broke out with a faster slash. Slashing hundreds of knives in an instant, the continuous shadow of the knives almost enveloped the void in front of him, making Luo Wei feel as if he had fallen into the hell of the knife wheel. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and Luo Wei's reaction was also very amazing. In an instant, his arms and swords merged into one, and the afterimages swayed, making all the continuous sword shadows block in the air. The messy sparks flickered wildly, and the two people who were reflected in the fierce battle narrowed their eyes. Not only are the swords constantly colliding, but the two fighting people are also quickly walking up and down the sword peak arena, layer after layer mixed with the aftermath of fiery slashing blows that burst into the distance, making people feel horrified. However, although the aftermath of the slashing and collision was astonishing, there was not much damage to the Zhanfeng arena, just because these Zhanfeng arenas had already infected the swordsmanship of many top sword masters and great sword masters in previous sword fighting battles. In terms of sturdiness alone, it is even stronger than the sword steel, so as far as the aftermath is concerned, even the battle of the great swordsman will not cause much damage to it. During the fierce battle, a quarter of an hour passed quickly. During this period, both Luo Wei and Lance showed superb swordsmanship. Advertisement. From the perspective of the battle situation, Luo Wei seems to be suppressed by Lance, and has always been in a defensive state, and this also allows Lance's extremely fast slash to the ultimate level. Interesting. Watching other people's swordsmanship in battle, you don't know how much essence you can learn from it. The eagle-eyed Mahawk on the throne also watched indifferently the battles in the Zhanfeng arena shown on the screen on the stage, but when he landed on the number 7 arena where Luo Wei was, his eyes flickered slightly, and the corners of his mouth showed a hint of playfulness. My current swordsmanship is already at the 9th level in terms of realm, even if it is also at the level of a great swordsman, it is already considered top-notch. However, compared to the realm, my swordsmanship is quite inferior. Although I can practice hard through practice, I still need to rely on the tempering of combat. Although this person's swordsmanship has not yet reached the level of a great swordsman, it is only a thread away, especially his swordsmanship, which can be said to have reached an astonishing level in terms of speed. If I can absorb the opponent's speed-type swordsmanship, then it will definitely play a big role in promoting my swordsmanship practice. While defending tightly, Luo Wei flashed one thought after another in his mind again and again, regardless of his eyesight or knowledge, he was firmly watching the changes of the opponent's every 10 slashes. Sword art is a technique that can be extended to many types, and speed also belongs to this category. Exquisite techniques can greatly reduce the resistance brought about when slashing, and similarly, the unique way of exerting force can also increase the speed of slashing. Luo Wei's participation in the Kendo conference was, on the one hand, an invitation from Hawkeye Mahawk, and on the other hand, was it not to sharpen his own sword skills with the help of many Kendo experts at the Kendo conference. Kendo is composed of realm and swordsmanship. If the realm of Kendo is the trunk, then Kendo and swordsmanship are the branches. Advertisement. If you want to thrive, you only need 380 to grow the two simultaneously, otherwise, if you are out of balance, you will be easily defeated by targeting the flaws. With Luo Wei only defending but not attacking, at first, Lance thought he had really suppressed Luo Wei, and he was delighted. But as time went by, Lance gradually saw the problem, because under his constant attack, Luo Wei never let him break through the defense. Shua. In another astonishing clash of swords, Lance suddenly stopped his violent attack, retreated quickly, and opened a distance from Luo Wei. Why don't you attack? Are you looking down on me? Lance's face was gloomy, and his eyes were fixed on Luo Wei. Luo Wei looked at him calmly in front of Hengdao, and said, "Don't think too much, this is just my way of fighting. When it's time to attack, I will attack naturally. Okay. Then I'll see how long you can defend yourself." A ruthless look flashed in Lance's eyes, the bright and transparent blade turned suddenly, and his figure swept out at an alarming speed. Extreme air flow empty flash. When Lance approached Luo Wei, the long knife in his hand suddenly disappeared. Naturally, his long knife didn't really disappear, it just broke out in an instant with an unimaginable fast slash. Advertisement. Chapter 350 Sword Showdown. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. So fast. Even Luo Wei was amazed when faced with Lance's air flash, this kind of slashing speed, unless he activated his mind power, it would be difficult for him to do it with pure swordsmanship alone. But amazed, Luo Wei reacted instantly. When the air flash appeared like a disappearing slash, he immediately backed away, and at the critical moment, Lance's air flash missed. What? He actually avoided my air flash. When the slash was missed, Lance's mind was so shocked that his movements froze for a moment, making Luo Wei, who retreated and stabilized his figure, frowned, and quickly stabbed the opponent with 10 swords. Not good. Luo Wei's counterattack immediately brought Lance back from the shock, and he dodged in a hurry, narrowly avoiding the stabbing sword point. It's not enough. Show off your stronger sword skills. Advertisement. The appearance of the empty flash can be said to have brought a great surprise to Luo Wei, and it also made him look forward to the opponent's next swordsmanship. In order to create more pressure, he no longer focused on defense, but launched a counterattack. After Lance dodged Luo Wei's straight thrust, several flashes of bright sword light approached, attacking his vitals, causing him to block and dodge in embarrassment, and retreated to the edge of the ring. Luo Wei's counterattack was just to force out more excellent swordsmanship from the opponent, so he didn't chase after him. He stood where he was, staring at the opponent with burning eyes. Hateful. Luo Wei's action of stopping the attack not only did not make Lance happy, but felt that he had been humiliated. In his heart, he slashed the knife fiercely with a blazing sword energy. The sword edge covered with bloodshot lines lightly tapped, and at the moment of contact with the sword energy, Luo Wei just twisted the blade lightly, and then lifted it upwards. With a very delicate unloading of force, the blazing sword energy suddenly changed its trajectory, and with Luo Wei's slashing, it was transferred to emptiness. Extreme space flow profound truth light speed slash. Although Lance was angry, he didn't lose his mind. The sword energy he slashed out was only auxiliary, and the real ultimate move came from the follow-up. With a burst of charge, Lance retracted the knife in an instant, and then quickly swept to Luo Wei's side. When he turned around, his amazing knife drawing technique bloomed. The speed of the sword drawing is higher than that of the air flash, which can be said to have derived the speed to an ultimate. Just like its name, the sword drawing technique performed by Lance is like flying at the speed of light, which makes people have no time to react. The moment the knife was drawn, Lance's wrist holding the knife made an unbearable sound. Advertisement. After this knife was cut, even if Lance could defeat Luo Wei, his wrist would still be seriously injured. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment, and Lance's saber light approached Luo Wei's neck, but just as he was about to succeed, a sword blade suddenly rose from below, just blocking the front of the saber light. When the terrifying knife light hit the blade, and the air waves visible to the naked eye burst out and spread instantly, radiating from the Zhongfeng arena all the way to the distance, rolling up a wave like shock wave. But no matter how amazing Yu Wei was, Lance's light speed slash was blocked after all. The blade blocking the light of the sword was the sword of the fallen angel. Luo Wei reacted in an instant, protruding the sword from under the chest with his backhand, blocking Lance's fatal blow. Of course, the terrifying kinetic energy generated by the astonishing speed was not without effect. Luo Wei blocked Lance's slashing attack, but was hit by the opponent's slashing force and moved sideways for a few steps before stabilizing his figure. But even so, Lance's mind sank to the bottom of the valley as the light speed slash of the slash was blocked, and he put down the long knife in a daze. I lost. A dry taste spread in his heart. Even the strongest slash couldn't cause substantial damage to Luo Wei. Lance already understood how big the gap was between himself and the opponent. After leaving a word, Lance turned around and jumped off the Zhongfeng arena. He didn't even continue to watch the next match, but left said island directly. Win. The evil hunter defeated Lance, and he has won the first victory. Advertisement. As expected of a swordsmanship tournament, the level of swordsmanship is too high. I couldn't see Lance's slash at all just now, but the evil hunter easily blocked it. It's so strong. Even the defeated Lance is amazingly strong. If it's me, I'm afraid I can't stop it with a single blow. Luo Wei's Zhanfeng arena is not the first to end the first battle, but just like the previous arenas, after the battle, it also aroused the emperor's exclamation and cheers from the audience. Master, isn't the kendo competition a competition of kendo? Why do I see that in addition to using kendo in a few battles, they also used the abilities of Haki and Devil Fruit? After watching the battle earnestly, the girl sitting with Yisheng couldn't help but said to her master. The old man turned his head and glanced at his lover, and explained. Nilu, there is no pure swordsmanship competition in this world. Just like men and women, men are born stronger than women. Naturally, in the way of swordsmanship, strength will have an inherent advantage. Similarly, on the other hand, although women are not as powerful as men, they are superior to men in flexibility, so in this kendo competition, the key to the competition is Renji who holds the sword. Quote. Sheng, who was sitting on the other side, obviously heard the girl's words. He also turned to look at it, and said with a smile, that's right, the way of swordsmanship needs to be pure, but there is no such thing as purity in the competition of swordsmanship. Not only the respective advantages of men and women cannot make the sword competition pure, but also the weapons. A good weapon is enough to make the sword more powerful, and we can't force others to use the same weapon. There is also the ability of Haki and Devil Fruit you mentioned. Although these two powers are not kendo, but if these powers can be integrated into kendo, then they can also be used in kendo competitions. Quote. As that's so. The explanation given by the old man and Yisheng made the girl called Nilu look surprised, and the doubts in her heart were also answered. Advertisement. Chapter 351. Victory. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Back in the ring. After Luo Wei achieved his first victory, he soon ushered in his second opponent. The person who boarded the Zhanfeng arena this time was an old man who looked to be in his 60s, but his body was still very strong and burly. Of course, the age of this old man can only be regarded as upper middle among the people who have entered the second level. After all, to be able to enter the second level, the level of swordsmanship is at least at the level of a top swordsman. Except for people like Luo Wei who are cheating and talented people like Guillaume, if you want to become a top swordsman, you basically need to practice for decades. The second old man on the field, whose kendo cultivation level does not belong to Lance at all, has also reached the level of a top swordsman. In addition, the two-color Haki is also very proficient and profound in training, and has already integrated with a body of kendo. He is definitely a strong figure in kendo. The old man did not communicate with Luo Wei after playing, but drew his sword directly to show his fighting spirit. For this, Luo Wei, who wanted to sharpen his sword skills, was naturally happy, and also raised his sword and pointed it at the opponent. After a short confrontation, the old man rushed forward suddenly, showing his superb swordsmanship, and slashed fiercely at Luo Wei. Amid the sound of Jin Jie clashing, Luo Wei's sword light shone, instantly blocked the /020, and a fierce battle broke out immediately. Just like when he was fighting Lance, Luo Wei was not in a rush to attack, but was more defensive to observe his opponent's swordsmanship. Advertisement. In the collision of swords again and again, sparks and violent impacts continued to burst out. Luo Wei brought the field of knowledge to the ultimate level, so as to defend more closely and observe swordsmanship in more detail. Time passed little by little. On the 10 sword edge arenas, fierce kendo duels are staged all the time. Someone wins and someone loses. The kendo battle, which can be called a grand occasion, can be said to fascinate all the people who come to watch the battle, and it has also successfully stimulated more people's enthusiasm and desire for kendo. Of course, amidst the constant battles, the time also quietly arrived at sunset. Although there is no shortage of long-term battles, when the end is drawing to a close, the sword peaks everywhere are already in the period of the final battle. Jung. The turbulent slashes swept across with a domineering attitude, and the mere airflow rolled up, Ajib, turned into a gust of wind radiation. With a style of evil dragon, the opponent who fought with Luo Wei was unbearably cut off with a blade, and then his chest was torn with a hideous gap with deep bone visible. Ah! After the shrill scream, the man was thrown into the air by the force of the slash, and fell directly to the Zhanfeng terrace. Advertisement. Simply, at the bottom of Zhanfeng Peak, there were already rescue personnel arranged by the venue to catch the fallen person in time and provide medical treatment, otherwise the impact of falling to the ground would inevitably cause aggravated injuries. Of course, this is also the reason why Luo Wei saved his strength at the end. Otherwise, with the power of the dragon slash, his opponent would be torn in half by both people and knives. No one else. The field of knowledge sensed the situation under the sword peak, and after confirming that there was no opponent, Luo Wei glanced at the big sun that was about to fall into the sea in the distance, and then sat down cross-legged, recovering the exhausted physical strength on the spot. Under his deterrent power, not many people chose the 7th sword peak, but in order to better observe the sword skills, he fought with everyone for a long time. Such a move not only allowed him to gain more insights in swordsmanship, but also consumed more physical strength. Of course, with his own strong enough strength, Luo Wei didn't suffer many injuries, he only needed to recover his physical strength. At the end of Luo Wei's battle, the same is true for the sword at L. The famous sword Jin Pai Luo draws the silk-like sword energy, which looks weak, but it is extremely fierce. It not only cuts off the sword energy from the opponent in the battle, but also cuts deep sword marks on the opponent's abdomen. Plop. The opponent who fought with Gion was hit hard again, and finally couldn't hold on anymore, and fell to the ground, bleeding from the abdomen and the wounds left before, powerlessly chose to admit defeat. Panting short of breath, although Gion had won, his injuries were also serious. On the chest, abdomen, and limbs, you can see the wounds left by the enemy's kendo. Advertisement. Although Gion is extremely talented in kendo and won the second pass at a young age second only to Luo Wei, it was also at the cost of serious injuries. Of course, even if this is the case, Gion's victory still caused bursts of exclamation from the spectators. I can't believe it, this woman actually defeated all the opponents of No. 3 Zhonfeng. There are very few female swordsmen who can reach the peak. There will be such a powerful female swordsman in Marine. If she does not fall in the future, maybe a female admiral will really appear in the next admiral. HMPH, I want to see who dares to say that female swordsmen are inferior to male swordsmen. Marine Gion, she will be my idol from now on. In the circle of swordsmen, there is almost a saying that women cannot reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Even under this statement, many schools of kendo will choose men for inheritance, while for women, they often have contempt. Now Gion's victory can be said to be a boost to all the female swordsmen watching the battle, and they respect and admire them. The same is true for Nailu. Even though her master never underestimated her female identity and taught her swordsmanship, Gion's amazing performance still made her feel excited and excited. Boom. Suddenly, a huge bell resounded and reverberated, and it was impressive that a bronze bell was struck in the venue. Everyone, the time for the second round has ended, and the battle of the 10 sword peaks has come to an end. I believe you have seen that each of the sword peaks now has their masters, and the 10 victors, from today at the beginning, they will be awarded the reputation of the top 10 swordsmen in the world. Let us congratulate them with applause. Amid the sound of bells, Randolph also stepped onto the central stage, announcing the result of the second level with a passionate voice. 10 winners including Wei. Advertisement. Chapter 352. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Such a reputation as the top 10 swordsmen in the world is undoubtedly a great honor for swordsmen. If someone among them opens a sword gym, there will be countless people who will sign up enthusiastically, achieving both fame and fortune. Similarly, if someone among them expresses their desire to join a certain faction, then even the Marine or the 4 emperors will surely open their doors to welcome the sun. On the arena of the 10 sword peaks, when the sun fell completely into the sea, the 10 people standing on it also stared at the other sword peaks in tacit understanding, as if they were determining their opponents in the last stage. Different from the end of the first level, after the kendo duel in the second level, there will be a 3-day rest period before entering the final third level test. Similarly, after winning the second round and being honored as one of the top 10 swordsmen in the world, the organizer of the conference also arranged a more superior residence for the contestants. How does it feel to be one of the top 10 sword masters? In the resplendent hall, eagle-eyed Mahawk sat on a soft sofa, sipping the fine wine in his glass, and eyeing Luo Wei who was sitting across from him. As the number 1 in the world, you come to me to discuss the top 10 sword masters. I can understand that you are demonstrating to me. Luo Wei drank all the fine wine in his glass and looked at the other party indifferently. Advertisement. How to understand is up to you, I just want to see the opponent's situation in advance. Hawkeye Mahawk said calmly. After a bottle of wine was drained, Mahawk left, and Luo Wei also got up and returned to the room, continuing to sort out and understand the sword skills Bai Kai had observed. After Gion issued an invitation to Luo Wei to fight, the other 8 people also found their opponents, and then each picked a sword peak and rushed to it. The reason why he invited Luo Wei to participate in the Kendo conference at the beginning, and even came here specially now, is not only because Luo Wei's Kendo is extremely strong, but also because Luo Wei is young. Now it is up to me to introduce the contestants who have entered the third stage, that is, the new top 10 sword masters. If the minimum standard of the first pass is the top swordsman, then the standard of the second pass is the start of the great swordsman. He doesn't care who he fights with, because his target is Mahawk from the beginning to the end, and Gion's invitation to fight is no different from anyone else. From this, it is not difficult to see that in this era, it can be said that all heroes are rising together, and no lineup can dominate the world. Luo Wei, how about fighting with me? The same is true of Mahawk, who came here this time. It seems that he is preparing to see his future opponent. Youth represents potential, and Luo Wei's age and strength are enough for anyone to admit that he has unlimited potential. It can be said that this year's top 10 swordsmen have a myriad of identities, including Marines, pirates, gangsters, etc. Advertisement. Even though the Kendo competition focuses on Kendo, to be able to win the second level must have a strong physical fitness. There are top sword gym masters with tens of thousands of disciples, there are big pirates who run across the sea, and there are folk powerhouses who were not well known before but are now famous. Gentlemen and ladies, the exciting moment has come again. From now on, the next stage will be the third stage of this Kendo tournament, and the winner of the third stage will have the opportunity to challenge the number 1 in the world. Qualifications. 0. Ask for flowers. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Luo Wei raised his brows lightly, and said, "You are so sure that I can pass the last test? You must know that the other 9 are all top swordsmen. Not to mention Luo Wei and Gion, in Randolph's introduction, the other 8 are undoubtedly great sword masters with amazing kendo skills. At your age, even if you fail this time, you will come to me sooner or later in the future. My advance does not refer to the present." Hawkeye Mahawk said slowly. Luo Wei glanced at the other party unexpectedly, but he didn't refuse, nodded and said lightly, "Yes." After the introduction, it is naturally the turn to explain the content of the 3rd level. Mahawk thinks that he is not weaker than anyone, but if he is Luo Wei's age, he must admit that he is far behind. Regarding what Mahawk said, Luo Wei smiled slightly and didn't say much. After refilling his drink, he continued to taste. Advertisement. The Zhongfeng ring that Luo Wei and Gion arrived at was the number 3 Zhongfeng where Gion stayed before. 0. On the stage of the venue, a huge video phone worm rose again, projecting an all-round view of Zhongfeng Arena, which was selected as the second duel. In terms of the strength of swordsmanship, of course, the best way to explain it is through battles. The test method of the 3rd level seems to be a continuation of the 2nd level, but it is also very reasonable. At the same time, the place of the battle is still the 10 sword peaks as the arena. Even though the kendo duel cannot be judged solely by kendo, and there will be hockey, devil fruit and other forces mixed in, but this conference will be based on kendo after all, so those who can enter the 3rd stage must have kendo cultivation bases. How level? Including Luo Wei, when the date for the 3rd stage arrived, the 10 people who already had the reputation of the world's top 10 swordsmen stood in a cross row on the central stage of the audience. With Randolph's announcement, the test method of the 3rd level has also been revealed. Luo Wei and others will freely select opponents, and they will be eliminated in a one-on-one format until the last person left to challenge the world's number 1 qualifications. Just after Randolph announced the test method, Gion stepped out resolutely, but came directly to Luo Wei, Shen Ran said. The two jumped up, stepped on the cliff continuously, and soon climbed onto the wide ring 9. Standing on the side of the stage, Randolph, full of figure, introduced Luo Wei, Gion and others who were lined up on the stage. Luo Wei is really too young, which is seriously mismatched with the tyrannical strength he displayed. After 3 days of rest, people like Gion, who were seriously injured in the 2nd round, have almost recovered. Advertisement. 350th chapter's murderous prestige. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Luo Wei, I have already watched your battle in the 2nd level through the video. I know you are honing your sword skills, but this time, I hope you can fight with all your strength and let me see your true sword skills. Gion slowly pulled out Jinpyra, but did not launch an attack immediately, but Mimo tightly locked on Luo Wei, and shouted loudly. Luo Wei narrowed his eyes slightly, then returned to normal, and said calmly, since you know that I am honing my sword skills, then you know that I have been holding back in previous battles, and now you want me to fight with all my strength, then you have to prepare to die. This is exactly what I want. If I really lose to be killed by you, then I can only say that I am nothing more than that. Also, you don't need to worry about the marine relationship you once had, it's just that you cooperated last time. 273, help us deal with the Big Mom pirate group, you can already say that you have repaid all the kindness that Marine has given you in nurturing you. Gion said in a deep voice. Luo Wei nodded slightly, and said slowly, since you have such awareness, then I will naturally not say anything. In the next battle, I will do my best to fight, I hope you will not regret it. Come on, let me see how far I am from you now. Gion took a deep breath with the blade lying in front of him, said with firmness in her beautiful eyes. During the battle between Marine and Big Mom pirates, she also saw Luo Wei fighting against the strongest of Big Mom pirates, and because of this, she already regards Luo Wei as the best way to hone her swordsmanship. Good object. Even if she loses in the end, the battle with Luo Wei is enough for her to experience more elegance in the way of kendo. Advertisement. As for dying in defeat, since you want to climb to the pinnacle of swordsmanship, how can you go all the way safely? As Gion said, if she really died in battle, then it can only be said that she was nothing more than that. No fear of life and death, only to pursue the pinnacle of swordsmanship, this is her swordsmanship. Luo Wei also clearly felt Gion's awareness of the way of the sword, so he didn't hesitate any longer, and took out the sword of the fallen angel from that space with his backhand. The moment the sword was brightened, Luo Wei's murderous aura radiated not only caused the fallen angel's sword to respond, but also made the blood-streaked blade glow scarlet, and formed a murderous aura like a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. The murderous aura should be invisible and quality less, but Luo Wei's murderous aura was too terrifying, so terrifying that the murderous aura leaked out, and even affected the outside world. On the opposite side, Gion's pupils contracted into needles for an instant, and the hairs all over his body immediately stood on end. In her eyes, Luo Wei's back seemed to be swallowed by darkness, Uzumaki distorted the void like a black curtain, and a pair of emotionless and cold eyes looked down on her in the center of the black Uzumaki. It wasn't just Gion alone who was shocked by Luo Wei's murderous aura, the forest around Zhongfeng also suddenly fell silent. What is this? Why does my body feel so cold? Isn't said island a spring island? Murderous aura. Such a terrifying murderous aura. This murderous aura came from the direction of number 3 Zhongfeng Peak. How could someone spread the murderous aura here from such a long distance? Advertisement. It's an evil hunter. Is this guy a monster? Just relying on his murderous aura, Yuanren is so terrifying. Luo Wei's murderous aura was like dropping a boulder on a calm lake, which not only caused ripples on the lake, but also caused huge waves. Even in the venues that are far apart, the terrifying murderous aura is transmitted quickly. Everyone who watched the battle showed horror, and even those with poor psychological qualities screamed and collapsed on the ground. Danger! 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 It was as if there were sirens screaming crazily in his mind, and Gion, who was most directly impacted by the murderous intent, retreated rapidly towards the rear under the instinctive trend. But while retreating, Gion also relied on his strong will to resist Luo Wei's murderous impact, and even took the lead in attacking with silver teeth. Zheng. In the brilliant light of the sword, a huge blazing sword energy burst out in an instant, slashing directly at Luo Wei's place, as if it wanted to tear Luo Wei's whole body into two halves. Kai. The sword of the fallen angel pierced out like lightning, and the moment Gion pulled out the sword, Luo Wei responded with cold eyes. The frightening sword light precisely hit the torn huge sword aura, and the sharp edge burst out all of a sudden, piercing through and shredding the temple's great sword aura. Advertisement. Stepping forward, with amazing explosive power, Luo Wei disappeared in the blink of an eye, and flew in front of Gion in an instant at a speed that surpassed the naked eye. The sword flashed, and in less than a second, Luo Wei slashed hundreds of swords in succession, forming a net of swords that engulfed Gion. The frightening sharpness contained in the sword light sizzled as it tore apart the void, and at the same time, Gion's expression changed, and he quickly slashed in defense. Ding ding ding. Gion was able to reach the third level, so there was no doubt about his swordsmanship. Although he was not good at fast swordsmanship, he also showed impressive sword speed under defense. Sparks splashed wildly, fierce air waves radiated layer by layer, under the tight defense without gaps, all of Luo Wei's high-speed slashes were blocked by Gion. Of course, at 1.9, while parrying, Gion was forced to retreat again and again, almost falling off the Zhongfeng ring. This is not only because Luo Wei's armament haki and physical strength are stronger than Gion's, but also because his kendo realm is more profound than Gion's, and his cutting power is naturally unparalleled. Seeing that Gion was about to be oppressed by Luo Wei and fell out of the ring, when Gion realized the situation, he immediately yelled coquettishly, showing his exquisite swordsmanship, and broke Luo Wei's offensive. The swords collided together, and with the power of skill, Gion swung away Luo Wei's fallen angel sword, and then rushed forward with a single step, slashing at Luo Wei's right arm holding the sword. There was a flash of light in his eyes. Although Luo Wei was quite surprised by Gion's exquisite swordsmanship, it was not enough to have much influence on him. Advertisement. 350th Chapter's 3 Moon Cut. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The sword light drew half a circle, accurately blocking the slash, and the blade slashed by Gion immediately collided fiercely with the sword of the fallen angel. Suddenly, Luo Wei noticed something unusual. Gion's slash was surprisingly weak. No, more precisely, it should be powerless. Shua. Gion's explosive counterattack was obviously just a feint, and under the pressure of Luo Wei's defense, he immediately withdrew his sword and sprinted away, quickly escaped from the edge of the ring, and flew not far away with one ups and downs. Insufficient strength. Choose to focus on skills. Luo Wei reacted in an instant, and when he was lamenting the opponent's intelligence in his heart, he also turned around abruptly and slashed out with a sword. The tyrannical power whipped up a violent storm, and the amazing sword light, which was more concise and domineering than the sword energy, tore through the air, and quickly swept across to Gion. Boom. Too late to dodge, Gion tried his best to raise the knife to resist, but when he came into contact with the sword light, he found that he still underestimated the power of the sword light. Amid the deafening roar, Gion's arms holding the knife were immediately bent, and the back of the knife almost hit him. At the same time, the ground under O9's feet was also cracked, slipping backwards. Block me. Gion was terrified in his heart, and quickly changed the edge of the resisting blade, and changed more than a dozen techniques of unloading force in an instant. Finally, after gliding for more than 10 meters, Gion successfully released the sword glow, allowing it to pass by his side and shoot into the distance. Advertisement. Zheng. The sword light was piercing. Before Gion could take a breath, the sharp sword light was already approaching in front of him again. Luo Wei rushed towards the opponent's throat with a sword. Mind flow / blood mosquito. Just as Gion requested, Luo Wei fully displayed his sword-dominated strength, and the burst of sword light was not only as fast as lightning, but also accompanied by the ultimate edge brought about by the shock. Under the perception of the impressive observation haki, Gion immediately felt the terrible danger from Luo Wei's slash, and even before the slash was hit, there was a faint tingling sensation in his throat. Hateful. Gion struggled to slash out the blade, trying to dispel Luo Wei's slash with exquisite skills. But when the terrifying sword light collided with Jinpyra, Gion hadn't had time to disengage it, and there was a piercing cutting sound from the blade. Jinpai Luo is a famous knife of the Dokuai level, whether it is the sharpness or the firmness of the material, it is extraordinary. Not to mention that Gion's armament haki is not weak, and the covering and condensation are enough to make Jinpyra stronger. Before Luo Wei landed, Gion rushed out after closing the wound, and with the swing of his wrist, Jinpai Luo seemed to split into 3 handles, and slashed 3 bright saber lights towards Luo Wei quickly. How can it be? At the same time, in order to block Luo Wei's attack, she also quickly drew her sword and slashed out, drawing a huge sword aura. Shua. Gion showed amazing swordsmanship, but Luo Wei was not surprised but delighted. The field of knowledge and knowledge activated ultimate, and for a short moment, he could better understand the opponent's attack. Advertisement. Ding. At this moment, Luo Wei turned the blade suddenly, but deflected the blade on the tip of the sword with ingenuity, and then slashed down with a sword, drawing a terrifying slanting sword light. Gion's reaction was quick and his movements were extremely agile, but Luo Wei's attack was also not slow. Although Gion reacted quickly and retreated towards the rear, the falling sword light still scratched the clothes and flesh on her chest. Luo Wei indeed flew towards Gion immediately, and when he saw the huge sword aura coming from the slash, he leapt vertically, avoiding the sword aura from the sky like a flying swallow. Amidst the piercing sound of cutting, the Jinpyra in Gion's hand was slashed nearly 1 centimeter by Luo Wei's sword. Puff Kai. Puff Kai. After all, Gion didn't dodge it completely, a bloody gash was cut on one side of the neck, and the main artery was almost cut open. However, the confrontation was not over at this time. When Jinpyro cut a gap, the sword of the fallen angel, which was constantly shaking, did not stop, but violently rubbed against the gap, and directly stabbed towards Gion on the opposite side. The trick was cracked, and Gion's mind immediately shook violently, with some horror and disbelief. Life returned. First there was the sound of clashing swords, and then there was a huge roaring sound amidst the turbulent violent air waves. After he withstood the light of the knife falling on his head, the light of the knife cutting towards his waist from the other 2 sides immediately dissipated like a phantom. When? Advertisement. The flashing sword light immediately awakened Gion from the damage to Jinpyra, and then, under the insight of observation haki, hurriedly dodged sideways. Somewhat embarrassed, he jumped to the distance, and the moment he landed, Gion controlled the muscles in his neck and forcibly closed the bleeding mouth. Gion's self-confident skills were weakened to the extreme in the face of absolute power. With the super insight ability in the field of knowledge, Luo Wei abruptly saw through the real slash. But the strength still depends on the comparison. For others, the Jinpyra covered with Gion's armament haki may be indestructible, but under the attack of Luo Wei's blood mosquito slash, it becomes vulnerable. 3 suns and moon slash. These 3 saber lights were aimed at Luo Wei's head and sides respectively, shaped like a, completely blocking the possibility of Luo Wei dodging. The skill of transforming into 3 knives in an instant is indeed amazing and magical, but after all, there is only one body of slashing. Jinpyra is just a weapon, it doesn't matter whether it is broken or not, Luo Wei's goal is always to kill the person holding the weapon. In the blink of an eye, Gion and the sword light stabbing towards him crossed, but a stream of blood splashed out from the smooth and white side of the neck. Gion was also keenly aware of the damage to the love knife, and was shocked and angry for a while. That's what makes it interesting. Suddenly, just when Gion's Sanri 367 Yuasian was about to fall on Luo Wei's body, Luo Wei who was in midair suddenly thrust out with a sword, hitting on the light of the knife that was cutting towards his head. Blood spurted out from the wound quickly, staining the clothes red, and the intense pain made Gion stagger. Sanri Yuzan was actually seen through by him. Advertisement. 350th chapter's lurking danger. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Swish swish swish. The sword slashed repeatedly, but Gion didn't forget to fight back even though he was injured. The blazing sword energy formed a staggered trend, tearing towards Luo Wei quickly. The sword light was pointed out quickly, like a bright star, colliding violently with the torn sword energy. Amidst the chirping sound, the sword energy that Gion cut out was immediately pierced and shredded by Luo Wei. However, Gion also successfully bought time for himself, and once again closed the wound with his life back, preventing the continued loss of blood. The clothes on the chest were cut open, and although it was stained with blood, the white skin inside could be vaguely seen. It's just that at this time, neither Gion nor Luo Wei paid any attention to it. After finishing off the continuous sword attack, Luo Wei stared at Gion coldly, and Gion also stared at Luo Wei closely, and Jinpyra was held in front of his body with both hands. This woman's swordsmanship is at best a middle-level great swordsman, but her swordsmanship skills can be described as the pinnacle, so it's no wonder that she can reach the 3rd level. But that's fine, I need to sharpen my swordsmanship, and the opponent treats me as a whetstone, and I can also use the opponent to sharpen my swordsmanship. Luo Wei moved a few steps, his eyes locked on the other person coldly, each thought flashed in his heart, and then suddenly flew out. Advertisement. Don't try to succeed. Although Gion was injured, his fighting spirit was even higher, and he immediately saw through Luo Wei's intentions, and the blade swiftly slashed out, intercepting the stabbing sword light. Ding ding ding. After a brief stalemate, there was a splendid and fierce collision. The flashes of swords and swords, the dense collisions caused sparks to splash, and at the same time, it was accompanied by violent impact air waves. Luo Wei, who also regards Guillaume as the object of sharpening, is not performing powerful tricks, but instead confronting the opponent with pure swordsmanship. Of course, even so, the battle between the two is still extremely fierce, and fast shuttle figures and terrifying slashes can be seen constantly in the entire arena. As expected of the battle in the third level, it was really exciting. Is this the strength of the 10 great swordsmen? Each of them is an astonishing great swordsman. Such a duel is unimaginable in ordinary times. If you want to win, I have suppressed all my belongings. If I lose, I will not even have the opportunity to go home by boat. Not only was Luo Wei fighting fiercely with Guillaume, but the other 8 also had a grand duel on the 4 selected sword peak rings. The huge sword energy that can easily tear through the sky, the brilliant swordsmanship that is as subtle as the ultimate, and the unimaginably powerful trick. The battle in the third level is undoubtedly more magnificent than the battle in the second level, and it also makes the people watching the battle amazed. Advertisement. Of course, there are also some gamblers shouting and shouting, people who have bet a lot of money on their own. How's the situation there? No problem. The evil hunter is still on said island, and he has also entered the third doctor of the Kendo conference. HMPH, with this guy's strength, there's nothing surprising about it, but he won't be able to be arrogant for long. Remember, you must monitor the whereabouts of the evil hunter. Once he leaves said island, it's time for us to take revenge. Understood, we will keep an eye on him. In a corner of the auditorium, several people were talking in low voices with phone bugs, and from time to time, their eyes would glance at the screen aimed at number 3 Zhongfeng on the stage with hatred. The 10 people who have won the reputation of the world's top 10 swordsmen are fighting fiercely on the 5 sword peak rings. Undoubtedly, the duel in the third round of the Kendo tournament has a very high gold content. Even if there may be a gap in strength, it will not be due to the sky. The fierce battle lasted for nearly half an hour. On the 5 sword peak arenas, there was still no winner. Of course, at this point in the battle, the level of the level can still be distinguished. Although some people were not defeated, they were still seriously injured due to the difference in strength. Guillaume is included among them. In the fierce confrontation, Guillaume had already suffered more injuries, and even had a bloody hole in his abdomen that was pierced by a sword. Even if the wound was closed with the return of life in time, the internal injury continued to worsen as the battle continued. Advertisement. Blood overflowed from the corner of the mouth, the sharp sword light collided with the sharp blade like lightning, blinked dozens of times, and the confrontation of the slashing was so fast that people couldn't see clearly at all. Guillaume's superb swordsmanship made Luo Wei very amazed, but his offensive did not decrease but increased, compressing the opponent's range of activities like a violent storm. Forced into desperation again and again, Guillaume also showed amazing talent, not only breaking through Luo Wei's oppression with superb swordsmanship, but also growing his kendo cultivation at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just like the purpose of Guillaume's insistence on confronting Luo Wei, she was indeed tempered under the pressure brought by Luo Wei, which improved her swordsmanship. Guillaume's swordsmanship is growing, but Luo Wei is also the same. In the second test, he observed a variety of exquisite swordsmanship, and now after observing Guillaume's superb swordsmanship, his swordsmanship it is also in progress. The frightened sword light flashed past, bringing up strange bloody flowers. On the opposite Nuo Li's side, Guillaume let out a muffled groan, and a deep blood mark was drawn on one shoulder. This is because she dodged in time, otherwise, the sword light just pierced her throat directly. Luo Wei is like a sea surface, after observing various sword techniques, absorbing the essence of them, and then integrating them into his own sword skills. Guillaume's kendo realm was already lower than Luo Wei's, but now that Luo Wei's swordsmanship has been enhanced, the offensive will naturally become more fierce and ferocious. Even though he tried his best to defend, Luo Wei still broke through the gap in the fierce slash, which made Guillaume's injury worse again. For a swordsman, the arms are the most important. Similarly, if the arms want to exert force, they must not escape the shoulders. Although the injury on Guillaume's shoulder cannot be said to be serious, it affected her swordsmanship and revealed more flaws. Advertisement. Chapter 356. Rabbit Meteor. Next chapter. Advertisement. Moving forward with both feet, Luo Wei didn't give the opponent a chance to breathe. He calmed down, his eyes were cold, and he slashed with his sword. Guillaume endured the pain on his body, and quickly swung his knife to resist. When the sword collided, sparks and violent impact immediately spread, stirring the void within a radius of tens of meters. Suddenly, a shock came from the sword of the fallen angel, but it shook Guillaume's blade away with ingenious skills. Not good. Guillaume's complexion changed drastically, and he hurriedly backed away, but Luo Wei's sword was faster, and the sword of the fallen angel that shook off Jinpyro instantly turned into a piercing sword light. Blood gushed out again. Under Guillaume's neck and above his chest, his clothes were torn, revealing a long and narrow sword mark with deep bone visible. Did you avoid the vital point by making a small jump while retreating? Seeing that the slash did not cut off the opponent's neck, Luo Wei's eyes flashed with surprise. Guillaume is not only extremely talented in swordsmanship, but also has a keen sense of fighting. Luo Wei thought that he could kill the opponent, but he didn't want her to just find out the vitality, and obtained the vitality at the cost of being injured. Upanishad Moon Rabbit. Although he was injured, Guillaume didn't stop fighting. Instead, he inspired more potential, reversed the offensive and defensive momentum in an instant, and jumped rapidly cut out the light of a bright knife with 277 lights. Advertisement. This knife light seems soft, but the blade hidden inside it is full of explosive power, just like a white rabbit, usually gentle, but it can burst out with amazing jumping power when it is critical. Guillaume's counterattack could not be described as unpleasant. The stunning knife light appeared in the middle of Luo Wei's eyebrows in an instant, and the turnaround was all in this short moment. Zheng. Brilliant sword light suddenly bloomed in front of Luo Wei's body. The bright sword light swirled and turned into a shield-like sword wheel, directly blocking the sword light. When the light of the knife hit the sword wheel fiercely, like a mayfly shaking a tree, the light of the knife shattered immediately, and the blade hidden in it was also bounced away forcefully. Thinking flow / point blood mosquito. Almost at the same time, seemingly slow but really fast, the spinning sword wheel quickly converged into one, and the oscillating blade instantly turned into a brilliant sword light, plundering with lightning. From Guillaume's counterattack to Luo Wei's defensive attack, all happened in a very short period of time. Many people watching the number 3 Zhanfeng Arena even blinked their eyes, and they were shocked to find that the battle on the arena had undergone major changes. As Guillaume said at the beginning, Luo Wei's love for Marine has been repaid. When the opponent insists on using him to sharpen the way of the sword, Luo Wei will naturally not do anything to show mercy. The brilliant sword light dissipated, revealing the sword of the fallen angel that penetrated Guillaume's heart. The blood-stained sword tip protruded from Guillaume's vest, and strands of blood dripped on the ground. Advertisement. Luo Wei, holding the hilt of his sword, looked at the other party calmly, and he could clearly see Guillaume's stunned expression and eyes that quickly lost their luster. Guillaume succeeded. She did use Luo Wei to grow her kendo, but the price was very heavy. She lost her life because of it. It was killed. Marine Vice Admiral Guillaume was killed by the evil hunter. This is the duel in the Sword Dao tournament. No matter what your status is, once you stand on the ring, you must have the consciousness of death. It's amazing. The strength of the evil hunter is really terrifying. Even a female swordsman like Guillaume is no match for him. Guillaume Vice Admiral. Damn it, the evil hunter dared to kill Guillaume Vice Admiral. No, I must pass this matter to the headquarters as soon as possible. Don't the evil hunters know that Guillaume is not only Marine's headquarters Vice Admiral, but also the righteous sister of Marine's Chief of Staff Suru? Now that he kills Guillaume, Marine will never give up easily. During the Kendo tournament, death fights are strictly prohibited on Side Island. Even if someone attacks, they will be hostile by all Sword Aja fighters. Under this rule, even the 4 emperors or Marines have to abide by it, unless they are willing to suffer the consequences of being hostile to all swordsmen and no longer being able to recruit swordsmen within the power. However, this is only during the Kendo tournament. Once the Kendo tournament is over, or you leave Side Island, then there will be no more restrictions. Don't the evil hunters be afraid of Marine's crazy revenge in just one Side Island. Guillaume's death not only represented Luo Wei's first victory in the 3rd stage, but also represented that there was no possibility of any relaxation between him and Marine. Among the crowd watching the battle, many people were also exclaimed because Guillaume was killed by Luo Wei, and there were many Marines among them. Guillaume was not the only one who came to participate in the Kendo conference, there were also many Marine swordsmen. Advertisement. The death of Guillaume can be said to have changed the faces of these Marines, even hurriedly took out the phone bug to contact. Anyone who has mixed up to a certain level knows the relationship between Guillaume and Crane, and also knows how much Crane loves his righteous sister. There is no doubt that if Guillaume's death is reported back to the headquarters and falls into the ears of the Crane, it will inevitably cause a turmoil. At the same time, apart from Crane, the suitors of Guillaume in Marine will certainly not be indifferent. Many people have even predicted that after the Kendo tournament is over, Luo Wei will be frantically hunted down by Marine. Of course, Luo Wei's victory also aroused the respect of many people. The natural law of power supremacy is also regarded as the truth by many people. These people don't care about justice and evil, and only follow and admire the powerful. Regardless of what others think, Luo Wei, as the person involved, doesn't have much thought about his killing of Guillaume. His prey targets include celestial dragons, which will inevitably make it impossible for him to have the possibility of détente with Marine. Killing Guillaume, to Luo Wei, is no different from killing other enemies. Pulling out the sword, the unsupported corpse immediately fell to the ground. Luo Wei sat cross-legged on the ground with a calm expression, recovering his exhausted energy. At the same time, at the end of the battle here, the staff of the venue also stepped onto the ring and carefully took Guillaume's body away. Luo Wei can ignore Marine, but the host of the Kendo conference can't do that. Even if it's just a corpse, it needs to be treated with care and returned to Marine's hands. Advertisement. Chapter 357. Flames and 4 Arms. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Not everyone is willing to sacrifice life and death to hone the way of the sword like Guillaume. In the other 4 arenas, some people chose to admit defeat after realizing that there was no chance of winning. In the end, although the throne of the world's #1 is tempting, you have to live to enjoy it, and even if you fight to the end, you still have to face the mountain of Mahak. When the sun came to the top of the head, after half a day of confrontation in the 3rd test, the battles on the 5 arenas were all over. Some of the 5 people who got it passed the test easily like Luo Wei, and some of them were seriously injured. But everyone is treated the same, so after supplementing the food and taking a short break for an hour, the second half of the duel is also very fast staged. Because there are 5 people, one-on-one distribution is not possible, so a lottery was drawn before the start, and one of them will have a bye, directly entering the final master pairing. I announce that the one who got the bye is Mr. Luo Wei, and now I invite the other 4 gentlemen to choose their opponents for the next match. On the stage, after the lottery, Randolph announced the result, and the bye was obviously Luo Wei. The Yuhuang is possessed. Luo Wei also looked at the white paper in his hand in surprise. The white paper drawn by the other 4 all had a pattern of a sword, and the white paper represented the bye. Regarding this result, the other 4 people all looked at Luo Wei in a flash, some with a smile on their face, and some with envious eyes. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, besides being powerful, the evil hunter is also so lucky. If he has a bye, he will have more time to recover his strength. In the battle with Guillaume, his physical strength was not particularly exhausted, so when he was recovering, he also watched the battle through the video phone bug on the stage. 0. Seeking flowers. These huge fire snakes are not just burning with flames, but are combined with the slash of the sword, and the flames are filled with fierce sword energy. Luck is also a kind of strength. If you don't have that strength, how can you have the chance to draw lots? On the other side, Luo Wei seemed to sense Mahak's gaze, and looked up at the throne. The top-level Logia Mera Mera fruit combined with the profound cultivation of the great swordsman, Harold's strength is definitely at the forefront among the top 10 swordsmen this year. There is one last step. I don't know if it will be you who walks in front of me. The lower arms use the double sword style to compete with the opponent, and the upper arms use the one knife style to attack. After watching the battle for a while, Luo Wei quickly saw the fighting style of the 4-armed man. Even if it is Logia devil fruit, eating it may bring powerful power, but it does not mean that it will not die. After death, devil fruit will naturally reappear in this world and be obtained by others. Burning, fire snake strangling. The fighting situation in the arena is also a good illustration of this point. Advertisement. On one side is the great swordsman with 2 swords, with 2 long swords interlaced vertically and horizontally, drawing out the fiery sword energy, showing the tyrannical double swordsmanship. The audience naturally looked sideways at Luo Wei, expressing emotion, envy, displeasure and so on. It's Harold, the flaming swordsman. He was one of the top 10 swordsmen in the last swordsmanship tournament. He is a popular candidate for this swordsmanship tournament. Seeing the abnormality of the opponent's body structure, Luo Wei immediately thought of devil fruit, and at the same time watched the battle seriously. The last match is a 3-person duel. I don't know which 2 will be left to fight the evil hunter in this duel. After the bye, Luo Wei directly sat on the seats on the side of the stage and took a rest, while the other 4 chose their opponents and chose 2 sword peak rings again. It can be said that once hit by the fire snake, in addition to being burned by the flame, it will also be torn apart by the sword energy. On a sword peak arena, as soon as the battle started, the raging fire turned into a scorching void that distorted, and 9 fiery snakes tens of meters long formed a siege momentum, biting and killing the opposite person. Integrating Mera Mera fruit into the sword, I don't know who is stronger or weaker than this person in my mind flow and fire element. Luo Wei raised his brows, and suddenly became very interested. After seeing the old man named Harold quickly gain the upper hand with his powerful flame slash, Luo Wei looked at the screen showing another ring. The person who burst out the flames and slashed was a silver-haired old man. Although he looked not young, his physique was bigger and stronger than that of a young man, especially his eyes, which seemed to be as sharp as piercing people's hearts. Even though the swordsman of the 2-sword-style swordsmanship penultimate was fighting with it, he was still unable to break through the defense of the 4-armed man, and was even gradually suppressed and retreated as the battle progressed. Advertisement. Flame swordsman Harold. No matter what price he pays this time, he must be recruited into my forces. With him in South Blue, who will be my opponent? On the throne, Mahak's eyes fell on Luo Wei's body, his eyes flickered slightly as if examining him. The audience was full of excitement, cheering and shouting for Harold's astonishing performance. Even the leaders of many powers looked at Harold with burning eyes, and their hearts of solicitation were extremely strong. Is it #1 in the world? It should feel good to sit on it. After Luo Wei made eye contact with Mahak, he took a deep look at the other person, didn't stop for a long time, and quickly withdrew his gaze. It is impossible for devil fruit to stay in a certain place for people to find, and it will often change owners constantly. A person has 4 arms, and has gathered 1 sword style and 2 sword style, and his own advantages can be said to be superior to others. Paramisha demon fruit power. The other party is quite weird, because this person has 4 arms, and 2 arms are added at the waist and ribs. The 2 people fighting on this arena are also engaged in a fierce battle. From a certain level, this four-armed man, like the future Zoro, is a three-sword style sword that surpasses the two-sword style. Point 0. In the battle, the four-armed swordsman used the one-sword style with the upper two arms, while the two arms protruding from the waist and ribs each held a long knife, and used the double-sword style. Chapter 359 The Final Battle E. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Luo Wei's sword blade towards Harold was blocked by the opponent's long knife, and at the same time his long knife was aimed at Rachel. It's just that Rachel also used the long knife in his right hand to hold Harold's blade, and the long knife in his left hand that was slashing towards Luo Wei was blocked by the second half of Luo Wei's blade. In just a moment of confrontation, the three of them engaged in a dangerous melee attack and defense. It can be said that if only one of the three is slightly behind, he will be slashed terribly. Mind flow / blood mosquito. Luo Wei's field of knowledge has almost reached the peak in terms of insight, and he responded after a moment of stalemate. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and the scarlet blade vibrated, causing Harold, who was blocking it, to change his complexion slightly, and immediately withdrew the blade and retreated. Good chance. Rachel accurately grasped the time when Luo Wei was about to attack Harold, and riding Harold back, with the liberated right long knife, he slashed at Luo Wei like lightning. 09's terrifying knife light appeared in front of Luo Wei's throat in an instant under the powerful combination of mind and body skills, making it hard to guard against. However, Luo Wei reacted in an instant, with no panic on his face. He retreated, retracted the blade, bounced from below, and accurately blocked the sword light. Ding. Advertisement. When the swords clashed, the oscillating scarlet blade, with its exquisite skill and oscillating power, dissipated all the slashing power contained in the light of the sword, and at the same time it struck Rachel's eyebrows like a blood-colored lightning. Pupils constricted, hairs exploded. Luo Wei's reaction speed far exceeded Rachel's judgment, and a strong crisis swept through his heart, causing him to turn his head hastily and swung his knife towards the stabbing blade. Puff Kai. A wisp of blood floated up, and the scarlet blade brushed against the corner of Rachel's eye, drawing a bloodstain. Of course, even though he was injured, Rachel still avoided the fatal blow, and at the same time, the following blade also hit the scarlet blade, cutting it open. The figure moved quickly, and Rachel quickly pulled a distance behind him to avoid being caught in Luo Wei's attack. Boom. At this moment, raging flames turned the entire ring red, and a huge flame slashed across, enveloping Luo Wei and Rachel in it. Such a slash naturally came from Harold. After he was forced to retreat by Luo Wei, he unleashed a powerful attack without hesitation, intending to suppress the two of them in one fell swoop. The flame is different from the magma, the power of the magma, the temperature is second, mainly because of the terrible stamping when the magma erupts. As for the flame, its power comes from the temperature with almost no upper limit. In the original book, Ace's development of Mera Mera fruit can be said to be on the wrong path, and condensation are not its advantages at all, otherwise it will not be easily suppressed by Akainu's magma. Although Harold is majoring in Kendo, his development of Mera Mera fruit is not weak. The most important thing is that he is on the right path. Advertisement. The huge flame slash not only condenses the terrifying sword energy, but also the temperature of the flame is at least above 1000 degrees, the residual power alone is already unbearable. Jung. At the moment when the flame slash was coming, Luo Wei immediately noticed it, turned around and slashed, and the oscillating scarlet sword slashed through the flame slash with terrifying sharpness. A crack emerged, and the flame slash that swept to Luo Wei's body broke from it, cutting off a path that he could pass through easily. The flame slash that turned into two halves immediately swept across the sides of his body, showing Luo Wei who was unharmed. Double sword style copper bull. Luo Wei didn't completely shatter the flame slash, so Rachel in Changshu also needs to face the flame slash. The two knives rotated rapidly, and when the lights of the knives intersected, it seemed that there was a huge copper bull wrapped around the body. The flame slashing swept down and was protected by the copper bull, which could not penetrate even the temperature. Until the flame slash dissipated, Rachel inside the bronze bull was not injured. Obviously, no matter if it is Luo Wei or the other three, they can't be defeated easily, and they all have powerful offensive and defensive means. Of course, Harold's attempt to defeat Luo Wei and Rachel obviously attracted their attention. Exclamation mark. Even though he didn't shave, Luo Wei's explosive speed was still astonishingly fast. In a flash, he appeared near Harold. Advertisement. The scarlet sword blade flickered, and a little bit of blood starlight shrouded Harold's every vital point, even blocking his possibility of dodging. Harold looked angrily at Luo Wei, who was bursting out with terrifying swordsmanship, and hurriedly swung his knife to block the approach of the bloody star. The bloody starbursts continued to burst, and at the same time, the amazing power contained in it was also oppressive. Harold retreated more than 10 steps, and his hands holding the knife went numb for a while. But Harold's crisis was not over yet, because after Luo Wei's attack, a cyan sword chi quickly rushed towards him. 740. The scale of this sword energy is not very large, but it is extremely condensed, like a high-pressure water flow, and it will tear Harold to pieces. At the critical moment, Harold also showed the strength of the veteran great swordsman, pressing down his numb hands, swinging the knife violently to one side when it came into contact with the sword energy. With superb skills, Rachel's slash was diverted by Harold, shot straight into the distance, and disappeared into the sky of the island. Kindness. Suddenly, just when Luo Wei was about to continue attacking Harold, his field of knowledge realized the danger, and the steps he took immediately turned on the spot, but turned to the side of his body, avoiding the rush towards him, and also for the same reason. Cyan sword energy. It was Rachel who followed the sword chi. He did not continue to attack Harold, but instead turned his target to Luo Wei. Although Harold's flame slash just now was also aimed at him, Rachel obviously had greater fear and hostility towards Luo Wei, who caused him substantial damage. Double swords guillotine. Yesterday's amazing swordsmanship bloomed again, and the twin knives turned into two fierce dragons, twisting towards Luo Wei's head instantly like scissors. Advertisement. Chapter 360, The Final Battle E. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ding. Suddenly, a ray of sword light flashed out, but it appeared between the dragon's scissors like lightning. For a moment, the violent impact radiated in all directions, but it also caused the dragon's scissors to stop abruptly. How is it possible that he actually broke my guillotine? On the opposite side, Rachel's eyes widened, his face was full of shock and horror. The illusion of the flood dragon dissipated, replaced by two crossed swords, firmly nailed in place by Luo Wei's fallen angel sword. Rachel's guillotine is indeed very strong. Yamato is terrifying, and he has brought his mind and body skills to an astonishing level. But not to mention that Luo Wei had already seen it yesterday. Even if he didn't, his knowledge field is enough for him to see the flaws of this move. Burn, burn, dragon swallow. Fierce flames swept across and exploded, and the slashing and raging flames fused together, turning into a majestic huge fire dragon, which opened its mouth and directly bit at Luo Wei's location. Harold's counterattack also made Rachel recover from the shock, and hurriedly withdrew his knife and retreated violently. He even slashed twice in a row, and sent out a shaped sword slash towards Luo Wei. Disturbed by Harold, Luo Wei lost the chance to counterattack Rachel, and at the same time was surrounded by Harold and Rachel's slashing attacks. Mind flow slash evil dragon. From dragon to dragon, the terrifying sword light sweeping like the fangs of an evil dragon appeared, not only tearing the huge fire dragon biting into two halves, but also easily annihilating the two big blue sword chi. Drink. Advertisement. With a shout, Harold didn't stop his attack because the fire dragon was extinguished, but strode towards Luo Wei furiously like a flame. Burning, burning, killing tigers. Blazing flames erupted, and a horrific tiger leapt out. The roar of the slash was like a tiger's roar, and it charged at Luo Wei with a frightening gesture of destroying everything. Mind flow slash violent ape. The terrifying sword gesture formed an illusion visible to the naked eye, and a roaring demon ape appeared behind Luo Wei, slashing with powerful fists, and collided with the flaming tiger in an instant. Boom. The impact and the flame intertwine and mix, turning into a soaring arrogance, violently shaking the clouds in the sky of Jund Island. The solid no. One sword peak shook violently, and the surrounding cliffs even climbed up dense cracks, cracking pieces of rock. Ultimate's power bursts out from the scarlet blade, even a fierce tiger that chooses to eat people has to avoid its edge. In the terrifying collision, the fiery tiger was defeated and turned into a billowing flame that radiated and dissipated, like a blooming giant flame flower. The scarlet sword didn't stop when it destroyed the tiger, but continued to slash towards Harold like the violent iron fist of the demon ape. Boom. There was another deafening roar, and Harold hurriedly resisted with the long knife, but the moment the blade touched the scarlet blade, the long knife was bent by the ferocious force, and then slammed into his chest. Advertisement. The sternum cracked and collapsed, and Harold, who was spraying blood, let out a scream, and immediately flew upside down like a cannonball. However, when he was about to fly backwards out of the ring, raging flames also erupted from behind him. With the reaction force generated by the eruption of flames, Harold landed on the ring in embarrassment, but fortunately he did not fall out of the ring. Double sword stabbing. The straight line sword energy, like a thorn in the shape of a thorn, swept out quickly, and came to Luo Wei's body in an instant, the sharp edge, directly approaching Luo Wei's head. With insight in the field of knowledge, Luo Wei reacted sharply, and with a slippery step, he avoided the sharp sword aura. But at this moment, Rachel, who was emitting sword aura, quickly rushed to the vicinity while Luo Wei dodged, then swung his two knives, and slashed fiercely amidst loud shouts. Double swords and swing axe. The terrifying slash was like a swinging giant axe, sweeping out, slashing directly at Luo Wei's waist, intending to kill Luo Wei in the middle. Mind flow slash blood mosquito. As the blade oscillated and swirled, Rachel's ferocious attack could not put pressure on Luo Wei at all. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the sword was stabbed by lightning. Scoff. The razor-sharp sword light cut off the axe-shaped slash powerfully, and at the same time quickly slashed across one of Rachel's arms. Blood splattered, and screams rang out. The armament hockey covering Rachel's arm could not block the sharpness of the sword light at all, and Luo Wei's right arm was cut off instantly by Luo Wei's sword. Advertisement. Under the pain of breaking his arm, Rachel backed back again and again like crazy, and at the same time frantically swung the long knife in his left hand, slashing sword chi towards Luo Wei. The sword light draws a beautiful arc, and then forms a series of sword shadows like a phantom of light, and the sword energy flying over is cut off and defeated one after another. Mind Flow / Sky Snake. After intercepting the attack, Luo Wei didn't see the slightest pause, his eyes sharply locked on the retreating Rachel, the eyes were cold, and the scarlet sword blade seemed to be pushed like a slash, bursting out a terrifying sword light. Swinging and swinging, the terrifying sword light shaped like a snake smashed the void, and swept in front of Rachel in an instant. A strong sense of crisis overwhelmed the pain, and Rachel woke up from the madness. Seeing the light of the heavenly serpent sword, her pupils suddenly contracted into needles, and she raised the knife and armament hockey in amazement to resist. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Rachel was swallowed by the heavenly snake's sword light, and the ring Nuo Dahao stage seemed to be split into two halves by a violent tornado. The tornado rushed out of the arena in an instant and stretched hundreds of meters away. Even if it was in a distant venue, it could be clearly seen. Landing on the edge of the ring, Harold, who was relieving his sternum injury, watched this scene in horror. At the same time, he raised his arms against the wall to resist the aftermath of the radiation. After several breaths, the sword light gradually dissipated. On the arena, a ditch several meters wide appeared, and where Rachel was originally, a mutilated corpse was exposed. Not only the hands and feet were missing, but also the corpse was covered with dense cracks, as if it had been subjected to a terrible execution. Rachel's swordsmanship comes from various cruel instruments of torture, and now, his death is just like the development of swordsmanship, ending in an execution-like manner. Advertisement. Chapter 361 The Final Battle IV. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Damn it, his slash is so powerful. Rachel's death also brought a shock to Harold, causing his face to change drastically, showing shock. And at this moment, Luo Wei turned around abruptly and looked at him, his cold eyes pierced Harold's heart like a blade, making him take a step back unconsciously. However, after stepping back, Harold also felt a strong sense of shame, and quickly took back his steps, and at the same time, like an enraged tiger, he roared and slashed at Luo Wei. Burn, burn and cut, the flame sword breaks the sea. The flame and the sword chi fused together, turning into a huge flame sword over 100 meters long. With Harold's anger, it slashed down, like a blade that opened the sky, and fell towards Luo Wei. Boom! Luo Wei's expression was indifferent, and he swung his sword across the top of his head. Under the giant flame sword that supported the slashing, there was a deafening roar immediately. The violent storm-like air waves radiated in all directions, and the range spread to kilometers away. Wherever they passed, the void rippled, filled with chaotic airflow and scorching heat. Advertisement. Only 650 is that the giant flame sword was firmly blocked in place after colliding with the sword of the fallen angel. Not only was there another hideous sword mark slanting across his chest, but also the cold air was constantly radiating from his whole body. His body was stiff, as if he couldn't move like a popsicle. The force diametrically opposite to the flame burst out from the scarlet blade, causing the air to instantly condense into a frightening cold flow of ice crystals. In the astonishing collision, the huge wall of fire was forcibly cut out of the gap, and then the ice blade was seen slashing in front of Harold, slashing on him fiercely. Such an arrangement is naturally to ensure fairness and authority. Similarly, when the huge ice blade was torn apart, he also defended hastily, and the broken flame sword was swung by him immediately, turning into a huge AJDB wall of fire in front of him. Slashing horizontally with a sword, Luo Wei cut out a huge ice blade, which not only dispelled the high-temperature air wave left by the flame sword, but also tore Harold on the opposite side. Even for the first 3 levels, after each level, there will be a period of rest, which is especially true for the battle about the world's #1 swordsman. That's right, I'm not interested in fighting opponents who can't concentrate on fighting. Right now, outside Side Island, not only the Big Mom pirates are waiting for you, but the Marines are also coming here, waiting for you to solve this problem. In this crisis, if you can fight with me wholeheartedly, then go to Kragana Island to find me, and I will wait for you. Hawkeye Mahawk said lightly. However, this battle will not take place immediately. It seems that I have not misjudged the person. Even if it is just now, you are worthy of my fighting spirit. However, the period of this battle has to be postponed for a while. Psychic / Ice Vacuum Ice Blade. Advertisement. You're here, and I'm going to look for you tomorrow. Luo Wei was surprised by Mahawk's arrival, but also said with a smile. The special kendo that combines devil fruit and kendo. I didn't expect the evil hunter to hide his strength before. Although this battle didn't last long, it was indeed very exciting. Harold fused flames with slashing sword aura, and the wall of fire he built not only had the burning power of raging flames, but also had the edge of sword aura. Seeing that Luo Wei could unleash an ice attack like frozen fruit, Harold was undoubtedly very shocked. Luo Wei frowned, and said, "It seems that you already know, but also, based on what I know about you, even if I plan to stay and fight with you, you probably won't accept it." What? It's over. The Sin Hunter really won the final victory. When the ice blade slashed on the wall of fire, there was not only the turbulent air wave radiation, but also the dense mist produced when ice and fire met. Seeing the victory, Hawkeye Mi slowly stood up, and after taking a deep look at the Luo Wei picture displayed on the screen of the video phone bug, he turned and left with a little regret. At night, in an atmosphere full of anticipation for the world #1 battle on said island, Hawkeye Mahawk approached Luo Wei again. After the battle, the entire venue was filled with noisy sounds. The sound waves were so loud that even distant towns could hear them. From the beginning of the three-person melee to the last two besieging one person, the Sin Hunter has the absolute upper hand in this battle. Advertisement. After passing the 3 stages of the kendo competition, the winner will have the qualification to challenge the world's #1. Some were excited because of the tyrannical swordsmanship shown in the battle, and some cheered because they placed their bets on Luo Wei. The tyrannical thought flow arm covered the whole body, even the clothes did not leak, making it difficult for the terrifying high temperature emitted by the Yonjian to cause substantial damage to Luo Wei. Boom. After Luo Wei overwhelmed Rachel and Harold, and caused 1 death and 1 serious injury, the battle of the 3rd level also came to an end, and at the same time, everyone watching through the video phone bug screamed and shouted. However, the same is true of Luo Wei's vacuum ice blade. The perfect combination of ice and sword light forms a special ice-type kendo. What's the situation? Isn't the evil hunter rumored to be a Nyen fruit-capable person? Why can he release the power of freezing like Harold? I can't fight anyway, and I don't want to waste time here, so I just came over to say hello to you first, and set a date by the way. Hawkeye Mahawk said calmly. Even after 3 stages, there is no strict requirement for the rest time, but the duel can be waited until the winner restores himself to his heyday. Luo Wei's eyes narrowed slightly. He was not surprised that the opponent knew the situation so well. After all, it was not a big deal to obtain information with the strength of the opponent and the reputation of the world's #1 swordsman. During the short period of stagnation, suddenly, shocks appeared from the scarlet blade again, and with Luo Wei's thrust, the giant flame sword was split into 2 and broke. The blood frozen into ice crystals splashed into the air. Harold screamed and was chopped off the ring, and fell on the ground below Zhongfeng in a parabola. Advertisement. Chapter 362. The Sky Under the Night. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Half a year later, I will find you. Luo Wei stared at the other party, and then said slowly. The corner of Mahawk's mouth slightly raised, nodded and said, okay, then I will wait for you in half a year. After all, he just turned around and left, as if he was satisfied with the result. But it is true. Luo Wei set the battle between the two in half a year. On the one hand, he needed to deal with the troubles of the Big Mom pirates and Marine, take some time to enhance the swordsman's cultivation. Mahawk is just the opposite. He wants to fight Luo Wei not because he wants to be #1 in the world, but because he wants to find an opponent who can put pressure on him. Luo Wei is very young. From his debut to the present, the speed of his strength improvement can be called a monster. Even if it's only half a year, Hawkeye Mahawk believes that with Luo Wei's growth rate, he can improve his swordsmanship again during this period of time. The stronger Luo Wei's swordsmanship is, the more motivated he is to fight, and naturally he is more satisfied with this opponent. After Hawkeye Mahawk left, Luo Wei also thought about the next response. Just as Mahawk delayed the battle between the two, Luo Wei's mind is no longer on the kendo tournament, but on the Big Mom pirates and Marine. Advertisement. Intelligence is really an important boost that cannot be ignored. With Feng an intelligence organization in control, and monitoring the movement of hostile forces, how could the actions of the Big Mom pirates be able to hide from Luo Wei? Although because of the rules of the kendo tournament, even the Big Mom pirates did not directly attack said island due to fear, but Luo Wei has already learned that Charlotte Linlin is lying in ambush overseas, waiting for him to be attacked after the kendo tournament is over. Take revenge. If it was just Charlotte Linlin alone, even if Luo Wei had concerns, he would not be too serious. After all, he now has the ability to fight against world-class forces, and coupled with the strong mobility of Nyen fruit, even if it's okay to get out if you can't beat it. But if you add Marine, it will be impossible for him to ignore it. He doesn't regret killing Guillaume, but he doesn't care about Marine's counterattack. With Guillaume's relationship network in Marine and his dangerousness, the possibility of Marine dispatching Admiral is very high, and there may even be more than one. Even though there was a big battle between Marine and Big Mom pirates not long ago, and the relationship between the two sides is extremely bad, it is hard to guarantee that the two sides will not come to a set of common enemies and get rid of themselves first. At the speed of Marine, we can get here in 2 or 3 days at most. To be safe, we have to leave tonight. Now that he had made another appointment with Hawkeye to fight, Luo Wei naturally had no plans to stay. His fighting during the day only exhausted his physical strength, and now he has almost recovered. Even if he encounters Charlotte Linlin, he is sure to escape. Of course, the main reason why he left in such a hurry is because the golden template is currently cooling down. Without the help of practice to recover, his ability to survive has been greatly reduced, so how could he put himself in a dangerous situation? Advertisement. Without alarming anyone, under the cover of the night, Luo Wei used the Nianian fruit to fly directly into the sky, and then left said island from a high altitude. On the sea near said island, a seemingly ordinary battleship was parked. Suddenly, in a large room in the cabin, a fat figure suddenly opened his eyes. Ma ma ma, evil hunter, don't even try to escape. Amidst the evil laughter, the fat figure shot up directly, bursting out with terrifying and strange force, broke through the roof, and jumped out of the battleship. What's going on? Is it an enemy attack? It's Mom. Where are you going, Mom? What happened? Why did Mom leave? The huge movement made other people on the battleship wake up from their sleep immediately, or rushed out of the cabin to the deck, or hurried to the room where the sound came from. 0. Seeking flowers. Immediately afterwards, they saw their mother carrying thundercloud Zeus and son Prometheus straight into the distant sky, and they exclaimed for a while, full of doubts. Luo Wei deliberately left from the sky to avoid Charlotte Linlin, but he still underestimated the extent of Charlotte Linlin's hatred for him. In the sky, Luo Wei, who was flying fast in one direction, was not far away from said island, when he suddenly sensed something unusual and stopped abruptly. It's homies. Charlotte Linlin actually turned the clouds in the sky of said island into homies. Advertisement. 0. Scanning with sharp eyes, Luo Wei was immediately surprised. Even though the surrounding clouds were well disguised, under the mobilization of the field of knowledge and knowledge, he still found that many clouds exuded strange auras. Boom. He immediately recognized the origin of these clouds, and also reflected that Charlotte Linlin might have discovered his departure, so he immediately turned his eyes hard and activated the Conqueror's Haki. Ah! The terrifying coercion formed a substantial shock wave, centered on Luo Wei, and spread crazily in all directions. Wherever it passed, those clouds exuding strange aura immediately screamed like humans, and then were directly shaken away. The Conqueror's Haki, without the slightest suppression range, radiated several kilometers away in an instant, and wiped out all the Mohawks in this area. Come fast enough. At the same time, Luo Wei's gaze also quickly fell to a certain direction below. Under the same knowledge field that spread out, he already sensed a terrifying aura approaching him rapidly. There was a flash of light in his eyes. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the Nian Nian fruit, bursting out at an astonishing speed, and continued to shoot towards the distance. Call out. Boom. Suddenly, a golden light beam came from a distance, intercepting Luo Wei, who was flying away in an instant, and then an astonishing big explosion occurred. Advertisement. 360th Chapters 2 World-Class Combat Power. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Amidst the deafening roar, the explosion radiated terrifying energy shock waves, the range of which reached hundreds of meters, and the stirred void was in chaos. Before the explosion dissipated, another golden light beam swept over, and then quickly condensed into a human form not far from the explosion. It was a tall man wearing a yellow and white striped suit, but his face was wretched. There is a golden energy flowing under this person's feet, and it is precisely because of this that he can step on the void like walking on flat ground. Oh, I almost didn't catch up, but it's really the same as the rumors, as strong as a monster. The obscene man's eyes fell on the place where the explosion gradually dissipated, his eyes flickered slightly, and an exaggerated expression appeared on his face immediately. Jung. Before the explosion completely dissipated, 823, a swift and fiery slash leapt out of it, enveloping the mighty power to tear apart the void, and instantly slashed at the wretched man. His body turned into a golden light, and the wretched man showed amazing reaction and speed. He rose up in an instant, avoiding the terrifying slash that was torn apart. The blazing slash rushed straight into the distance, and finally disappeared into the sky. At the same time, the aftermath also stirred up layers of violent air waves in the sky. The slash dispelled the energy of the explosion, revealing Luo Wei, who was unharmed. Advertisement. At the moment of being attacked by the laser flash, Luo Wei reacted instantly and set up a mind power shield to successfully block the attack. Boom. Swish. However, when he was acting like this, his fingers sent out a laser beam towards the distance without any hesitation. Marine not only dispatched Marine Admiral, but Pelusolino obviously rushed over with Sparkling Fruit's ability. The target of this laser beam is Luo Wei. If not, Marine would have no time to stop him from leaving now. Luo Wei's heart sank slightly, and he had to say that Marine's move of Pelusolino to deal with him was really a move. From far away, there was a roar that could shatter the earth, followed by an astonishing slash that was as thick as a pillar, sweeping in, directly enveloping Luo Wei and Pelusolino in it. Regarding this scene, Pelusolino's eyes showed strangeness. He was ready to be attacked by Charlotte Linlin just now, but he didn't expect that the other party just glanced at him and then chased after Luo Wei directly. In terms of pure speed, there is really no ability to surpass Sparkling Fruit, and the powerful mobility of Nian Nian Fruit is also far behind. 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin, you are such a terrible guy. Will I be asked to fight 2 monsters alone later? If that is the case, I will withdraw. Marshal Sengoku will not blame me. Advertisement. No way. Luo Wei indirectly assisted Marine in defeating the Big Mom pirates in the previous war. Under the strong perception of the field of knowledge, the laser flash that Pelusolino shot at him was immediately understood by Luo Wei. Under Luo Wei's gaze, Pelusolino also turned his eyes away again, and the eyes of the two met, and the breath collided for a while, making the surrounding void a little oppressive. The terrifying slash rushed straight through, and even under the dark night, one could see the higher clouds being pierced through, leaving a huge and transparent hole. Without any hesitation, no matter whether it was Luo Wei or Pelusolino, they all responded in an instant, bursting out with their fastest speeds, and skimming out of the attack range of the slash. Just. A golden flash appeared 100 meters away, and the condensed Pelusolino quickly swept past Charlotte Linlin, who was riding the thundercloud, and the troubled face suddenly appeared on his face. He can still fight a world-class combat power, and he doesn't even mind using it to hone his skills, but now that the two world-class combat powers clearly want to deal with him, how could he stay where he is foolishly? Using the ability of Sparkling Fruit to catch up ahead of time, it seems that I still underestimated Marine's determination. At the same time, although the three admirals in Marine are all world-class fighters, if they can really limit their actions, there is really only Pelusolino, a Sparkling Fruit-capable person. Just kidding, the reason why he left overnight was to prevent this situation from happening now. Sin Hunter. Advertisement. Luo Wei also stared at the wretched man coldly at the first time, and at the same time recognized the identity of the man. It was Kizaru and Pelusolino from Marine 3 Admiral. Similarly, when Pelusolino suddenly appeared, he also realized that he had miscalculated Marine's determination to deal with him. It seems that the evil hunter hates this female monster more than my Marine. Pelusolino's eyes narrowed slightly, and immediately turned into golden flashes, and also chased after her. It's just that compared to Pelusolino, Charlotte Linlin obviously wants to kill Luo Wei more. It's just that he didn't intend to stop at all. His figure was a bend in advance, that is, he staggered the laser beam, and then flew to the distance at full speed at an astonishing supersonic speed. Bastard! Don't try to escape. The stormy Charlotte Linlin naturally saw Pelusolino. Not long ago, Marine caused heavy casualties to her pirate group. It would be abnormal to say that she had no intention of killing Pelusolino. However, before the conflict between the two actually erupted, a more heavyweight terrifying existence surged in. Unlike Pelusolino, Luo Wei did not stop at all after avoiding Charlotte Linlin's slash, but flew across the air and continued to gallop towards the distance. And the most important thing is that her four most proud sons and daughters all fell under Luo Wei's sword, so that Charlotte Linlin's murderous intentions for Luo Wei even surpassed that of Belusa and Luo Wei. Didn't pay much attention to Pelusolino 5.0, saw Luo Wei who was shooting into the distance and made it clear that he wanted to escape. Charlotte Linlin was very frightened and furious. The speed chased the past. Although it is not possible to cooperate with Charlotte Linlin, but with the same goal, Pelusolino naturally does not mind beating the dog in the water. Advertisement. 360th chapter's dangerous situation. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Luo Wei's speed is fast, but Charlotte Linlin's speed is not slow. Although Lei and Zeus couldn't take Charlotte Linlin to move with lightning, it was enough to burst out with a speed that was not inferior to Luo Wei's. As for Pelusolino, needless to say, under elementalization, his whole body directly turned into a golden flash, surpassing Charlotte Linlin, and quickly caught up with Luo Wei. Laser. The figure was separated from the elementalization, followed by the finger pointing, and the laser beams spread all over the void, covering Luo Wei within the attack range. Under the dense laser beams, even if Luo Wei's field of knowledge can gain insights, he cannot dodge at high speed. If you can't dodge it, don't dodge it. The mental shield visible to the naked eye appeared around Luo Wei again, and without slowing down, he galloped and shot against the attack of the laser beam. Boom boom boom. A series of laser beams impacted on the psychic shield 09, causing a violent explosion, and the terrifying energy impact radiated continuously, causing the void to present a distorted and chaotic scene wherever Luo Wei passed. Although the attack of the laser beam was well resisted by the psychic shield, it more or less slowed down Luo Wei's speed. Under such circumstances, Charlotte Linlin from behind will naturally not let go. Boom. First the void-shaking Terror Conqueror's haki charged out, and then the cocked sword was raised. Advertisement. Spear of Elbaf Weo. The powerful armament haki condensed on the huge blade, and under the strange power of Charlotte Linlin, it immediately broke out a terrifying flying slash, just like a huge Shinso. Void couldn't bear such a mighty attack and twisted and collapsed. In the billowing vast air wave layer, the Shinso-shaped flying slash came behind Luo Wei with an extremely ferocious attitude. With Pelusolino's laser interference and Weiguo's huge attack range, it was difficult for Luo Wei to dodge. Mind Flow / Evil Dragon. The enemy's pursuit far exceeded expectations. In a short moment, Luo Wei already knew that it was impossible for him to evacuate easily. A cold light flashed in his eyes, the galloping figure suddenly stopped and twisted. Luo Wei changed his way impressively, swung his sword to slash towards the sweeping Weiguo. Luo Wei's golden combo killing move only caused some damage to his throat, it didn't cause much real damage to him at all. Luo Wei swept tens of meters away with the light of the sword, but there was no joy on his face for beheading Pelusolino's head. A strand of blood flowed down from his throat, and Pelusolino was recondensed in the golden light. If you don't make a move, you're done, and if you make a move, it's a killer move. If he had reacted a little slower just now, Luo Wei might have cut off his head with a sword. Luo Wei, who was flying upside down, also had an insight into Pelusolino's attack from the field of knowledge. He originally wanted to take advantage of the upside-down momentum to remove the impact as much as possible, so he decisively rotated his body to remove the inertia. Boom. Advertisement. In a blink of an eye, Pelusolino's neck immediately split open, and his head was thrown to one side. In the huge impact radiation, the sword light like the fangs of a dragon was quickly defeated, and Luo Wei was also engulfed by the aftermath of Weo, and his whole body was blown hundreds of meters away. The exaggerated expression on his face had disappeared, replaced by a serious and gloomy expression, and when he looked at Luo Wei, his eyes were full of intense murderous intent. A huge roar resounded through the sky under the dark night, and the nearby clouds were instantly scattered by the shocking impact of radiation, forming a huge funnel-shaped uzumaki. Nianian Shenluo Tianzheng, since you won't let me go, then use your pressure to make me stronger. However, in the face of the full blow of the four emperors, he only suffered this little damage, which has proved that Luo Wei is very strong. Mind flow / blood mosquito. First, the incomparable thought power turned into an invisible shackle to seal Pelusolino's actions, and then the terrifying sword light that contained shocks slashed out. When Luo Wei was chopped off by Charlotte Linlin, Pelusolino obviously didn't have the demeanor of a strong man. Without hesitation, he squeezed his hands and burst out a sky full of flash energy bombs towards Luo Wei, who was flying upside down. A cold look appeared in Luo Wei's eyes. He took a step, and with the help of the reaction force brought by the moonwalk, his own speed was increased again. The reason is very simple. After the head was thrown, Pelusolino's body and head quickly turned into strands of golden light, shooting into the distance, and then quickly gathered. Dragon is the ultimate tearing slash, coupled with the atomic destructive power of the mind flow arm. The power it bursts out is absolutely astonishing. It's careless. This guy's strength may not have reached the top level of the world, but he has already become a threat to this level of combat power. Advertisement. Of course, although the injury was very light, Pelusolino was in a bad mood. He did not continue to evacuate, but took the initiative to launch an attack, and the target was Pelusolino. 8-foot Chong Guyu. The moment he stabilized his figure, the majestic shock wave spreading in a fan shape was pushed out by Luo Wei's palm, and collided with the shrouding flash energy bombs. Even though Pelusolino was already on guard, under the cover of unparalleled mental power, 60's stature still appeared stagnant for a moment. Boom boom boom. Although these flash energy bombs are not as powerful as laser beams, they are not inferior to those heavy cannon shells, and the number is even more extraordinary. Nyen Nyen imprisonment. Continuous explosions occurred in the sky like fireworks, and the shock waves crazily stirred up, layered on top of each other, forming huge circular ripples, quickly radiating towards the distance. However, compared to Charlotte Linlin's Weo, uttered with anger, Luo Wei's dragon slash is obviously weaker. And the terrifying sword light that followed quickly flashed across his neck. Pelusolino's sparkling fruit makes him almost unbeatable in terms of speed, but that doesn't mean his reflexes can be as fast as sparkling fruit. Although Luo Wei covered his body with the force of thought flow in an instant, he was still strongly oppressed and torn, and blood beads appeared from his pores. Facing the counterattack of Luo Wei, who was also excellent in speed, his observation haki had just gained an insight, and Luo Wei had already skimmed close to him. Advertisement. Chapter 365 Speed is Power. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom. The battle didn't stop because of Pelusolino's inner fluctuations. In other words, there was a more dangerous enemy on Luo Wei's side. Horrific flames formed pillars, released from the sun Prometheus held by Charlotte Linlin's left hand, and burned towards Luo Wei. Mind flow / ice, vacuum multilayer ice wall. The field of knowledge and knowledge with keen perception urges ultimate to gain insight into the audience. The moment the pillar of fire bursts out, Luo Wei slashes out with his sword as expected. There was no powerful slash on the blade, but the fusion of the sword glow and the bitter cold air, forming a huge ice wall with astonishing defense. Boom. The scorching fire pillar hit the ice wall. Although it caused violent roars and huge waves, it was firmly blocked by the ice wall. Charlotte Linlin glared ferociously, and the aura she exuded suddenly became more terrifying. Holding the sword of the cocked hat, Zeus rushed forward driving the thunder cloud. Emperor sword broken blade. Prometheus the sun leapt onto Charlotte Linlin's head, causing the woman's hair to turn into hair of flames, which flowed onto the giant sword, and slashed fiercely with flames. Advertisement. Boom. Amidst the loud sound, the ice wall that condensed the sword light and cold air was forcibly smashed by Charlotte Linlin's sword. At the same time, the shape of the horned hat sword changed like a living thing, and the blade suddenly extended a section, directly cutting to Luo Wei behind the ice wall. Paper Arts Katakana middle dot snake shake. Asterisk. The body swayed in an incredible way. Luo Wei avoided the flame slash, and at the same time, the sharp eyes fell on Charlotte Linlin. Thought flow / evil dragon. A slash in the shape of a dragon's fang immediately burst out from the scarlet blade. Luo Wei held the sword of the fallen angel in both hands, and rushed out through the air, slashing straight at the opponent. Just because you also want to wrestle with my old lady, you are 10,000 years too early. Charlotte Linlin laughed ferociously. There was no flaw at all. The moment Luo Wei drew out the sword, she knew it clearly, clenched a fist with her left hand, and punched straight out. Luo Wei's dragon slash immediately collided with Charlotte Linlin's powerful armament hockey's fist. A deafening roar reverberated, and the slash in the shape of dragon's fangs was severely injured and collapsed. At the same time, a terrifying force that could destroy mountains and mountains was also transmitted to Luo Wei's hands along the scarlet sword, causing his arms to tingle, and immediately after that, he was blown away. Laser Shinso of Light. On the other side, Pelusolino seized the opportunity again, a sharp flashing spear condensed in the palm of his hand, and quickly shot towards Luo Wei, who was hit by Charlotte Linlin. Nianian Transfer. Advertisement. Just when the flashing spear was about to hit Luo Wei, suddenly, an invisible force of thought acted on the flashing spear, causing the trajectory of the flashing spear to change and it shot toward Yuan Luo Linlin. Boom. Naturally, the flash spear did not hit Charlotte Linlin, and was chopped off by Charlotte Linlin when it was approaching. However, under the impact, the flash spear also exploded with astonishing explosive power, and the terrifying energy spread over 100 meters, engulfing Charlotte Linlin. Not good. Pelusolino was startled, and immediately realized something was wrong. How could he have thought that Luo Wei could change the attack trajectory of the Shinso of Light, and even cause the Shinso of Light to attack Charlotte Linlin? Trouble, this guy must be doing it on purpose. He wants to provoke a conflict between me and Charlotte Linlin. Pelusolino's heart sank, and he had a keen insight into Luo Wei's intention. Sure enough, after the energy of the explosion dissipated, not only was Charlotte Linlin exposed without any damage, but Charlotte Linlin also looked violently at Pelusolino. Kazaru boy, you are courting death. In the roar full of anger, Charlotte Linlin swung her sword and slashed at Pelusolino, bursting out a majestic sword energy that was almost terrifying. Regardless of whether Charlotte Linlin sees through Luo Wei's provocative intentions or not, as the Pirate Emperor, Charlotte Linlin cannot remain indifferent to the attack of her mortal enemy Marine. The majestic sword energy swept down with the force of tearing the void. Pelusolino did not dare to neglect, and quickly turned into a flash of light to dodge. Nianian Universal Pull. All of a sudden, Pelusolino hadn't condensed into a human form, but a powerful absorbing force enveloped him. Advertisement. Pelusolino, who was still in a flashing state, was caught off guard and moved like a golden light beam, flying directly towards Luo Wei, who had stabilized his figure. Amazon Cloud Sword. After all, Pelusolino is a world-class combat power, and he reacted in a short moment. Before he was absorbed in front of Luo Wei, he was completely condensed and formed, and at the same time, a golden long sword appeared in his hand. Boom. The scarlet sword blade with terrifying vibrations and the Amazon Cloud Sword slashed together, and Luo Wei's burst of slashes with the help of Universal Pull was blocked by Pelusolino in time. The two swords slashed at each other, and a sharp impact immediately burst out from where the two were, and spread rapidly towards the distance. Exclamation mark single quote. Zhao Haojiao Pelusolino, who was being calculated, was already extremely upset, but now that he was attacked by Luo Wei, he was naturally very frightened and angry. Lifting his legs, sweeping kicks, and ultimate speed was perfectly demonstrated by Pelusolino. Even if Luo Wei knew it from the field of knowledge, it was difficult to dodge Song. But being unable to dodge does not mean being unable to defend. Boom. When Pelusolino's golden right leg was about to hit Luo Wei's head, it was blocked by his erected arm. In the violent collision, Luo Wei immediately felt the powerful force from his arm. The saying that speed equals power is indeed not true. At an astonishing speed, the kinetic energy generated is enough to form an incomparably terrifying power. Although Luo Wei blocked the opponent's sweeping kick, he flew away like a cannonball under the terrifying kinetic energy generated by the light speed kick. Advertisement. Chapter 366. Power of Wind. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this moment, a huge figure appeared in the direction where Luo Wei was flying. It was Charlotte Linlin who was driving Thundercloud Zeus. Although she felt angry under Pelusolino's attack, she still didn't lose her mind. At least, her murderous intention towards Luo Wei was still above Pelusolino's. Die. With the roar of Charlotte Linlin, the sword of the cocked hat slashed fiercely at the flying Luo Wei. Nianian Shenluo Tianzheng. The terrifying shock wave erupted from Luo Wei, but it was not aimed at Charlotte Linlin, but towards the void below. Under the violent impact, Luo Wei took advantage of the reaction force caused by the Shenluo Tianzheng to raise his figure abruptly, narrowly avoiding Charlotte Linlin's fierce slash. Thunderbolt. Although Luo Wei dodged the first wave of attacks in time, he had no time to dodge the second wave of attacks. Just as he rose up, the thunder cloud Zeus under Charlotte Linlin's feet suddenly burst out dense thunder, and it was swept in an instant. Killed Luo Wei's body. Almost at the same time, a thick golden flash also rushed towards Luo Wei quickly, bombarding Luo Wei, who was swept away by the thunder, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. Advertisement. The golden glitter is naturally from Pelusolino. Under the terrifying explosion, Charlotte Linlin, who was nearby, immediately retreated backwards. But it wasn't because she was afraid of Pelusalino's flash explosion, but because Thundercloud Zeus couldn't bear it, so he took her back together. Jung. The astonishing big explosion didn't last long. Almost a second later, a huge disc-shaped fiery slash appeared from the explosion, cutting the whole thing in half. High-intensity mind power crystallization gathered on the body, and what emerged from the explosion was a tall figure covered in dark golden mighty armor. Facing the attacks of two world-class combat powers, Luo Wei had no chance to save his combat power at all, and was soon forced to use all his strength, unleashed the mighty dragon armor, and entered the strongest mode. Nian Nian Unlimited Sword System. Invisible fluctuations radiate in all directions, and the clouds and even the air in the sky are affected by the tyrannical force. Dense golden sword blades floated in the void behind Luo Wei, creating a gorgeous scene like a golden galaxy. His eyes stared coldly at Charlotte Linlin and Pelusalino through the dragon scale mask, and with a thought, the blade turned into a meteor shower and shot out wildly. 8-foot Chong Guyu. In the distance, Pelulasano's eyes flashed, and he quickly rose into the air, and with his hands forward, he also released dense flash energy bombs. Advertisement. The condensed blade of Infinity Sword System is not only a highly concentrated mind power, but also has a powerful armament hockey attached to it by Luo Wei. Such an attack cannot be immune to elementalization alone. Boom boom boom. The night was immediately illuminated by the light from the endless explosions, and the Sword of Thought power and the flash energy bomb instantly launched a fierce confrontation. The terrible aftermath of the explosion can be felt even a few kilometers away. On the other side, Charlotte Linlin, who was also included in Luo Wei's attack range, also did not still have the blade of mind power to approach her. When the sword blades met with the flames of the tornado, although the flames were scattered, they were crushed and melted one after another, becoming invisible. Although all the attacks of Unlimited Sword System were blocked, Luo Wei's goal had been achieved. When attacking, he also quickly flew towards the back. Even if Ojbi broke out with all his strength, he knew that he would not be able to defeat the two world-class combat forces with one enemy and two. From the beginning to the end, he was just trying to delay the offensive of the two and create opportunities for himself to escape. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Kill. Even though Luo Wei could remotely control the Unlimited Sword System, Pelusalino and Charlotte Linlin were keenly aware of his movements as soon as he retreated. One burst out more flash energy bombs to intercept the blade strafing, and then turned into a golden beam and shot away, and the other directly caused Thundercloud Zeus to expand, forming a huge thunderball, chasing after him angrily. In terms of speed, Pelusalino had the upper hand. When Charlotte Linlin, who formed a huge thunderball, was still attacking with a sword, he had already caught up with Jiwei again. Light speed kick, flowing dragon flying flash. Advertisement. Kicking out the dazzling and majestic flash energy, the golden light burst out, transforming into a streamlined flying dragon and rushing out, directly appearing in front of Luo Wei with the momentum of biting. Mind flow / evil dragon. Luo Wei, who was flying backwards at high speed, swung his sword vertically without any hesitation, bursting out with a ferocious fang-like slash. Violent roars erupted immediately, and in the radiating shock waves, the golden flying dragon was first cut straight in half, and then a terrifying explosion occurred. Nianian Shenluo Tianzheng. The golden light in the eyes flowed, and the turbulent thought power shock wave blocked the spreading explosion impact. At the same time, it also used the force of the impact to suddenly increase the speed of its own flight. Luo Wei's current speed has increased to several Machs, and the sonic boom cloud produced by breaking through the sound barrier alone is extremely spectacular, and the rolled-up airflow is no less than a shock wave, wantonly stirring the void where it passes. But even with such a fast speed, he still couldn't get rid of Pelusalino's pursuit. When the flashing dragon was intercepted, Pelusalino turned into a beam of light again and swept over Luo Wei. The flash energy shot out crazily as if they didn't need money, like energy cannons, enveloping Luo Wei completely. Nianian Hurricane Rush. Nian Nian manipulated the atoms, convecting extreme cold and heat, instantly forming a terrifying wind force. During the scrolling, Luo Wei seemed to turn into a hurricane rising into the sky, twisting and tearing the energy cannons that came from him. The power of the wind. Pelusalino was astonished. According to his understanding of Luo Wei, the other party did indeed extend Logia-like flames and chills from the fruit of Nian Nian, but there was no information about the wind. Advertisement. Chapter 367 Death Blockade. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. But now is the time to fight, and he didn't have time to get to the bottom of it. After realizing that the terrifying hurricane that tore apart the flash attack not only didn't dissipate, but instead swept straight towards him, he quickly turned into a golden beam and avoided it in the distance. Like the attack of Unlimited Sword System, Luo Wei's armament hockey is also mixed in Hurricane, and therefore, it is enough to cause damage to the elementalization of Logia ability users. Thunderbolt. The terrifying hurricane was dodged by Pelusalino at an astonishing speed. Luo Wei decisively interrupted the output of mental power to reduce the consumption of physical energy. However, the crisis was far from being resolved, and just as he continued to fly towards the distance, a berserk thunder rushed over in the blink of an eye, and then formed a dense lightning strafing towards him. A mere homie dares to act violently. Under the perception of the field of knowledge and knowledge, Luo Wei immediately understood the source of the thunder. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the conqueror's haki immediately crushed it like a huge shock wave. The void trembled, and the dense thunder and lightning were impacted by Conqueror's haki, and they collapsed immediately, and finally condensed together, revealing the main body, but it was Thundercloud Zeus. Although Thundercloud Zeus is composed of thunder and lightning of nature, it is only composed of homies after all, and the consciousness of existence is its biggest weakness. It can be immune to normal attacks like Logia's elementalization, but once it is attacked by armament haki, or a spiritual attack like Conqueror's haki, it is difficult to resist. After recovering his body, Leian Zeus not only looked very sluggish, but his face was also very humane and full of waiting. Advertisement. Zeus, you trash. Use the faster Thundercloud Zeus to intercept Luo Wei, and drive the sun Prometheus to pursue him. Although Luo Wei pulls away, under the perception of observation haki, Charlotte Linlin can still perceive the situation of Thundercloud Zeus. After discovering that Thundercloud Zeus was stunned by Luo Wei's Conqueror's haki, Charlotte Linlin, who was chasing after Prometheus the sun, roared angrily. It's just that no matter how angry she is, Charlotte Linlin can't vent her anger if she can't chase Luo Wei. Even Thundercloud Zeus can barely keep up with Luo Wei's speed, let alone Prometheus the sun. Under Luo Wei's constant acceleration, Charlotte Linlin's pursuit not only failed to close the distance between the two sides, but was gradually thrown away, even beyond the range of Charlotte Linlin's attack. Had to cut his speed. Pelusolino, who avoided the hurricane, also sensed the current situation. Although Luo Wei's speed is not as fast as him, it has surpassed the speed of Charlotte Linlin's pursuit. In other words, once it continues, Charlotte Linlin will be completely rid of by Luo Wei in a short time. Although he himself is confident that he can defeat Luo Wei, but with the strength that Luo Wei showed just now, it will not be easy for him to win, and he may even get rid of by Luo Wei. Under such circumstances, Pelusolino naturally came up with the idea of using Charlotte Linlin to deal with Luo Wei. This would not only reduce his stress, but also reduce Luo Wei's chances of escaping. Advertisement. Anyway, his mission is to attack Luo Wei, not to kill him himself. As long as Luo Wei is dead, then his mission is considered complete. Thoughts flashed through his mind quickly. Pelusolino no longer hesitated, and quickly chased Luo Wei at the super-fast speed of sparkling fruit, and even passed Luo Wei to the direction of Luo Wei's shock retreat. Yada mirror. Putting his hands together, a golden light mirror emerged from Pelusolino's hands in the void. His figure turned into a beam of light reflected in the mirror, accurately predicting the position of Luo Wei's retreat, and appeared behind Luo Wei in an instant. Amazon Cloud Sword. The bright lightsaber appeared in his hand, and instantly turned into flashing slashes. With the combination of speed and kendo, each slash was not only amazingly fast, but also extremely powerful. Thinking flow/blood mosquito. The moment Pelusolino's body appeared, Luo Wei also understood the opponent's movements through the field of knowledge, and stopped suddenly, and turned around to launch a slash. 0. Seeking flowers. The oscillating scarlet blade and the bright lightsaber collide intensively in the blink of an eye, and each collision will cause violent impact radiation and messy sword light and flash energy. Although Pelusolino's attack was sudden, he couldn't escape the insight of the field of knowledge. Luo Wei blocked all the opponent's slashes very well. Of course, this is also because Pelusoli's swordsmanship is not very good. Although he has developed a move like Tian Kongyan sword, but he is not willing to work hard on even body skills, so how can he practice hard on swordsmanship? Advertisement. His mighty strength, after all, only comes from the development of sparkling fruit, and he competes with swordsmanship. Even with the blessing of sparkling fruit, it is difficult to gain an advantage from Luo Wei. Point 0. But now it is not a one-on-one battle between the two. Pelusolino attacked Luo Wei with a short board, not to win in itself, but to delay Luo Wei's movements better. During the clash of lightning and flint, a terrifying aura approached quickly. Emperor Sword Broken Blade, like a raging beast attacking, Charlotte Linlin, who was gradually thrown off by Luo Wei, chased after her. When approaching Luo Wei and Pelusolino who were in the confrontation, she directly jumped out from the sun Prometheus with a loud roar. The thunder flashed, and the thunder cloud Zeus turned into a burst of lightning and rushed into the sword of the bicorn. Charlotte Linlin came down to the sky above Luo Wei, and the giant sword that burst into thunder violently slashed down. Laser penetrating penetration with 5 fingers. At the same time, Pelusolino also stopped the confrontation of swordsmanship, and retreated quickly backwards. At the same time, his left hand released the 5 fingers held by Tian Kongyan's sword, and immediately burst out 5 condensed ultimate laser beams. The moment the 5 laser beams were emitted, they were intertwined and turned into a thicker spiral light cannon, hitting Luo Wei's body directly. At this moment, Luo Wei faced the lure of 2 world-class combat forces, and the front and the sky were all blocked by terrorist attacks. Advertisement. Chapter 368 Changes in the Field of Knowledge. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Danger. 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 The body's instincts sounded like a siren, and Luo Wei felt the breath of death at this moment. The eyes under the dragon scale mask shrank into a needle shape, even if it was covered by the mighty dragon armor, it still made him feel insecure. The danger of death crazily stimulated his nerves, causing the field of knowledge to be urged to ultimate. Gotcha. It was as if the sealed bottle and jar were broken by the continuous water flow inside, and the field of knowledge and knowledge driven to ultimate underwent an unknown transformation under the pressure of the life and death struggle. Everything around him suddenly slowed down under Luo Wei's perception. Whether it was the spiral light cannon in front of him or the thunderous giant sword falling from his head, they all slowly approached him like in slow motion. Following the body's natural 097 ability, the oscillating scarlet sword slashed at the spiral light cannon that shot in front of him with terrifying sharpness. Subtle to the atomic level, the frightening sword light accurately cuts in from the weakest point, and then disintegrates the structure of the spiral light cannon under the sharp vibration. Like chopping tofu with a knife, the spiral light cannon split into two and flew past Luo Wei's sides immediately. At this moment, the giant sword of thunder coming from above the head was still a foot away from Luo Wei's head. Advertisement. Under the strange sense of time slowing down, Luo Wei walked through the air. One step away was out of the scope of the slash. Boom. Just as everything was being done, a sharp pain suddenly appeared in Luo Wei's mind, and then swept across his whole body, as if he had been tortured by Ling Kai, causing a lot of sweat to break out from his body, and his face was also pale. At the same time, the sense of time also returned to normal. Amidst the huge roar, the spiral light cannon that was split into two exploded after flying hundreds of meters away. Charlotte Linlin's thunder slash also burst out a terrifying sword aura, cutting straight down and encircling Hoshin air waves. What? He escaped. Pelusalino, who quickly retreated to the distance, saw Luo Wei get away from the attack of himself and Charlotte Linlin, and the expression of shock appeared on his face uncontrollably. The strangeness of the sense of time only exists in Luo Wei himself. From the outside world, Luo Wei seems to have understood the attack, and with incredible reactions, he made continuous shots and completed the escape from the lure. Did this kid's observation hockey also comprehend future foretelling, like Katakuri? It wasn't just Pelusalino who was shocked, but also Charlotte Linlin, who was shot in the air, and looked at Luo Wei in shock and anger. But unlike Pelusalino, although Charlotte Linlin was frightened and angry, she didn't wave her hand. Instead, she fell to the extreme and quickly launched another attack. The giant thunder sword slashing downward suddenly pulled back and swept across, slashing fiercely at Luo Wei, whose body was frozen due to the severe pain. When the sense of time entered a strange state, Luo Wei's consciousness was also in an inexplicable state. Now after recovering, not only his whole body is in severe pain, but his head is like a needle prick, and his consciousness is also a little dazed. When Charlotte Linlin's fierce slash aroused the body's instinctive sense of danger, Luo Wei woke up from the daze, and then quickly endured the severe pain and resisted with a horizontal sword. Advertisement. Boom. The thunder giant sword slammed into the scarlet blade, the terrifying slashing power and the crazily burst of thunder instantly engulfed Luo Wei, making him covered in lightning, and he was slashed into the distance like a meteor. Even with the defense of the dragon armor, Luo Wei suffered a terrible impact, and blood spewed out of his mouth, making the dragon scale mask dyed red. Good chance. At this time, Pelusalino also reacted from the shock. Seeing Luo Wei being chopped off by Charlotte Linlin, he made a decisive move. Light speed kick. The body turned into a flash, intercepting Luo Wei's upside-down flight for an instant, and then released the elementalization, and the right foot kicked out fiercely with the terrible kinetic energy brought by the engulfing speed. Difficult to react, Luo Wei was directly kicked in another direction by Pelusalino. The part where the kick hit, the dark golden battle armor was dented and crumbled. After another terrible attack, the dragon scale mask became even more bright red. It can be seen that this blow by Pelusalino made Luo Wei's injuries a lot worse. The backlash brought about by breaking through a certain strange state in the field of knowledge and knowledge, as well as the continuous injuries, all made Luo Wei's state extremely bad. If it wasn't for his strong will, he might have fainted now. Boom. Like a meteor flying by, Luo Wei was kicked hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye, and then saw him grit his teeth and burst out with a thought force impact. His body sank suddenly, and he shot down obliquely. Die. Advertisement. The loud roar of Conqueror's hockey came, followed by Charlotte Linlin's first major slash, which was caught by the sun Prometheus. A slashing attack like a beam of light came from the side and shot straight at Luo Wei below. On the other side, golden light spots appeared all over the sky, densely packed, as if endless flash energy bombs were also released by Pelusalino, shooting crazily towards Luo Wei's location. Can't stop. Must leave as soon as possible. Luo Wei knew how bad his current situation was. The speed below the jet did not decrease, extreme cold and extreme heat resurfaced around his body again, and a violent hurricane was born under the collision. Boom boom boom. A super hurricane that seemed to penetrate the sky and the earth appeared, and the surrounding void that was stirring was distorted. The flash energy bombs fired from the 3.8 intensive strafing hit the hurricane and were immediately severely hindered. There was a violent explosion. At the same time, the terrifying slash like a pillar of light also swept across the hurricane, almost tearing it apart, creating a violent storm. It's just that under the force of the wind that was continuously generated, not only did the hurricane not dissipate, but it rushed down at a faster speed. At an astonishing speed, the sky is far away, and the endless sea can already be seen under the hurricane. Boom. Before Pelusolino and Charlotte Linlin could attack again, the hurricane violently hit the sea surface, instantly rolling up a shocking tsunami hundreds of meters high. The billowing huge waves radiated in all directions, causing the sea area with a radius of 10 kilometers to tumbling crazily. Chapter 369 The Runaway Sea. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The hurricane dissipated after hitting the sea, and the sea surface showed a huge Uzumaki, but Luo Wei inside the hurricane disappeared. The golden flash flew over Uzumaki in the blink of an eye. Pelusolino frowned and looked at the chaotic sea area, releasing countless flash energy bombs with his hands again. Boom boom boom. Under the perception of observation hockey, Luo Wei's breath did not disappear under the perception of Pelusolino, but was rapidly diving towards the bottom of the sea. Countless flash energy bombs crazily shot into the sea, rapidly bombarding Luo Wei, who dived into the bottom of the sea. Think you'll be fine if you escape into the sea, don't be so naive. The fire cloud landed, and Charlotte Linlin also flew over the sea, then jumped down directly, and slapped the sea with her palm. The sea trembled slightly, and it writhed as if it had gained life. The flash energy bomb that Pelusolino shot into the sea was crushed by the mutation of the sea water, turning into scattered energy and dissipating. Troublesome woman. Pelusolino frowned even deeper, but he was helpless. Although he and Charlotte Linlin didn't have any substantive conflicts just now, they couldn't achieve a tacit cooperation after all. Advertisement. They all wanted to intercept Luo Wei, but because of their own plans, the result was that their forces were offset. Not only did his flashbang fail to delay Luo Wei, but it was wiped out by Charlotte Linlin's attack, which can be described as a waste of effort. Of course, just Charlotte Linlin's attack is already very terrifying. Charlotte Linlin, who fell on the sea, not only did not sink into the sea, but was lifted up by a spray of water column. Under her homie's manipulation of the sea with the soul fruit, the sea surface with a radius of several kilometers seemed to turn into a raging beast, attacking Luo Wei from the bottom of the sea. The body was isolated from the sea water by the mental defense shield. Luo Wei walked towards the deep seabed, and at the same time shuttled towards the distance. But following the manipulation of Charlotte Linlin's homies, a huge face suddenly appeared in the sea behind him, and in a silent roar, two huge arms like sea currents grabbed at him. The resistance of the seawater greatly slowed down Luo Wei's speed. On the contrary, the huge homies formed by the seawater was like a fish in water, and two huge currents quickly approached him. Even if he dived into the sea, Luo Wei did not let down his vigilance, so he immediately noticed the movement behind him. Nianian Super Shen Luo Tianzheng. The dragon armor dissipated, revealing a pale face covered in blood at the corners of his mouth. Luo Wei, under the defensive cover of only maintaining thought power, burst out the maximum thought power shock wave behind himself. Boom. The sea water was squeezed by the terrifying shock wave, turned into a giant bubble bomb visible to the naked eye, and collided fiercely with the two approaching sea currents. As if a nuclear bomb had been dropped into the sea area where it was located, there was an astonishing shock. Two huge sea currents turned into endless sea water billowing and radiating around like an explosion, forming a thick spherical Uzumaki on the bottom of the sea. Advertisement. Seawater homies showed a terrified expression. Its body was inhaled madly by the spherical Uzumaki. It wanted to struggle, but it didn't have the strength to resist. The spherical Uzumaki is getting bigger and bigger, and after completely absorbing the seawater homies, it has also reached the upper limit of its tolerance, turning into a terrifying water that soars into the sky. Not good. On the surface of the sea, seeing the suddenly bulging sea surface, Pelusolino's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly turned into a golden beam and charged into the distance. Mom, it's dangerous. On the other side, Thundercloud Zeus and Sun Prometheus also sensed the danger. Shocked, they rushed towards Charlotte Linlin while shouting. Hateful. Although Charlotte Linlin was not reconciled, she still kept her sanity. She was stopped by Thundercloud Joe with a vertical leap, and she also left towards me. Boom. The rising current near Gaia Island and the bulging sea surface turned into a soaring water column with a diameter of more than 100 meters in just a few seconds. Amidst the deafening roar, the surrounding sea once again set off a huge tsunami, and in the pervasive water vapor, the water column soaring to the sky was nearly 1,000 meters above the body before it was powerless. But even so, the falling water column also caused a devastating natural disaster. The endless seawater that fell formed a super rainstorm, and some raindrops were even as big as boulders, enough to collapse smaller ships. This super rainstorm lasted for nearly a minute. When it was over, Pelusolino, who had escaped in time, stepped on the golden energy, looking at the turbulent sea with uncertainty. Advertisement. Have you failed? I didn't expect to be able to get out of such a situation. No wonder Kuzan failed to arrest him and returned. And with the growth rate of the other party, if you fail this time, it will be even more difficult to deal with next time. I am afraid that you have really provoked a dangerous existence this time. Pelusolino finally showed a look of distress, and at the same time, there was fear and dignity in his eyes. Suddenly, Pelusolino turned into a golden flash and swept towards the distance. Boom. 770 jets of flames mixed with armament hockey hit Pelusolino, and then bombarded the sea surface not far away. The violent impact and high temperature not only collapsed the sea surface, but also turned the incinerated seawater into dense mist. As this considered embarrassing and angry. It's really scary. I don't want to fight a monster like you. The flashes of light gathered in the distance, and Pelusolino looked at Charlotte Linlin who was attacking him, and his whole person returned to his original character, showing an exaggerated expression of fear. After being freed by Luo Wei, Charlotte Linlin was naturally extremely angry, and she also set the target of venting on Pelusolino. If it was Sakazuki, he would definitely have no hesitation to fight with Charlotte Linlin, but now it is Pelusolino who is the representative of salted fish. He didn't intend to fight Charlotte Linlin at all, turned around and turned into a flash of light and shot into the distance. Sin Hunter, Marine, you bastards, I will kill you all sooner or later. Pelusolino slipped so resolutely that Charlotte Linlin couldn't catch up at all. Unable to vent her anger, her veins twitched and she let out a strange roar that shattered the sea. 370th chapters add fuel to the flames. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Slap. In the conference room of Marineford, a newspaper was slammed on the conference table by Sengoku. The high-quality wood table trembled and was almost smashed. It can make Sengoku, who has always been rational, almost destroy public property, which shows how angry he is now. The bastard Morgans is afraid that the world will not be chaotic, so he dares to publish such news. Does he want to make the world more chaotic? Vein throbbing, Sengoku's face was full of anger, wishing Morgans could beat him hard right in front of his eyes. The marine executives present also had ugly faces, especially Yi. Now she is not as calm as before, but has a gloomy expression on her face. The reason is very simple. The newspaper that Sengoku slapped on the conference table, the most eye-catching headlines, recorded the battle between Luo Wei, Pelusolino and Charlotte Linlin in the waters near said island, and even specifically noted Luo Wei killed Gion at the kendo tournament. Advertisement. Although there are various intelligence organizations in this world, if it is said to be the leader in this industry, World Economic News is definitely qualified to compete for this position. Morgasbin was one of the special guests of the kendo conference, so how could he not have noticed the battle between Luo Wei, Pelusolino and Charlotte Linlin? Now it is only the second day, and the news about this great war is immediately published in the newspaper it publishes, spreading throughout the world. You must know that the aftermath of the battle between Marine and Big Mom pirates has not dissipated. Although Marine won, but because the New World branch was destroyed by a group of big pirates and other four emperors, the victory of the war did not allow Marine to achieve the desired increase in power. Now Gion, an important Marine general, has been killed, and the assailant, Luo Wei, escaped smoothly after being attacked by Pelusolino. This is definitely a setback for Marine's prestige. Under such circumstances, the forces hostile to Marine will naturally become more and more unscrupulous. How can Sengoku and others endure this situation? According to the latest information obtained so far, some big pirates in New World who have been suppressed have revived again, and some of them even took joint actions, resulting in the death of several fleets and nearly 1,000 casualties. If the current situation is not handled properly, I'm afraid more and more pirates will take this opportunity to act WW. Taking the cigar out of his mouth, pressing it out in the ashtray, Huo Shaoshan looked around his colleagues with a smile on his face, and said in a deep voice. It's no surprise that those villains will act like this, but the most important thing is to get rid of the villain, the evil hunter. Whether it's killing the important General Gion, or fueling the chaos, this person is enough to be listed as a heinous criminal. I propose that I personally fight against the opponent, and strive to eliminate this villain as quickly as possible. Sakazuki said coldly. Advertisement. Stallo Berry, who has a super long skull, hesitated for a while, and couldn't help but said, I'm afraid it won't work. After the First World War in Toto Land, our branch in New World was severely damaged. The great pirates of world won't let us rebuild easily. Moreover, the whereabouts of the evil hunter are always unpredictable. Even if we mobilize all the intelligence forces to investigate, it is still difficult to locate the opponent. Although Sakazuki Admiral has the power to crusade against evil hunters, the time it will take is uncertain. Once the time is too long, it will inevitably slow down the speed of New World branch reconstruction. Quote. Hearing this, the Marine generals were pondering, while Sakazuki frowned, looking towards Pelusolino to the side. Pelusolino, you just fought against the evil hunter, do you think there is any problem with my decision to hunt down the opponent? Pelusolino's neck is now bandaged because of a neck injury caused by the fight with Luo Wei. However, this is the case, he is also a salted fish as always. If it is not for Sakazuki asking now, it is estimated that he has been muddling through the whole meeting. Of course, since he was asked, Pelusolino also gave an answer, shaking his head and saying, this is not a good decision. As Stallo Berry Vice Admiral said, although there is still a gap in strength between the evil hunter and you and me, this is completely different from the crusade against him. His Nyen fruit is extremely mobile, even if he can lock his position, but if he wants to leave with all his heart, even I can only delay it. Advertisement. Although Charlotte Linlin and I were afraid of each other and unable to work together to let the evil hunter escape this time, it was enough to prove that the other party was difficult to deal with. All in all, if we want to really crusade against the evil hunters, we must meet two conditions. One is to lock the position of the opponent, and the other is to compare the two admiral forces together. I think in the current situation, it is impossible to meet these two conditions, so for the issue of the evil hunter, we can only wait for the situation to stabilize before dealing with it. Even if it is a salted fish, it is still a super salted fish that is salty to the position of admiral. Pelusolino's ability to judge the situation is not weak, and he directly pointed out the key point. There is indeed still a gap between Luo Wei's world-class combat power, but defeating and capturing, obtaining, or even killing are completely different things. Just like Pelusolino, although he has sparkling fruit, he is faster than Luo Wei, but he is not without flaws. For example, when he wants to launch an attack, he must release from elementalization and attack with a physical body. At the same time, the movement of the sparkling fruit is linear, while the movement of the Nianian fruit is flexible. Therefore, when Luo Wei wants to leave, Pelusolino can only delay instead of chance went head-to-head with Luo Wei. Pelusolino's explanation made everyone's hearts sink in the conference room, and they also felt the difficulty of Luo Wei. Sengoku, who was on top, also rubbed his temples, and said, the most important thing now is to stabilize the situation in New World, about the matter of Gion Vice Admiral. Chapter 371 Wake Up. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Having said that, Sengoku couldn't help but looked at the always taciturn Crane, and couldn't help feeling self-blame and worry in his heart. It was he who approved Gion's participation in the Kendo tournament, originally to let Gion get sharpened from it, so that he can cultivate excellent combat power faster. Now that Gion died under Luo Wei's sword, even though it was Gion's own request to participate in the Kendo tournament, Sengoku still feels responsible. He knew the relationship between Gion and Crane, and he also understood that Gion's death was definitely a major blow to Crane. If possible, he really wanted to heal this sad result for his old comrade in arms, but after all, he was the Marshal of Marine, and the decision he made was based on the overall situation of the battle. Leave the matter of Gion to the old man. Just when Sengoku was about to postpone the crusade against Luo Wei, suddenly, a person interrupted him. Everyone looked at it one after another, and immediately saw a burly and tall figure standing up from their seats. This person was Garp. It's okay for me to stay at the headquarters all the time, so let me lead a team to hunt down Luo Wei. Garp said carelessly. Garp, Suru, who was a little depressed because of Gion's death, looked up at his old comrade in a daze. Sengoku was the first to respond to 290, and at the same time saw Garp's plan. After thinking about it for a while, he suddenly felt that it was indeed a good idea for Garp to be responsible for arresting Luo Wei. Advertisement. In terms of strength, Garp naturally has no doubts. If he confronts Luo Wei head-on, he believes that Luo Wei will definitely not be an opponent. As for whether Luo Wei can be kept, it is naturally the best. If not, at least it will send a signal to the outside world. Don't you evil hunter dare to kill our important general, then we will dispatch Garp, who is known as a hero. With Garp's record of destroying Rock's pirate and driving Roger to the brink several times, it can play a very good deterrent effect. Moreover, this is also very good to appease the Crane, so that the Chief of Staff of the Marine can recover faster, so that he will not be depressed all the time. If it's from Vice Admiral Garp, maybe the Sin Hunter can really be caught. Garp's prestige in Marine is extremely high, and his brilliant record is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. With his appearance, many people present couldn't help but have similar thoughts. What's more, if it weren't for Pelusolino's words just now, it is estimated that many people would directly believe that Garp would definitely be able to capture Luo Wei. Okay, then the capture of the evil hunter will be handed over to Garp, and the reward for him will be increased to 2.5 billion berry. HMPH, didn't Morgans tout in the newspaper that Luo Wei has the potential to replace Charlotte Linlin and become the new 4 emperors? Then let's add fuel to the fire and let those wolves of the new world assist us in dealing with this bastard. Sengoku not only agreed to Garp's dispatch, but also supplemented it, preparing to use his strength to arouse the ambitions of pirates by increasing Luo Wei's reward. Just like in the original book, when Luffy was called the 5th Queen by Morgans, Marine greatly increased his reward. This is not at all a recognition of Luffy's status as the 5 emperors, but a means of flattery. Advertisement. Pirates pursue fame and fortune, and the reputation of the pirate emperor is enough to cause intense internal friction. Now Sengoku also has the same plan. On the one hand, he is using the pirates to deal with Luo Wei, and on the other hand, he is using Luo Wei to attract the attention of the pirates, so as to reduce the obstacles for Marine to rebuild the New World branch. Darkness. Silence. I don't know how long it has passed, and the silent consciousness gradually wakes up. Where is this? I seem to be lying on the bed. Waking up from the coma, Luo Wei didn't open his eyes immediately, instead he regained his composure after a brief daze, silently feeling his own situation and the environment he was in. His body is naturally very bad. Although he successfully defeated the pursuit of homies who was transformed into sea water, the injuries caused to him by Lot Linlin and Pelusolino were terrible. But now it seems that someone has given him treatment, and the smell of medicine emanating from his body can clearly pass into the nose. Luo Wei remembered that he was holding his seriously injured body away from the bottom of the sea, and finally arrived at an unknown island, and then passed out after landing because of his serious injuries. Of course, he didn't forget that he released the number 1 battle puppet and the demon spirit body of the Sword of Fallen Angels before he fell into a coma to protect his own safety. The number 1 battle puppet is the CP0 Tiger Sharkman. When he left said island, Luo Wei took him into the space where both dead and living things can be stored. When feeling the body being healed, Luo Wei also sensed the number 1 battle puppet and the body of the demon spirit, both of which were beside him. Advertisement. After confirming that his situation was safe, Luo Wei felt relieved a lot, and then slowly opened his eyes. What catches the eye is the wooden ceiling and the simple room. As for the number 1 battle puppet and the body of the demon spirit, they were sitting cross-legged on the edge of the bed where he was lying, just like the 2 guardians. Number 1, come here. Although the injury has been healed, it is still very early to recover, and there will be bursts of severe pain just sitting up. Luo Wei sat up and leaned against the head of the bed, gasped for breath to relieve the pain, and then gave orders to the number 1 puppet sitting cross-legged. After the number 1 puppet with a blank expression quickly got up and approached, Luo Wei pointed at the opponent's forehead, and communicated with the spiritual will implanted in the opponent's mind with the power of the Nianian fruit. Quickly acquiring the memory of the other party, Luo Wei quickly understood what happened in his coma. A pair of mentors and apprentices named Jeffrey and Nailu, and the future Marine Admiral Fujitora. After getting the memory from the number 1 battle puppet, Luo Wei was suddenly surprised. Whether it is the number 1 battle puppet or the body of the demon spirit, both of them have a certain amount of wisdom. The order Luo Wei gave them before he fell into a coma was to protect him, so if someone rescued him with good intentions, the 2 would not stop them. Although he was sure that he was discovered and treated after being unconscious, he did not expect that there was an acquaintance among the people who rescued him. Chapter 372 Strength and Prudence. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Almost when Luo Wei woke up, in an open space outside the house, he was communicating with Jeffrey, pointing out the life of Nailu's swordsmanship, and suddenly stopped speaking. Mr. Jeffrey, I'm afraid we need to talk later. Mr. Luo Wei seems to have woken up. Let's go into the house to see him first. Kindness. Life's sudden words stunned Jeffrey on the side and Nailu on the opposite side who was taking a break from swordsmanship. Mr. Yi is saying that the person in the room is awake. Jeffrey was the first to react, and confirmed with a serious expression on his face. Yi nodded. Yes, I have a little experience in observation hockey, so I sense the signs of the other party's awakening. His observation hockey is more than just a little bit of experience, it can be said that it has reached the pinnacle, even if he doesn't pay attention to it deliberately, the slightest disturbance cannot escape his perception. Really? Then let's go and have a look, maybe Mr. Luo Wei will teach me swordsmanship when he is happy. Nailu also ran over at this time, her delicate face was full of excitement and excitement. As she aspires to become the first female world's number 1 swordsman, she can be said to be very yearning and admiring for Luo Wei, a great swordsman who has reached the top in the kendo competition. Even when Luo Wei was discovered by accident, she was the one who proposed to save and treat Luo Wei. Even if she has already apprenticed as a teacher, it does not hinder Nailu's desire to ask Luo Wei to teach him the way of swordsmanship. Advertisement. Jeffrey glared at his apprentice, and scolded. Are you saving people only to make the patients repay their kindness? Let me tell you, you can be quiet after you go in, otherwise, if you offend the other party, our teacher both disciples must be finished. Yes, I understand. Nailu nodded repeatedly. Jeffrey's scolding made Nailu's heart tense, and she quickly said seriously, I know master, I will be honest with the Congress. Crunch. Not to mention the body of the demon spirit. Its body is made of fresh blood. It can be said to be a full-fledged killing life body. Even if it is not in a fighting state, the strong killing atmosphere is enough to make one's hair stand on end. Although among the 3, Fujitora was the one who received the most attention from Luo Wei, but after discovering the nervousness of Jeffrey and Nailu, Luo Wei still set his sights on the 2 of them, and said with a gentle face. This old man is worrying about himself. I don't know how Mr. Luo Wei's injury is recovering. If there is anything wrong, I can provide the corresponding medicine for Mr. Luo Wei. On the side, I have been listening to Jeffrey's teachings to Nailu all my life, but I didn't intervene, but waited for Jeffrey's instructions, and then said with a smile, let's go into the house quickly, otherwise, Luo Weisheng might come out by himself later. Jeffrey first showed shame, and then tentatively asked Luo Wei. As that's so, I will remember the life-saving grace of the 2 of you. I don't know if you have any needs. As long as I do my best, I will do my best to meet them. Of course, this is also due to the number 1 battle puppet and the body of the demon spirit guarding Luo Wei. Strength can be strengthened step by step through hard work, but if you lack a cautious attitude, then no matter how strong you are, you will fall off the clouds one day. Quote. Advertisement. It seemed that his words had the effect. Both Jeffrey and Nailu breathed a sigh of relief, and their instinctively tense bodies eased a lot. Seeing his lover's well-behaved attitude, Jeffrey's serious face also eased, and he warned. Nailu, you have to remember that although this world is weak and small as the original sin, but the first condition for survival, strength is not the first, but a cautious attitude. The door was opened. Yisheng, Jeffrey and Nailu walked into the room accordingly. Nailu next to her had a bright eye at first, but after seeing her master's attitude, she immediately suppressed the urge to ask Luo Wei for advice on kendo, and smiled politely. I'm the same as my master, and I don't have any needs. Man. Come in. 3. You two don't need to be too nervous. Although I'm not a good person, I won't persecute my benefactor who saved me. In contrast, Jeffrey and Nailu felt nervous and invisible pressure under Luo Wei's gaze. Said, under the leadership of Yisheng, Jeffrey and Nailu followed behind, entered the house together, and went straight to the room where Luo Wei was. The number 1 battle puppet from the CPO had already experienced countless killings. Without deliberate restraint, the aura he exuded would naturally make people feel depressed. Before waiting for a knock on the door, Luo Wei opened the door directly. Although his eyes were closed in his whole life, his face was always with a slight smile, and there was no pressure from Luo Wei's gaze at all. She and Jeffrey are not only mentors and apprentices, but also brought up by Jeffrey alone, so although she plays on weekdays, if Jeffrey gets serious, she will never make a contradictory move. Advertisement. I don't dare to take credit for this. The wounds on your body were healed by Mr. Jeffrey and Miss Nailu. I'm just an idler. Yi waved his hands. It wasn't that Luo Wei showed his aura, or his gaze was too sharp, it was entirely his strength and identity that created psychological pressure on the two of them. In the room, Luo Wei was surprised to find the existence of Fujitora among the people who saved him. Instead, his expression moved slightly, and he looked towards the closed door. I also believe that Mr. Luo Wei is not that kind of despicable person. Yisheng also said with a smile. He recovered very well, thanks to the treatment of the 3 of you. Luo Wei said with a smile. Let's go in quickly. Jeffrey was startled and said quickly. 0. Seeking flowers. Although he did not resist the choice of treating Luo Wei, he was not as relaxed as his apprentice. Luo Wei glanced at the other party, then turned his eyes to Jeffrey and Nailu who were facing him, and said with a gentle expression. No way. Luo Wei is not only a powerful swordsman, but also a dangerous existence with an amazing bounty. As people grow old, Jeffrey knows that there are not a few people in this world who repay kindness with grievances, so he will not take credit for his treatment of Luo Wei, but always maintains a cautious attitude. No, the old man doesn't have any needs, and saving Mr. Luo Wei is just a coincidence, and he dare not ask for anything extravagantly. Jeffrey said politely. Advertisement. Chapter 373 Gift. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. If it is said that Jeffrey and Luo Wei can't see any traces, then Nailu is too tender. Her subtle expression changes have already let Luo Wei know that the other party is not without needs. Luo Wei doesn't like to owe favors to others, just as in order to repay Marine's cultivation, he first changed Zephyr's tragedy, and then avoided conflicts with Marine many times. Even in the Battle of Toto Land, while satisfying his own needs for crime and original sin, he also deliberately assisted Marine in cutting off the important combat power of the Big Mom pirate group. Even Guillaume, if the opponent hadn't insisted on having a life and death duel with him in order to sharpen his way of swordsmanship, he would not kill the opponent. After thinking about it, Luo Wei raised his hand to grab the void, but there was a long knife, 623, with a black scabbard in his hand. This knife is a big and fast knife Chushui. It has helped me kill many powerful enemies. Although the 2 of you didn't ask for it, you still have to repay the kindness of saving your life. Let this knife count as one of your kindness. Pass Chushui to number 1 battle puppet, and the other party will send the knife to Jeffrey and Nailu. For Luo Wei's strange way of taking out the autumn water, Jeffrey and Nailu were stunned at first, but after Luo Wei explained the origin of the knife and sent it away, the 2 became flustered. How can this be? It's too precious. The old man just provided some herbs. It's not worth a big sharp knife as repayment. Jeffrey was shocked by Luo Wei's generosity. He really didn't expect Luo Wei to take out a big sharp knife as repayment. What? That is a peerless famous sword second only to the supreme Kuaisao. Advertisement. Don't say he is a swordsman, even a great swordsman, a big sharp knife is enough to cause fierce competition. Moreover, Chushui is still a very famous sword among the big fast swords, because its original owner was Longma, who was known as the dragon-slaying warrior. The glorious record of slaying dragons has been regarded as the highest pursuit by countless swordsmen until now, and slaying giant dragons is also regarded as the most romantic thing in a swordsman's career. For Luo Wei's act of giving him the legendary sword of Chushui, Jeffrey was not only terrified, but also excited and admired. Yes, it is admiration. Because if it were him, he felt that he would not be willing to give away a peerless sword like Chushui, even if the other party was his lifesaver. This is not because he doesn't know how to be grateful, but because the swordsman's obsession with famous swords is too deep, and many swordsmen even value famous swords more than their own lives. As for Nailu, her eyes were also firmly attracted by Chushui, there was both longing and love in her eyes. But before Jeffrey didn't agree, she didn't accept no matter how much she liked. No, it's worth it to me, because in my eyes, your grace to save me is far more precious than a big sharp knife. Regarding what Jeffrey said, Luo Wei laughed. This. Jeffrey hesitated, wondering if he should accept it. Advertisement. At this time, Sheng said, Mr. Jeffrey, it is not necessarily a good thing to refuse blindly. Since Mr. Luo Wei has already said so, I think you should accept this gift in return. This will also make Mr. Luo Wei take it easy. As a bystander, he sees it most clearly. From Luo Wei's statement, he already knows that Luo Wei does not want to owe favors. Well, then, according to what Mr. Yisheng said, I am here to thank Mr. Luo Wei for his gift. After being persuaded by Yisheng, Jeffrey finally accepted Chushui, and at the same time bowed slightly to express his gratitude to Luo Wei. A gift is not a gift, it's just a thank you. This gift is what Mr. Jeffrey deserves. Luo Wei smiled slightly, then looked at Nilu who was next to Jeffrey, and continued. As for the second kindness, you two can think about it slowly, I will recuperate here for a while, if you two have ideas can be brought up at any time. That's too polite, Chushui's gift has already satisfied the old man, so there is no need for this second kindness. Jeffrey quickly waved his hands. There's no need to refute, this is actually just to eliminate my sense of indebtedness. Luo Wei said. Jeffrey opened his mouth, but after seeing Luo Wei's firm expression, he was still unable to speak in the end, and could only acquiesce in Luo Wei's decision. Although Luo Wei was nearly besieged by Pelusolino and Charlotte Linlin, resulting in serious injuries, his dragon armor is not empty after all. With sufficient medicine provided by Jeffrey, his injury was quickly stabilized and he recovered day by day. Advertisement. After just a few days of cultivation, he can already get out of bed. During this period, Luo Wei naturally had a conversation with Yisheng. Although Yisheng hadn't joined Marine at this time, he was already a formidable powerhouse, and might even have reached the level of world-class combat power. Because he knows that his attainments in observation hockey have reached the pinnacle in his life, so when Luo Wei communicated with the other party, he also discussed observation hockey. It was as if he had never stopped Jeffrey and Nilu from rescuing Luo Wei in his life, and he didn't seem to have any ill feeling towards Luo Wei. In the face of Luo Wei's discussion, not only did he not refuse, but he gave a lot of suggestions and 2.2 pointers, which made Luo Wei gain a lot. Of course, Luo Wei didn't just ask for it. As a reward, he also took the initiative to explain kendo and hockey. The two can say that they have gained something from each other. On the cliff, Luo Wei sat quietly cross-legged on a rock, with the sword of the fallen angel resting on his knees, with his eyes slightly closed, practicing sword meditation. After an unknown amount of time, footsteps approached from behind. Nilu, what do you want from me? The movement behind made Luo Wei break away from the saber zen, opened his eyes, looked at the sea in the distance, and said without turning his head. The person who came from behind was Nilu. She came behind Luo Wei, with admiration and respect, she said softly, Mr. Advertisement. Chapter 374 Open black lens bracket Physical close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Luo Wei got up and stood up. Compared with Nilu who was only about 1.7 meters tall, he was already close to 2 meters tall. It can be said that Yamato was extraordinarily tall and strong. Turning around, he stared at the other party. Have you really considered it? You must know that my current situation is very bad. Marine, 4 emperors, big pirates, many of them want to kill me. If you follow me by your side, it means that you will also fall into such danger. Of course, he already knows about the news published by the World Economic Comforting newspaper. At the same time, Marine's plan can be seen from the astonishing reward of 2.5 billion. To put it bluntly, if he appears in the outside world now, he will not only face the pursuit of the Big Mom pirates, Beasts pirates and Marine, but also many ambitious big pirates who want to kill him to make his name. I understand, but I know better that the way of a swordsman can only grow through repeated trials and tribulations. 09 is accompanied by dangers and opportunities. I want to become a strong swordsman like Mr. Luo Wei, so I implore Mr. Luo Wei to accept me calendar. Nilu took a deep breath, and looked at Luo Wei without fear, her eyes full of determination. Looking at each other for a while, Luo Wei nodded slightly. Since you have this awareness, then I have nothing to say, and you will follow me from now on. Will agree to accept the other party as his apprentice, not only to repay the other party's kindness for saving him, but also because Nilu's talent in kendo moved him. Advertisement. It was like a lifetime, although he only stayed for 10 days before leaving, but during this period of time, he also unreservedly passed on his own knowledge of swordsmanship to Nilu. After apprenticeship, Luo Wei did not take Nilu away immediately, not because his injury had not recovered, but because he was waiting for the final upgrade of the golden template to be completed. Nilu's apprenticeship to Luo Wei also belongs to the former, so the apprenticeship is not just a word, but needs to be witnessed by family members, and there are strict steps. With Nilu's respect for Jeffrey, she would naturally explain in advance if she wanted to learn from Luo Wei. Jeffrey, who was sitting on the other side, watched this scene with satisfaction, and at the same time said to Luo Wei Chen Ken, In the future, Nailu will trouble Mr. Luo Wei to take care of her. This girl has lived with the old man since she was a child, and has no experience. How many things, if there is any offense in the future, please forgive me. After the two chatted for a while, the teacher apprenticeship ceremony ended. During these days of observation, Luo Wei naturally discovered this point, and even Nailu gave him the feeling that Gion, who was beheaded by him, also possessed unparalleled talent in the way of swordsmanship. 5. Evil value, original sin value. Afterwards, it took a whole day, with Jeffrey acting as the servant of Nailu's family. Luo Wei and Nailu completed the apprenticeship ceremony, which also represented that Nailu officially became Luo Wei's first apprentice. This is my handbook that integrates my own kendo and the opponent's swordsmanship I have experienced, and I will give it to you as an apprenticeship gift. Even though Nian Nian fruit is highly mobile, there is no guarantee that there will be no accidents, so before he shows up to the outside world, he must prepare sufficient cards. When the last grain of sand flowed out of the illusory funnel, and the golden template glowed again from the gray cooling state, Luo Wei noticed it immediately. Advertisement. It's the same as the last upgrade. Is the new ability added? In terms of physique, can it be said? 1. Character. Luo Wei. Even though women are inherently weaker than men physically, Nailu's penultimate talent in kendo is enough to make up for this shortcoming. During the half-month of recuperation, the upgrade of the golden template was coming to an end, and Luo Wei had been teaching Nailu the way of the sword for less than 10 days, and the upgrade was finally completed. There are too many enemies staring at him now, many of them are world-class fighters like Marine Admiral and 4 Emperors. Luo Wei's attention was immediately focused on the added physique, and while various thoughts were born in his mind, he also made contact with his consciousness. Master and teacher are different concepts, the relationship between the former is much closer, just like Nailu and Jeffrey. The battles with Pelusolino and Charlotte Linlin made Luo Wei more cautious. Really, thank you Luo Wei. Cough cough, thank you master for accepting me. After receiving Luo Wei's permission, Nailu immediately couldn't hide her excitement and joy, and hurriedly bowed. What's going on? Nailu and Jeffrey who was watching were stunned for a moment, both of them were puzzled by Luo Wei's sudden departure. 3. Practice space. Flying to the uninhabited coast on the other side, after releasing the number 1 puppet as a warning, Luo Wei just stood still, and his consciousness sneaked into his mind. Advertisement. Luo Wei, who was practicing against Nailu with a wooden knife, suddenly paused, and then immediately showed a very fast reaction. After blocking the wooden knife from Nailu's attack, he made a hasty 420 and flew into the air, far away. Once the golden template has been upgraded, practice can be used again. At that time, he can not only use this to improve his strength, but also make his survival safer. You're welcome, since Nailu has accepted me as a teacher, I will take good care of it. Luo said with a smile. At the moment of contact, not only did the physical display become more detailed and became physical 1.0, but Luo Wei also acquired this ability instinctively. After looking at the upgraded golden template, Luo Wei immediately discovered that in the original arrangement, there was an extra item of body weak. Shua. 4. Open black lens bracket physical close black lens bracket. After the teacher apprenticeship, Luo Wei also took out the letter prepared in advance from the space and handed it to Nailu. Nailu, who had autumn water on her waist, hurried forward to take it, and said happily, "Thank you, master." Nailu, practice alone first, I have something to do and I need to leave for a while. 2. Open black lens bracket Nian Nian fruit close black lens bracket open black lens bracket kendo close black lens bracket open black lens bracket armament hockey close black lens bracket open black lens bracket observation hockey close black lens bracket open black lens bracket conquerors hockey close black lens bracket. After getting along for more than half a month, Jeffrey also had a more intuitive understanding of Luo Wei, and because of this, after Nailu made a request, he only thought about it and chose to agree. Advertisement. 370th chapter's 10th order of power. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Quickly receiving the information that appeared in his mind, Luo Wei was slightly taken aback, and surprise immediately appeared on his face. It's so true. After this upgrade, you can actually strengthen your physique. As shown after physical, as clicked, 1.0 feet represents Luo Wei's current physical fitness level, which is also the physical fitness of an ordinary person. Physique is different from physique, the latter can be enhanced through exercise, while the former is predestined. The best example is Charlotte Linlin, who was born with a physique far beyond ordinary people, and she was able to destroy a village of giants in her childhood. Although Luo Wei now has a super strong physique, in essence, his physique is only at the level of ordinary people. It is precisely because of the weakness of his physique that his current physical training has entered a shackles. Even if he has a golden template practice to help him, 10 times of medium practice, he can barely increase his Dao value by several hundred at most. Purely in a physical contest, one Charlotte Linlin can kill dozens or hundreds of Luo Wei. The problem of physique was noticed when Luo Wei just stepped into practice. Although he made up for it later with the vibration quenching technique, it only enhanced the efficiency of practice, and it was a temporary solution, not a root cause. The current situation is the best proof. With a lack of physique, even if Luo Wei uses practice to increase his time, according to his current physical growth, it may be enough to increase his strength by 1 or 2,000 more. Completely stable. With such physical strength, it is obviously not enough to fight against Charlotte Linlin and other world-class fighters. It will even become Luo Wei's shortcoming and be defeated by the enemy. After calming down the excitement in his heart, Luo Wei began to try to improve his physique. Advertisement. The improvement of physique needs to cost the original sin value. With a light touch, physique immediately changed, from the original 1.0 feet to 1.1. He did not continue to improve physique, but checked the situation of sin value and original sin value. The most intuitive thing is the explosive power. Even if the basic strength has not been improved, because of the activation of the body, the same strength is enough to explode with stronger strength. Looking down at the small lake that was quickly formed under the influx of seawater, a sense of surging power suddenly arose spontaneously, making his heart agitate. Violent air waves howled and overflowed, and the sea surface not far away rolled up waves of more than 10 meters, hit the coast, and rolled into the sunken pit. Boom, boom. The ferocious strength burst out along the fist, the air was squeezed to form an air column, directly hit the sea surface, and exploded a water column several meters high. Let's raise Nian Nian fruit to the 10th rank first. Open black lens bracket evil value. 272,503 close black lens bracket. The use of the body seems to have become a lot smoother, and the explosive power has also been improved to a certain extent. This light feeling is like unloading the weight, backquote. Asterisk backquote, is this the 10th level of power? Just a little power can cause such destruction. No wonder people like Charlotte Linlin can stand on top of the world and suppress countless people. Advertisement. Luo Wei has already learned about the powerhouses at this level of world-class combat power through several battles. Pulling his consciousness out of his mind, Luo Wei felt it silently for a while, then suddenly looked at the distant sea, and then with a standard horse stance, he punched straight. After a little testing, Luo Wei once again focused on the golden template in his mind. At the moment of ascension, Luo Wei also keenly felt the changes in his body, as if a dry tree was infused with life again, and the cells suddenly became active. Luo Wei now feels like his body has returned from old age to the prime of life, and his whole body is full of vitality. The acquisition of sin value and original sin value has nothing to do with justice and evil. As long as it causes harm or death to others, then sin will be generated. Surprised, Luo Wei quickly controlled the surge of power, his figure rose from the pit, and suspended Wang Liao Jiao in midair. Nianian fruit. 10th level, 01,771,470ths. When the Nian Nian fruit was promoted to the 10th rank, Luo Wei also immediately felt the invisible Nian power emerging from the body continuously. The original sin value of 27 points quickly disappeared, replaced by Nian Nian fruit immediately from the 9th level to the 10th level. Open black lens bracket original sin value, 83 close black lens bracket. Such a significant transformation undoubtedly proves the benefits brought about by the improvement of physical fitness. Advertisement. Even if the golden template doesn't have the ability to detect the enemy, but based on combat measurement, all world-class combat power, except for its overwhelming strength in all aspects, must have a few powers that have reached the field level. When the power is raised to the 9th level, the consumption of original sin value is 9 points, and now it is raised to the 10th level, the consumption of original sin value still triples. Even Guion, after killing the opponent, Luo Wei also gained a lot of sin points and original sin points. The sudden increase in power made Luo Wei feel a little out of control. It was as if an invisible meteorite fell to the ground on the coast where he was, and a nearly 100-meter-long pit collapsed amidst deafening roars. Luo Wei's eyes flashed lightly, and he was very decisive to start upgrading the Nianian fruit whose experience value has reached the full value of the 9th level. Open black lens bracket physical close black lens bracket increasing 0.1 seems very small, but don't think that Luo Wei's own open black lens bracket physical close black lens bracket is just an ordinary 1.0. With the original upgrade and the upgrade to the golden template, both the sin point and original sin point were consumed enormously. An improvement of 0.1 is equivalent to a 1/10 increase in his physique. Even in a situation where the base number is already small, a small improvement is already very significant. Whether it was the kills in Dressrosa or some of the opponents killed in the Kendo tournament, Luo Wei's current crime value and original sin value have been greatly increased. However, the cooling of the golden template will not hinder the acquisition of sin value and original sin value. For example, Charlotte Linlin and Kazaru, who fought with him not long ago, have undoubtedly reached the 10th level of devil fruit development, and they can explode unparalleled destructive power at every turn. Open black lens bracket crime points close black lens bracket there are only more than 50,000 points left, and open black lens bracket original sin points close black lens bracket are also consumed under 100 points, leaving only more than 5,000 points. Advertisement. Chapter 376 Leave. Look for previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Although Luo Wei's strength in all aspects has reached the 9th level, which is second only to the 10th level, he can only compete, but cannot truly match or even defeat him. From this, it can be seen that although there is only one level difference between the 9th level, strength, and the 10th level, power, the gap between them is very large. Now that Luo Wei's Nianian fruit has reached the 10th level, it undoubtedly proves that he has the qualifications to truly confront world-class combat forces. It can even be said that he has also entered the world-class level in terms of strength. Opening his hands and clenching his fists, Luo Wei's eyes revealed a dazzling brilliance, which came from the fighting spirit in his heart. He had waited a long time from the time he had to hide in the marine to gain growth time in order to grow steadily, to now, enough to fight against top-level people like 4 emperors and marine admiral. It can be said that until now, Luo Wei has truly qualified to control his own destiny and be able to make his own voice in this world. It's not in a hurry, I still need to continue to accumulate strength now. After a while, Luo Wei lost the fighting spirit in his eyes, and slowly landed not far from the pit. The same world-class combat power also has strengths and weaknesses. He may now have the ability to confront Charlotte Linlin and others, but it is not enough to defeat or even kill the opponent. Not to mention the life-saving ability of world-class combat power, Luo Wei's Nianian fruit is only at the 10th level and the weakest 0 experience value. Even if he is extremely powerful in other aspects of strength, it is still not enough to defeat those whose strength has reached the first stage or even the latter stage. Even for a world-class combat power like 4 emperors, not just one power has reached the world, but multiple powers may have reached this level. Advertisement. For example, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, in addition to the incomparable strength developed by Devil Fruit, their physical strength is also no less than the 10th level of strength. Luo Wei doesn't know how strong Charlotte Linlin's physique is AJFC, but when his physique reaches 6.7, he just feels like his body has changed. Description changes. The importance of physique has been clear to Luo Wei since he first started practicing, so naturally he attaches great importance to it. After finishing using sin value, Luo Wei looked at original sin value again. He is still some distance away from being promoted to the 10th level for the next strength. After pondering for a while, he will continue to improve his physique. There are several small towns and more than a dozen villages on the island, which can be said to have a large population. Under the explosive growth, Luo Wei's body has undergone a much more obvious transformation than before. Every muscle, even every cell, has undergone substantial improvement. In terms of swordsmanship, he has gained a lot in the swordsmanship tournament, and after absorbing and digesting it, it is enough to achieve good growth. For Luo Wei's answer, Nailu was a little confused, but after seeing Luo Wei talking to someone, she quickly closed her mouth and didn't bother her, just obediently waited aside. Although the 4 emperors have always been the target of hunting in Luo Wei's heart, he will not be lost by the sudden increase in power, but will be like a hunter, waiting for the opportunity, looking for the best opportunity to kill in one fell swoop. After the upgrade of the golden template was completed and the strength was greatly improved, Luo Wei did not linger, and after greeting Jeffrey, he brought Nailu 10 Luffy here. We are enemies at the moment, but if things go well, we may not become friends. Luo Wei replied casually, and at the same time the phone bug also dialed. Advertisement. Find someone. Luo Wei replied, and then took out the phone bug from the space. In New World, most of the population islands and resource islands are divided by 4 emperors and become their territories. Improving the realm of Kendo now will naturally allow the overall strength of Kendo to grow in a balanced manner. If a physique of 1.0 represents an ordinary person, even if a physique exceeds 2.0, it is enough to be called an extraordinary talent. Open black lens bracket physical. 1.116.7 close black lens bracket. There's none. Kakulu Island is naturally unavoidable. In every small town and village on the island, there is a skull flag with a crescent moon beard, which also represents that this island belongs to the Whitebeard pirates. Add 200,001, and there are only more than 70,000 criminal points left. Exclamation mark. After landing, Luo Wei continued to improve, spending 100,000 evil points respectively on Nian Nian fruit and sword Dao. In observation hockey's perception, every life fluctuation is difficult to escape Luo Wei's perception. After searching carefully, Luo Wei restrained observation hockey after not finding it. She knew that the old man had many enemies, and all of them were as strong as monsters. Advertisement. Without leaving anything behind, Luo Wei put all his original sin points into physique, which made it achieve a leap-forward increase from the previous attempt before the election. As for the increase of 100,000 experience points in Kendo, this is naturally for the battle with Hawkeye half a year later. Kakuru Island is a small island in the New World. Looking for someone. Is it the teacher's friend or? Nailu asked cautiously. Hunter, it's me. I've arrived on Kakulu Island, but I haven't found any trace of the tiger hunter. Have you found any new information? If it is not a friend, then the biggest possibility is an enemy. If this is the case, then she will have to be vigilant next. Nianian fruit increased by 100,000 experience points. Although it was still far from the full value, it also got rid of the state of bare egg, which made Nianian fruit strengthen again. Master, what are we here for? Nailu asked curiously. Arriving from the sky and landing from the sky, Luo Wei took Nailu and landed on the coast of Kakulu Island. The moment it landed, Luo Wei scanned the entire island, launched observation hockey, and quickly enveloped the entire Kakulu Island. Luo Wei naturally kept these evil points for emergency use. As the phone bug played Hunter's appearance, Luo Wei also asked. Advertisement. Chapter 377. Target, Fur Race. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Captain, have you arrived at Kakuru Island yet? Hunter on the other side of the phone bug first showed surprise, and then quickly said, I'm sorry, leader, my subordinates haven't found any new information about the tiger hunter Tina, but just now, some intelligence personnel gave me feedback. Not long ago, when tiger hunters appeared on Kakulu Island, a giant elephant larger than the super-large sea kings appeared in the nearby waters. The subordinates specifically checked the information, and it is rumored that this giant elephant has some kind of relationship with the fur tribe. The tiger hunter is a hybrid of human and fur tribe. Her appearance on Kakulu Island is most likely related to this giant elephant. The subordinates are preparing to dispatch personnel to conduct in-depth inquiries. Quote. When he heard Hunt mention the giant elephant, Luo Wei immediately reacted, because the giant elephant is bigger than the super-large sea kings, as far as he knows, it is Zouwu. At the same time, Hunter's conjecture is also correct, because the fur tribe lives on the back of the Zhou giant elephant, and even built a kingdom-like existence. Do you know when the giant elephant left the waters near Kakulu Island, and which direction it was heading when it left? Luo Wei asked. He came here to deal with Tina's problem. He didn't forget that the other party attacked him in the Toto Land War. I was delayed by other things before, so I ignored it, but now, naturally I have to clean it up. Advertisement. Like Hunt would think of Zhou the Colossus. Tina appeared on Kakulu Island, and was still near the giant Zouwu elephant during this time. Luo Wei naturally suspected that the other party might have gone to the back of the Zhou giant elephant. Now that Hunter has investigated the giant elephant of Zouwu, he naturally has an understanding of this aspect, so he immediately replied, the direction that the giant elephant left about a day ago is. Although the Grand Line is full of magnetic fields and the weather is unpredictable, it is easy to get lost, but you can still identify the general direction through some simple methods. For example, in clear weather, the direction can be determined by the sun. Hunter quickly provided Luo Wei with the time and direction of the Zhou giant elephant's departure. After learning about it, Luo Wei also looked at Nailu after ordering the other party to continue to inquire. Let's go, we have to continue on our way. I'll tell you the details on the way. Luo Wei could see that Nailu was very confused about what he just said, so after explaining it, he urged his mind to fly sky. The mind power is built into a spherical defensive cover, and Luo Wei and Nailu located inside will not only not be oppressed by the air, but also can communicate freely as if walking on the ground. Flying rapidly in the direction where the Zhou giant elephant was leaving, Luo Wei also told Nailu the situation of himself and Tina by the way. Regarding Tina's attack on Luo Wei, as an apprentice, Nailu naturally expressed her indignation, and at the same time, she was secretly shocked after knowing that Tina was a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. Sure enough, her master was not only powerful, but none of his enemies were simple characters. Advertisement. However, this also proved her master's strength from a certain level. She was not that kind of powerful person, and she was not qualified to be his master's enemy at all. So, is master planning to subdue that Shichibukai named Tina? At the end, Luo Wei also explained his plan to deal with Tina, and Nailu said in surprise. Yes, Tina is a woman with a lot of value, first of all is Shichibukai, if she can surrender, then Shichibukai's rights can make it easier for me to do something, and then she is from a half-fur tribe. The fur tribe is a very powerful race, and its members, even children, have strong combat power. If they can use the other party's background to control the fur tribe, they can immediately create a powerful force. Quote. Regarding the handling of Tina, Luo Wei did not hide anything from Nailu. Since he accepts the other party as his disciple, it means that he has the intention to train the other party. Even if it is as strong as the 4 emperors, it needs management power to truly compete with marine and even the world government. Although Luo Wei pays attention to his own force, he also does not reject the building of power, and with a strong enough power, he can also help in the acquisition of crime points and original sin points. 0. Seeking flowers 0. Nailu, like Perona and the others, are candidates for cadres that Luo Wei fancy. Not only will he not hide some things, but he will also actively communicate with the other party, so as to increase the bond between the 2 parties. Nailu obviously needs some time to digest what Luo Wei said. Advertisement. Although she is penultimate with a talent for swordsmanship, and as a woman, she is already approaching the threshold of a swordsman at the age of 16, but she has been with Jeffrey before in terms of experience. If it wasn't for Luo Wei's explanation, she obviously wouldn't understand how dealing with an enemy can lead to so many things. But one thing she quickly understood was that in this operation, the enemy was not only a Shichibukai, but even the powerful fur clan that his master said. Fur family, if there is a battle, I just use it as a tempering tool. I must become stronger as soon as possible, otherwise it will only become a burden to follow master. Nailu secretly glanced at Luo Wei, thinking firmly in her heart. With the huge size of the Zhou giant elephant, even if it moves slowly, one step is enough to easily walk thousands of meters. It can be said that 2 days is enough to get away from nowhere. However, its huge size is also destined to be easy to be spotted. Even if it is far away, a giant elephant is very eye-catching walking on the sea. As Luo Wei searched in the direction where the giant elephant of Zhou was leaving, Hunter also activated the powerful intelligence force of Feng Er to search for the whereabouts of the giant elephant of Zhou. Although the gigantic size of the Zhou elephant is daunting and few people dare to approach it, it is not difficult to find it, especially when a first-class intelligence organization mobilizes all its forces. During the search, Luo Wei also received a follow-up report from Hunter. With Feng Er's all-out search, the giant elephant of Zhou was discovered not long after. After knowing the more accurate location, Luo Wei immediately rushed away with Nailu. Advertisement. Chapter 378 Zhou. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The 4 elephant feet like pillars of heaven step on the sea water, and every step they take will set off huge waves. At the same time, looking up, the 4 elephant feet can't see the end at all, and they go straight to the sea of clouds. Master, is this the giant elephant? It's too big. With the information provided by Hunter, Luo Wei found the giant elephant of Zhou in less than half a day. It was located at the foot of an elephant. Looking up to the sky, Nailu, who was inside the protective shield of mind power, couldn't help but swallowed. Drooling, his face was full of shock and disbelief. The visual impact of the Zhou giant elephant is undoubtedly very large. Standing on the side, you will know how big this world is. The two of them are like a speck of dust, which is really too small. Although there is some understanding in the original book, this is also the first time Luo Wei has seen the giant elephant of Zhou. Looking at the huge elephant feet of the other party, 790, that reached directly into the sky, he was also amazed. If such a giant beast is used in war, it is absolutely irresistible. Just like the jack in the original book, the ancient species and his natural strong physique were thrown by the Zhou giant elephant's trunk, and he was also beaten to death. If he was stepped on again, he would definitely burp on the spot. Of course, Luo Wei was just amazed, not afraid of the Zhou giant elephant. Advertisement. In terms of destructive power, the giant Zhou elephant is terrifying, but if there is a real fight, with the opponent's physical strength and slow attack speed, he has plenty of ways to turn the opponent into a dish. Don't be in a daze. After the meeting, no matter whether Tina is found or not, I will fight Mao Zhen. Although I will send number 1 to protect you at that time, it will also be a good tempering for you, so unless you encounter a fur tribe whose strength is far superior to yours, otherwise you can only rely on yourself to fight the rest. Luo Wei looked at Nailu, who was stunned by the giant elephant of Zhou, and carefully instructed her. If you want to improve your strength, it is not enough to just rely on hard work. In terms of swordsmanship, he has taught Nailu a lot, but if he wants to break through the sword master, or even become a great sword master, he can only rely on the opponent to practice hard and fight. It's master, I will work hard. Nailu woke up with a start, her heart shuddered at what Luo Wei said, and she immediately said loudly. Luo Wei nodded slightly, and without any hesitation, he urged his thoughts to lead the other party along the huge elephant feet and quickly rise towards the sky. The area of the back of the Zhou giant elephant is comparable to some islands, and the furry principality of the fur tribe was established from this. The furry principality is ruled by 2 kings, who are in charge of day and night respectively. The king of the day is a Nuerishi, and the king of the night is the cat viper. It is daytime now, so the leader who rules the principality is a Nuerishi, the king of daylight. Located in the furry prince's palace, the fighters of the musketeers guarded the hall, and their king was drinking and talking with a person. Advertisement. I really didn't expect our family to have such a master as you in the outside world, and even become 7 warlords of the sea. If possible, I hope that Miss Tina can take care of those children who get lost accidentally. Quote. Inulin raised his head and drank the wine in the wooden wine glass in one gulp, then looked at Tina who was sitting opposite, first sighed with emotion, and then said sincerely. Sitting cross-legged on a soft mat, Tina, who was fit and yet beautiful, grabbed a huge bone leg meat that was not much smaller than herself from the dinner plate on the ground, and boldly bit off a large piece of it. Meat. Although only half of my blood is from the fur clan, my mother is the benefactor who raised me. Your needs are not difficult. If you meet them, I will naturally take care of them. After chewing and swallowing, Tina also he took a sip of the wine, and then said carelessly. Inulin's face suddenly showed relief, and he also developed more affection for Tina. Although the two only met for the first time, even when Tina first entered the furry principality, she had a conflict with the musketeers. But since Tina has the blood of the fur clan, and her strength and status are very strong, Inulin still behaves very friendly, and even invites her to the palace as a guest. Facts have proved that he has not misjudged the person. Although Tina was very indifferent to them at the beginning, but after talking with them, the two parties still formed a certain friendship under the connection of blood. Of course, this also has something to do with Tina's mother. The Fur clan is a rare race, and like the Murlocs, they are born fighters, so they have always been very popular in the slave market. However, this is not a good thing for the Fur tribe, because this has caused the slave traders to try their best to arrest the Fur tribe once they find a single Fur tribe. Tina's mother was like this. Because of an accident, she was exiled in the outside world, but was caught by a slave trader, and finally sold to a human nobleman. Advertisement. Because she is a woman with a good figure and appearance, Tina's mother not only became a slave, but also became the private pet of the nobleman who bought her. Tina is in such a situation. If it is according to the normal development, she actually has no chance to be born, because her mother is only a slave, and she is also a foreign race. Whether it's to protect the face of the nobility or to reject aliens, it is impossible for Tina's father to let her be born. It's just that sometimes it's such an accident. In addition to representing wealth and superiors, nobles also belong to fat sheep in the eyes of many pirates. When Tina was first conceived, her father was attacked by a group of pirates. In the end, only Tina's mother escaped by relying on the innate physical advantages of the Fur clan. 1.0. Although Tina's mother hated that nobleman, motherhood still prevailed after all. After escaping, she did not kill Tina, but gave birth to her in the end. Because they are aliens, even if they are not slaves, they will be rejected by humans. It was under such circumstances that Tina lived with her mother for nearly 10 years, and then began a wandering life after her mother died of illness. Because she has seen the rejection and even disgust of human beings, before Tina's mother died of illness, her greatest hope was to let Tina return to her hometown. It was under the guidance of her mother that although Tina came to the furry principality for the first time, she still had a natural liking for the fur people. Otherwise, with her character, how could she sit calmly like this after the conflict? Come down and talk. Advertisement. Chapter 379. Ambition and Invasion. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. By the way, I once heard that you have two kings here. I don't know if this is true. Tina asked casually. Her childhood experience made her always very cautious. Even with her mother's factors, she naturally had a detailed inquiry and understanding of the Fur tribe before she actually found the Fur tribe. There has never been impenetrable information in this world, and only by trying hard to find out, can we finally get the information we want. Although the Fur tribe seldom communicates with the outside world, just as slaves of the Fur tribe appear from time to time in the slave market. If you want to know more through the Fur tribe living outside, you can still get some information about the Fur tribe. When Tina and the musketeers clashed, it was Yin Lan who finally made a move to prevent the subsequent escalation of the conflict. Although it was only a short fight, Tina can still be sure that Inulan's strength is not much weaker than herself. When mentioning the cat viper, Inulan could not hide a hint of displeasure. Inulan frowned, turned and said to the musketeers, Sicilian, take a few people to see what's going on. If they are slave traders, then just throw them away. Advertisement. This Fur tribe is a monkey, and the long sword not only has strength and speed, but also has an electric current, which doubles the power of the sword. It's really contradictory. Maybe we can take advantage of this. Tina's eyes flickered slightly, thinking secretly in her heart. But Nailu is not weak. She has a very solid foundation in swordsmanship. She blocked the opponent's attack time and time again, and also relied on her exquisite skills to slash and slash from time to time. Yes, Your Excellency the Duke. Sicilian knelt down on one knee, then selected a few people, and immediately withdrew from the hall and rushed to the gate of the city. So she is very interested in the rumored another king of the Fur clan. If she wants to seize power, the best way is to win the trust of the Fur tribe and show her strength at the same time. As he said that, he just stood up, and with Tina who was also in the same situation, they left the palace with the rest of the musketeers and headed for the city gate. When they heard the bell, both Inulan and the musketeers looked in the direction of the city gate in astonishment. Becoming 7 warlords of the sea, although it is partly out of self-protection, but just like the type of fur on her body, she also has tiger-like ambitions. After discovering that the fur race was more powerful than she had expected, Tina naturally had other ideas, such as seizing the ruling power of the fur race, so as to become one of the giants in the sea. Cough cough cough. Advertisement. At the city gate of the furry principality, the huge iron fence gate was bent and opened by some powerful force, and there were many fur people who fell around. Dang dang dang. HMPH, this is not something shameful, and Ms. Tina is also a member of our clan, and now it can be regarded as letting her know more about our situation. Duke Inuarashi waved his hand and said indifferently. Inulan didn't know Tina's real thoughts, so under the increasing favorability, he nodded without thinking too much. That's true, we do have 2 kings, and the other guy is called Cat Viper. I'm in charge of the day, and that guy is in charge night. Duke Inuarashi thought for a while, and finally nodded and said, that's okay, the person who can climb Zo may not be a simple person. Since Miss Tina has such a heart, then let's go and see together. I don't know if it's because she really doesn't have much scheming, or if Tina is pretending too well. Inulan didn't hide it and just blurted out. Of course, that bastard and I have too many conflicts. If we didn't manage the principality separately, we would at least have to do it every day. Hit it a dozen times. Although she doesn't have any malice towards the fur tribe, if she can gain the right to rule, she still doesn't mind making a plan. There is a sentry post at the gate of the furry principality. Once attacked, the bell will be rung to send an alarm to the principality. Especially with the addition of a group of warriors per capita, if the fur clan forms an army, I am afraid that only the Murlocs and Jew Snake Island can match it. Although she didn't know who broke into the furry principality, she also realized that this was a good opportunity after she realized it. If the strength of the other person is not inferior to Inulan, then the background of the fur tribe is really not simple. It can be said that it is not weaker than those big pirate groups in New World. Advertisement. If 030 can take action to eliminate the intruding enemy, she can not only resolve the conflicts that occurred before, but also gain a wave of reputation by the way, which is convenient for future actions. Anuarashi and Malmushi used to be very good friends, but for some unknown reason, the relationship became worse and worse, and even evolved into 2 time periods to take charge of the furry principality. Not long ago, when Tina arrived, the same sound was heard, because in order to play a deterrent role and reduce trouble, she used force to deter her before entering the principality. The sword clashed violently, and sparks continued to fly. In the woods inside the city gate, Nailu was fighting a fur tribe with a sword. The musketeers in charge of the guard coughed, and the one who made the sound was Sicilian, one of the 3 gunners. He took a step forward and persuaded, "My lord, let's change the subject. It's really rude to say this in front of the guests. Gone." Ding ding ding. In just one day, the siren sounded twice, and now the sentry post issued an alarm. Obviously someone was breaking into the principality. Siren. Just when Tina was about to open her mouth to continue to learn about the situation of another king cat viper, suddenly, a bell rang into the hall. Tina, who has been observing the other party, is naturally aware of this very keenly. Apart from being surprised that there is actually another top combat power in the fur tribe, she also tentatively said, "Look at you, why are you in which cat? Do vipers have contradictions? Duke Anuarashi, why don't we go over and have a look? If the enemy is too powerful, we can also support as quickly as possible." Tina said suddenly. Chapter 380. Musketeers. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Defeat this human, don't let him break into the residence. Not far from Nailu is the number 1 battle puppet released by Luo Wei, which is responsible for protecting Nailu, and further away is Luo Wei surrounded by more than a dozen fur tribes. In addition to the 2 elite units of the musketeers and knights, the fur tribe also has a large number of reserve fighters. The fur tribes who are now fighting with Luo Wei and Nailu are these fighters. Although they are not as good as the 2 major armies, they are all equipped with excellent combat capabilities. In the world, it is not a problem to offer tens of millions of rewards. Amidst the shouts, more than a dozen fur tribes surrounding Luo Wei flickered with electric current, rushed forward, and launched an attack on Luo Wei. With an indifferent expression and a calm glance, a violent impact descended from the sky, directly oppressing the attacking fur clan. With Luo Wei as the center, the ground suddenly collapsed, forming a large sunken crater, in which all the fur tribes screamed and hit the ground, their entire bodies sank into the mud, unable to move at all. Glancing at Nailu and the number 1 battle puppet who were still fighting, Luo Wei didn't stop there, as if shrinking into an inch, striding forward to the depths with one step approaching 100 meters. As soon as Luo Wei moved, Nailu, who was in the middle of the battle, immediately noticed it, and then immediately increased the intensity of the attack. She dodged to dodge, and when the opposite fur tribe slashed down, Nailu slashed with a swift knife light, tearing a hideous gap in the opponent's chest. Blood splattered, and the monkey fur clan screamed and fell to the ground. Advertisement. After finishing off the enemy, Nailu quickly chased in the direction Luo Wei left. She must follow in the footsteps of her master and sharpen her swordsmanship with more fur tribes. Correspondingly, there is the number 1 battle puppet responsible for protecting Nailu. It also quickly followed behind Nailu to ensure that Nailu can provide timely support when she encounters danger. Although there are buildings and houses in the furry principality, most of the area still maintains the state of virgin forest. Swish swish swish. A series of vigorous figures are either running on the ground or jumping on the thick branches. The alarm sounded, and the warriors of the fur tribe came to check. Even in the face of a fighting kingdom, his master pushed all the way, and no one could resist it. This kind of combat power was exactly the desire hidden in her heart. These figures are the members of the musketeers who came to check the situation after learning of Inulan's order. At this time, a loud shout came from a distance, followed by several figures jumping on the roof, quickly past the crowd, and landed on the opposite side of Luo Wei. Sicilian, the leader, locked Luo Wei with hostility, and said loudly, "Human, this is not the place you should come to. If you don't let go and catch you, then don't blame us for taking action." That's right, there's no need to spend too much time talking with humans, it's best to grab them directly. After witnessing Luo Wei's battle with a country, she only felt her blood boil, and she had more longing and admiration for her master. The ordinary fur tribe living here did not flee, even the mild-mannered fur tribe was born with the consciousness of fighting. Advertisement. Enemy attack. Attack quickly. Although the defense is crude, the reaction is quick. Longing for strength, this is the inheritance engraved in the genes of all creatures, and the same is true for Nilu. Damn it, human, didn't you hear me? Luo Wei was unmoved, the void in front of him trembled slightly, forming an invisible barrier, and the attacks of several fur tribes were all blocked. Luo Wei looked at the other party indifferently, but Li Jiao didn't pay attention to it at all, but stared in the direction where the other party and others came. After boarding the elephant, he had already perceived the entire furry principality in the field of knowledge. Seeing the appearance of many fur warriors, Luo Wei looked indifferent. Not only did he not stop, but he went straight to meet them as if he hadn't seen them. Tina had fought against him before, and he didn't know the opponent's aura, so on the perception of the field of knowledge, he had already discovered that the opponent was really entering Zhou. At the same time, under the attack, the invisible barrier produced a more ferocious anti-shock force, which sent these fur tribes flying tens of meters away, and broke many trees abruptly. Seeing that Luo Wei ignored him, Sicilian looked angry, and pulled out the western sword worn at his waist with a clang, pointing at Luo Wei and said angrily. Proceeding along the road leading to the residence, Luo Wei soon met the coming fur tribe warriors. Boom! Luo Wei's footsteps never stopped, and all the fur tribes who blocked him fell down. In the end, he appeared in the residence of the furry principality with the power of horizontal push. Advertisement. Several fur tribes rushing to the front hurriedly rushed to Luo Wei, either tearing with their sharp claws, or slashing with their swords, blocking Luo Wei's way forward. The same is true for the fur race that rushed over later, the majestic thought power flowed, forming a defense without dead ends, blocking the attack of the fur clan, and then counterattacked with greater force, the opponent Sha Fei. The other members of the musketeers who followed shouted loudly. The battle is still going on. No, more precisely, it should be crushing. After the appearance of Luo Wei, many fur tribes quickly formed a human wall, forming a wide open space, surrounding him in the center. Brother Sicilian, stop talking nonsense with this guy, catch him first. Nilu, who was chasing up from behind, looked at the fallen fur tribe in front of her and the messy scene around her, with both shock and strong longing on her face. It's human, hurry up and arrest him. The fur tribe found that Luo Wei was full of hostility and anger, and then rushed forward to attack Luo Wei. Master is so strong. Damn human, this is not a place for you to run wild. Stand back. For a moment, wherever Luo Wei passed, the attacking fur tribes not only did not stop his progress, but flew around like cannonballs one by one, causing nearby trees to collapse one after another. I must firmly follow Master, otherwise I will regret it for the rest of my life. Nilu quickly formed this idea in her mind. Advertisement. Chapter 381 Sweeping and Crushing. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Under the cheers of several members of the musketeer team, Luo Wei finally looked at the other party and the others, and finally fell on Sicilian, the leader, and calmly said, if you want me to catch me without a fight, then use your skills. HMPH, don't think of our fur tribe as those weak human beings in the outside world. No matter what your status is in the outside world, you don't have the right to be presumptuous here. There were flashes of lightning on Sicilian's body and long sword, his eyes were full of sharpness, he raised his voice and shouted, without any hesitation, he just rushed out with the sword. The flashing lightning sword drew a straight line of light traces, forming a stab attack in an instant. The combination of speed and strength even easily rolled up the howling air waves. Boom! The turbulent thoughts suddenly erupted from Luo Wei's body, rising into the sky like a hurricane. The long sword that Sicilian stabbed was immediately blocked by a solid block, and the long sword bent, causing his expression to change drastically. He hurriedly lost his strength, leapt back, and quickly retreated towards the rear. What's this? The other members of the 080 musketeers who were just about to attack with Sicilian were all shocked by the sudden change in front of them, and at the same time, the fur tribes around them also let out bursts of exclamation. The invisible thought force was condensed at a high intensity to form a tangible and substantial energy body. Luo Wei stood on the spot with his arms crossed, his whole body surrounded by huge clouds. Nianian Susano. Advertisement. Sicilian's thrusting long sword was blocked by the huge energy torso, and his attack did not cause any damage to the energy torso. Instead, when he retreated to the extreme, the energy torso continued to take shape, and grow, two equally thick energy arms. With a bent right arm, the clenched huge fist slammed towards the retreating Sicilian. The powerful force and the crazily oppressive staring of the air also caused a wild dance of airflow visible to the naked eye. Careful. The turbulent air waves burst out crazily, stirring up chaos in the surrounding void, and even caused many fur tribes around to be thrown into the distance. Boom. He didn't expect that his slashing would only cause such a little damage, which was completely different from what he had imagined. Stop. It's not over yet. Susano's upper body is more than a dozen meters high, and two arms grow behind her. They are also sweeping and waving, constantly blasting the rushing fur tribe into the distance. Amidst the screams, Susano sent several members of the musketeers flying out with one punch, and they flew backwards one by one, either collapsing the nearby seemingly piercing, or flying hundreds of meters away like a shell, outside. With explosive power in both legs, Sicilian immediately jumped up to dodge after reacting, but his movement seemed to have been seen through, and the huge fist that came from the bombardment also opened and moved upwards suddenly. Suddenly, a violent airflow swept from his side, and the huge fist was like a shell fired from a heavy artillery, fiercely hitting him directly. Stop him. Advertisement. But before he could make a move, Susano blasted away the fists of several members of the musketeers without stopping at all, and continued to crush towards Sicilian violently. The violent roar resounded in all directions, and the attacking fur tribe not only did not cause any harm to Luo Wei, but was easily suppressed by Susano, and figures flying around could be seen constantly. The tyrannical force almost exploded, causing violent shock waves to burst out in the void. The slashes of several musketeers collided with Susano's right fist, and they were immediately oppressed unmatched. What? Sicilian, who jumped back to the ground, was shocked when he saw this scene. Some attacked Susano holding Sicilian's arm, while others directly attacked Luo Wei who was in Susano's body. Dazzling electric current bloomed and entangled, and the tall figure showed extremely fast speed and vigorous skill, and appeared above Susano's arm holding Sicilian almost instantly. The fur tribes around did not expect that the musketeer team composed of the best fighters in the country would be defeated in an instant. Susano's left arm moved in an instant, sweeping out, and with a powerful blow, dozens of people who rushed past were sent flying. A crack appeared on the forearm where Susano was cut, but it was far from being severed. Ah! A shout of shock and anger suddenly came from not far away, and at the same time as the sound, there was a tall figure rushing into the center of the battle. Susano's power was too strong. Even if Luo Wei didn't burst out with all his strength, the fur clans that were swept away still flew towards the enemy, each of them was seriously injured and wailed. Advertisement. The long sword that was also entwined by the powerful current was pulled out instantly, and then it turned into a bright sword light, slashed straight down, and slashed hard on the energy arm. The musketeers, who were shocked by Susano, woke up suddenly. When they saw the huge fists hitting the retreating Sicilian, Ajek suddenly turned pale with fright, jumped up hastily, and drew their swords one after another. Want to resist. The palms were clenched tightly, and the terrible pressure made Sicilian feel as if all the bones in his body were crushed, and the intense pain made him cry out in pain. Bang bang bang. As if it was actively sent into the palm of Susano, Sicilian who jumped into the air was directly grabbed by Susano. Boom. Not good. Quickly save Lord Sicilian. While feeling unbelievable, they were also awakened by Sicilian's screams, and rushed forward with their bodies wrapped in electric current. Seeing this scene, the face of the tall figure, Arduka Nuerishi, suddenly changed. In just a few breaths, 200 or 300 fur tribes fell in the distance. At the same time, most of the nearby houses and buildings were knocked down by the flying fur tribes and turned into ruins. Let's work together to drive this human away. Boom. Bastard. Stop. Advertisement. Chapter 382 Confrontation. Confrontation. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Not good. The keen observation Haki made Duka Nuerishi immediately aware of the attack, and quickly turned around in the air, swinging his sword in front of him. Boom. Susano's huge fist collided with Duka Nuerishi's long sword immediately, and the collision between the two directly triggered the spread of layers of air waves, which were accompanied by jumping currents. His body shook, and Duka Nuerishi, who was in midair, couldn't use his strength at all, and his whole body was blown away by the violent force. The body quickly flew backwards for tens of meters, and then fell obliquely to the distant street. The ground was cracked and exploded crazily, and a huge deep pit was quickly formed. Both of Duka Nuerishi's legs were deeply sunken into the ground, and 2 ditches were even drawn in the pit. Although the hands holding the sword were numb for a while, Duka Nuerishi didn't dare to hesitate at all. He quickly pulled out his legs, jumped out of the deep pit, and landed in front of him. Everyone stop. Duka Nuerishi did not attack again, but roared with all his might. It's the Duke is here. Advertisement. Stop quickly, His Excellency the Duke is here, he seems to have something to say. Back off, everyone retreats to Lord Duke. The moment Duka Nuerishi appeared, Luo Wei had already discovered it, otherwise he wouldn't have knocked him into the air immediately after the opponent made a move. Under the yelling of the opponent, not only the fur tribes discovered their king's arrival, but also Luo Wei stopped attacking. The arrival of Duka Nuerishi undoubtedly surprised the fur tribe, and at the same time, they hurriedly evacuated from Luo Wei's surroundings and chased after Duke Inyugong. Although the fur tribe had been attacking bravely just now, in fact, they were already overwhelmed by Luo Wei's Susano under the constant serious injuries of their companions. Shua. As the fur tribe retreated to the rear of Duka Nuerishi, and when they formed a confrontation with Luo Wei, a vigorous figure landed beside Duka Nuerishi after a few ups and downs. This person was Tiger Hunter Tina, and she immediately looked at Luo Wei in Susano's body, her expression full of surprise. What the hell is going on? Why did this guy appear here? Could it be that he wanted to get revenge on me? Can't help but Tina doesn't think so. The fur tribe's location is already extremely secret. Luo Wei will appear here. It will naturally remind her of the fact that she attacked Luo Wei in the Toto Land War. Similarly, after seeing Luo Wei, Tina immediately entered a state of extreme vigilance, and she was extremely afraid of Luo Wei. During the Toto Land War, because she didn't know much about Luo Wei, she dared to attack. Advertisement. But now it is different. That battle had already made her fully understand the horror of Luo Wei, and she had also heard the news that Luo Wei escaped from the siege not long ago. It can be said that Luo Wei is in Tina's heart at this time. Even though there is still a gap between the four emperors and admiral, it is by no means a powerful existence that she can resist. Duke Inuarashi, you must be careful later. This man is called Luo Wei, not only known as the evil hunter, but also has a reward of 2.5 billion. He is an extremely dangerous person. Although it is still uncertain whether Luo Wei really came to seek revenge on her, Tina still looked for an ally very vigilantly, and took the initiative to explain the general situation of Luo Wei to Duke Inuarashi next to her. Hearing this, Duke Inuarashi's expression changed immediately, and when he looked at Luo Wei, his expression became more solemn. Unlike other fur tribes, he and Mamushiko once followed Mitsuyomi and boarded Yube and Roger's pirate group. Even though the current reward is much cheaper than that at that time, the reward of 2.5 billion is still very exaggerated, which is enough to show how terrible Luo Wei is. Human, I am the king of this country. You can call me Duke Inuarashi. Please explain your purpose now. If it's just a misunderstanding, I still hope to resolve it peacefully with your excellency. Knowing the danger of Luo Wei, Duke Inuarashi held back the anger of the casualties of his tribe, stared at Luo Wei closely, and shouted loudly. The gigantic Susano disappeared, Luo Wei flew into the air, and landed on the opposite side of Duke Inuarashi 10 meters away. 000. Landing on the ground, he glanced at Tina and Duke Inuarashi, and said lightly, I came here for two purposes. One is her, she has offended me before, and I want to resolve the grievances with her. Advertisement. Luo Wei's words suddenly made Tina's heart sink, and her body immediately tensed up. The big silver gun in her hand could not help but slanted in front of her body, staring at Luo Wei with a defensive face. However, Luo Wei didn't say anything, and after a pause, he continued, Second, I have taken a fancy to you fur tribes. Now you have two choices, either submit to me, or be exterminated by me. In the latter words, it was Duke Inuarashi's turn to change color, his complexion suddenly became ugly, and the anger that had just been suppressed rose again. Stop joking, we will not submit to anyone, please leave now, otherwise I will regard you as a war with our fur clan. Not only Duke Inuarashi refused resolutely, but the fur tribe behind him also shouted excitedly, Yes, we will not submit to you human beings, get out of our country quickly. My lord, this human being has no good intentions at all, let's drive him out together. Leave our country quickly, people like you are not welcome here. Tina, who was already prepared to escape, did not expect that Luo Wei wanted to subdue the fur tribe, and was met with strong resistance from the fur tribe. There was a slight movement in her heart. If she is alone, she will definitely not be Luo Wei's opponent, but if she unites the entire fur tribe, she may not have no chance of winning. Leaving aside ordinary fur tribe personnel, the strength of Duke Inuarashi is not inferior to her. And there is also a cat viper whose strength is probably not inferior to Duke Inuarashi. If she can join forces with these two, then even Luo Wei has the hope of winning, and she can also use this to narrow the relationship with the fur tribe and lay the groundwork for future power seizures. 383rd Chapter Tyrannical Body. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Luo Wei, don't be too arrogant. It's not your turn for us fur clan to do evil here, so if you know your mind, leave as soon as possible. Tina just hesitated a little and decided to give it a go. She took a step forward and yelled at Luo Wei with righteous words. In her words, she bound herself with the fur tribe. At the same time, after the reprimand, Tina hurriedly lowered her voice and said to Duke Inuarashi beside her, Duke Inuarashi, is there a way for you to contact Maomushi? This person is very powerful. I am afraid that only by relying on the three of us to join forces can we compete. Quote. Duke Inuarashi didn't discover Tina's true intentions, he only thought that Tina really regarded herself as a fur tribe. This is not easy. Even if I contact the cat viper, that idiot probably won't come over at 397. Let's block this guy first. If we really lose, we can only find a way to delay it until night, and wait for it. After the cat viper wakes up, we will deal with each other together. Duke Inuarashi said Kaido helplessly. Tina is well aware of Luo Wei's strength, so she is naturally worried that it will only be a confrontation between the two, and she opens her mouth just to persuade him. But before she could continue, Luo Wei, who was on the opposite side, said indifferently, It seems that you are determined to fight me. If that's the case, let me see your skills. After all, he stepped forward directly, heading straight towards Tina and Duke Inuarashi. Tina quickly stopped her words and locked her eyes on Luo Wei again. At the same time, her body and the big silver gun flashed with an electric current far stronger than that of ordinary fur tribes. Crackling. The same is true for Duke Inuarashi on the other side. With Luo Wei approaching, he immediately entered a fighting state, and the electric current flashed, greatly enhancing his physique and attack power. Advertisement. Shua. They didn't give Tina and Duke Nuerishi too much time to prepare, but after walking a few steps, Luo Wei suddenly disappeared in place. Boom. In an instant, a violent roar erupted in front of Duke Nuerishi. The majestic impact easily shattered the surrounding ground and houses, and even gave way to the fur tribes behind him without even having time to react, and rushed it was blown away by the engulfing air waves. Ah! In the chaotic scene, the fur clansmen in the distance were exclaimed, and in the center of the attack, there was a scene where Luo Wei's fist collided with Duke Nuerishi's long sword. Even though the fist is only covered with pure armament haki, Duke Nuerishi is still hard to resist under the burst of ferocious force. After a brief collision, Duke Nuerishi dragged his feet on the ground, and quickly slid tens of meters backward, leaving two ditch-like footprints. Drink. Tina on the side immediately blocked the oncoming shock wave, and at the same time launched an attack on Luo Wei at the moment Duke Nuerishi was repelled. The silver gun entwined by the strong electric current swung out, and with the force of exploding the air, it slammed into Luo Wei's head fiercely. Boom. Advertisement. With a lift of his arm, the sweeping silver spear was blocked by Luo Wei with a calm face. Even though the big silver gun caused a violent impact not inferior to that just now when it hit his arm, Luo Wei did not back down in the slightest, and his arm did not even shake. How can it be? Tina's pupils suddenly contracted into needles, and a shocked expression appeared on her face. Although her assessment of Luo Wei was that her strength surpassed hers, she never thought that Luo Wei would block her full blow so easily. Is he a monster? Such a powerful attack can be blocked with one hand. How strong is his physical strength compared to armament haki? Facing Luo Wei, Duke Nuerishi stabilized his figure in a bit of a panic, and when he looked up to see the result of the confrontation between Luo Wei and Tina, he also showed shock. Even if it is pure armament haki, Luo Wei's armament haki is already extremely powerful. At the same time, his current body has undergone a qualitative change. Physique, the attribute has been increased from 1.0 to 6.7. Even if there is no breakthrough growth in physique, the enhancement of physique has brought him many benefits. For example, the physical strength is more durable, the explosive power is stronger, the recovery ability is faster, and the body's toughness is greatly increased, etc. Advertisement. Although Tina's blow just now was astonishingly powerful, it is no longer dangerous to the current Luo Wei. Armament haki in her body alone can resist it. Blocking Tina's big silver gun with one arm, Luo Wei quickly counterattacked. With a shake of his arm, he first slammed the silver big gun away forcefully, and then made a fist with the other hand and blasted towards the opponent's abdomen. Thunderstorm. After all, Tina is a person who has experienced many battles. Even if she was photographed by Luo Wei's tyrannical force, she reacted immediately. Wei's fist. At the same time, Duke Nuerishi on the opposite side was also awakened by Luo Wei's attack. He quickly suppressed the negative interest in his heart, and swung the long sword wrapped in electric light with a stride. Of course, in addition to the electric current, the powerful armament haki also flows on Duke Nuerishi's slash. In Wanokuni, call armament haki 0.0 feet emission. Although Duke Nuerishi is not a member of Wanokuni, he is a retainer of Kazuki Oden, and because of this, he also holds the emission level armament haki. Although the strength of an armament haki lies in its strength, and emission is just an application skill, but with profound skills, an armament haki of the same strength can be exerted even stronger. Duke Nuerishi's slash can be extremely fierce. The long sword entwined with electric light draws a dazzling sword light in the void, which is not inferior to the slash of a great swordsman at all. It's just that the moment Jian Guang approached Luo Wei seemed to have understood Duke Nuerishi's attack, moved his steps calmly, and easily avoided the opponent's attack. 0. Advertisement. Chapter 384 Overwhelming the Two Heroes. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Not only that, at the moment of avoiding the slash, Luo Wei also raised his leg and swept across, kicking Duke Nuerishi's abdomen with heavy force, causing him to face pain, and immediately flew back like a cannonball. Boom boom boom. Violent roars erupted continuously. Duke Nuerishi flew tens of meters and crashed into the fur tribe's residential area, and then penetrated houses and buildings, leaving many linear holes in the wall. Master Duke. Damn human, let's defeat him together with the Duke. Evacuate the wounded and children from here, and the rest will go with me. The situation of Duke Nuerishi made all the fur tribes turn pale with fright, either anxiously looking for Duke Nuerishi, or shouting angrily and attacking Luo Wei again. Don't get in the way. Putting his legs down, Luo Wei saw the eyes of the rushing fur tribes turn cold, and the terrifying conqueror's haki erupted immediately. The whole world seemed to turn black and white in 09, with Luo Wei as the center. A purple transparent energy field burst out, radiating the entire furry male. Plop, plop. Whether it was the fur tribe rushing towards Luo Wei or those who were heading towards Duke Nuerishi, they all froze in place after the impact at Conqueror's haki, and then fell to the ground continuously. Advertisement. In just a short moment, 99% of the fur tribes lost consciousness, and those below looked at Luo Wei in horror. How can his Conqueror's haki be so strong? After skimming tens of meters away, Tina quickly turned to look at Luo Wei after being hit by the Conqueror's Haki, and when she saw the fur clansman falling to the ground, horror appeared on her face. She is naturally no stranger to Conqueror's Haki. In the New World, there are not a few people who have mastered this power. The falling Duke Inuarashi knocked Luo Wei out of a deep pit more than 10 meters wide, and even a slashing edge with mixed currents tore apart several rice-long cracks on both sides of the deep pit. All the thunder returns to hiding. Although the abdomen was covered with emission level armament Haki at the moment of the attack, Duke Inuarashi was not unharmed. Gritting her teeth, Tina also punched, facing Luo Wei's fist head-on. When the two fists collided, not only a violent impact was rolled up, but also a dense electric field spread out. There are no weak people in the fur tribe, but Luo Wei's Conqueror's Haki caused 99% of the fur tribe to faint. This alone can prove how strong Luo Wei's Conqueror's Haki is. Boom. His physique was already very strong, and under the transformation of his physique, his body was able to explode with even stronger strength. When he galloped back, he could clearly see the dent in his abdomen and the blood from the corner of his mouth. It could be seen that he had suffered considerable damage in the attack just now. Advertisement. Under all thunder returns, Tina's physical fitness will be greatly enhanced. At the same time, the electric current on the condensing fist and the not weak armament Haki will double the power of her attack. Although Luo Wei defended with armament Haki immediately, and did not cause much damage, the paralyzing effect of the electric current still caused his body to freeze for a short time. Paper Art's snake shake, and even if they endured it, except for the existence of Tina's strength, the remaining few fur tribesmen were already intimidated. They all looked pale and looked at Luo Wei in horror, not daring to act rashly at all. But even so, the land became a mess, and even the aftermath of the shock caused many houses to collapse. A flawed attack. At the same time, on armament Haki, whether it is strength or application level, he is above Tina. The electric current flowing through the whole body is like gasoline ignited by sparks, and it suddenly explodes like a flame. The ground collapsed directly in a radius of tens of meters, and severe cracks appeared farther away, and it radiated more than 100 meters before it was weakened. Boom. At the end of the hole in the wall that Duke Inuarashi smashed through, countless gravels shot up into the sky, followed by Duke Inuarashi jumping out. But the Conqueror's Haki released by Luo Wei is so strong, what she has experienced is only the Conqueror's Haki released by Charlotte Linlin in the Toto Land battlefield. Enveloped by the charge, he jumped up, and Duke Inuarashi appeared high in the sky, then held the long sword upside down, and stabbed fiercely at Luo Wei as he fell. Advertisement. Constantly stepping on the roof, Duke Inuarashi didn't dare to stop for a moment, and galloped towards Luo Wei at full speed. With Duke Inuarashi sweeping back, she also took action. Boom. Not only that, but Luo Wei turned his body in an instant, his eyes were cold, and he punched Tina behind the thunder spear. It's just that Luo Wei is even stronger. Of course, Duke Inuarashi did not succumb to this, although Luo Wei's Conqueror's Haki also shocked him, and he even rushed back in a hurry, but after approaching, he immediately launched another attack. However, Tina's attack was not without effect. During the fist fight, the electric current condensed on her fist also spread to Luo Wei's whole body. The thunder spear appeared behind Luo Wei, but when he was about to hit it, Luo Wei suddenly twisted his body and missed the tip of the thunder spear by the slightest margin. Stirring her body to the limit, Tina turned into lightning and rushed towards Luo Wei, who was avoiding Duke Inuarashi. Although it is impossible to tell which of the two is stronger, Luo Wei's current Conqueror's Haki is enough to bring a strong psychological impact to Tina. Under the perception of the field of knowledge, Luo Wei understood the opponent's attack without even raising his head. His expression was indifferent, he took a step sideways, and flashed to the other side. The result of the collision of fists was like the confrontation between Luo Wei and Duke Inuarashi just now. In the end, Tina was repelled and staggered back 10 steps. Tina is obviously not a person with a wavering heart, and after she decided to unite with the Fur clan to fight against Luo Wei, she did not back down because of Luo Wei's successive strong performances. Advertisement. Chapter 385 Crushing and Slashing. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Even if there is no agreement for the real strong, once they join hands, it is enough to form a good tacit understanding. Luo Wei's side had just repelled Tina, and behind him, Duke Inuarashi had already sharply pinpointed and rushed towards him. Even though it was not as good as the electric current generated by Tina, Duke Inuarashi exploded with all his strength, and the long sword in his hand was infiltrated with bright silver light under the strong electric light. A sword fell, and Duke Inuarashi's long sword slashed to the top of Luo Wei's head. Open black lens bracket Conqueror's Haki close black lens bracket. Although the body is paralyzed, there is no deviation in the perception of the field of knowledge. The Conqueror's Haki, who instantly understood Duke Inuarashi's attack that seemed to split the void, immediately swept out from behind like a shock wave. The intense and terrifying coercion directly made Duke Inuarashi's breathing stagnant. Even though his body could bear it, the oppression of his heart still made his movements unavoidably sluggish. Paper Art's snake shake. The extraordinary physique once again exerted its miraculous effect at this moment, adapting to the paralysis of the electric current in just a short moment. Duke Inuarashi's slight slowness immediately gave Luo Wei enough time to react. The figure moved like a swing, and the sword light that was far away immediately passed by. The electric current slashed fiercely on the ground, not only causing countless broken stones to splash, but also causing a crack to extend in the ground that spread far away. Advertisement. But for such destructive power, Duke Inuarashi was not pleased, instead his face changed drastically. Luo Wei's reaction was too fast. Even in such a situation, he was able to dodge his attack, which made him feel palpitations. Finger pistol eagle claw. After avoiding the slash, Luo Wei didn't hesitate at all. Armament Hockey turned his palms and turned them into sharp claws. He turned around and grabbed Duke Shulin with the sharp edge. Duke Inuarashi, who is not weak in observation hockey, immediately felt the terrible threat from Luo Wei's claw strike, and hurriedly retreated. Puff Kai. Although he had reacted immediately, Duke Inuarashi's chest was still torn a little by Luo Wei's eagle claw, and bloody claw marks were torn out immediately. Suffering from the pain, Duke Inuarashi groaned, but he didn't dare to stop, and continued to retreat violently to the rear. At the same time, he swung his sword and slashed continuously, bursting out several blazing electric slashes. The left hand also formed a sharp claw under the circulation of armament hockey, and Luo Wei displayed the eagle claw, with both hands, continuously grasping and slashing at the flying electric current. Boom boom boom. Like steel and wood colliding, the current slashes were torn and exploded one after another, forming a violent airflow to spread around, shaking the ground with a radius of 100 meters to form dense cracks. Thunderbolt. The thunder was shining, and the figure rushed towards him like lightning. When Luo Wei confronted Duke Inuarashi, Tina swept over again after stabilizing her figure. Amidst the heroic roar, the thunder gun directly pulled towards Luo Wei's head with violent force, and the airwaves just rolled up were comparable to a hurricane. Advertisement. Boom. Luo Wei didn't dodge, but as if eyes were opened behind his back, with one hand, he directly blocked the thunder spear that was approaching horizontally and struck. There was a fierce collision between armament hockey's arm and the big gun wrapped in a strong current. Not only was it accompanied by strong sparks, but also a huge ring impact visible to the naked eye. Wherever the shock of terror passed, both the ground and nearby buildings were all broken and collapsed, and even those fur tribes who were directors of Conqueror's hockey not far away were also trapped in the sky. Tina's ability to become Shichibukai is absolutely beyond doubt. Even though Tyrant Bear may be inferior to Hawkeye, she is still the best among 7 warlords of the sea today. Just under the defense of armament hockey, Luo Wei couldn't fully absorb the opponent's strength. When the ground under his feet cracked, his body was also moved sideways for several meters by the impact, leaving a sunken ditch. But Tina didn't get any benefits. The powerful anti-shock force also passed along the thunder gun to her hands, making her hands numb for a while, and even faint cracks appeared in the tiger's mouth, overflowing with blood. Tina gritted her teeth, quickly retracted her gun, and then like a bird flying towards a phoenix, she pointed out the shadows of the guns in the sky, stabbing wildly at Luo Wei. Paper arts hyphenation point snake shake. The figure swayed and moved, and the gun shadows from behind were constantly staggered flexibly by Luo Wei, and even turned around quickly during this period. Boom. The fist arm was struck out like a spring, and Luo Wei accurately found the real body of the thunder spear from the afterimages, blasted it away with one punch, and at the same time pulled out a ferocious, tempest kick wave, like raising a leg high. Damn. Pipe exclamation mark quote. Advertisement. Tina was furious. She didn't expect that under her swift attack, the opponent not only dodged easily, but also launched a counterattack. Withdrew his right foot to stabilize his body, and the thunder spear that was blown away was quickly pulled back, shuttled between his hands, and was crossed in front of him. Boom. The ferociously charged tempest kick slashing wave slammed into the thunder finger pistol, causing a deafening collision sound and billowing radiating air waves. Although the sharpness of the tempest kick's slashing wave couldn't tear the thunder finger pistol apart, the tyrannical impact of the engulfing force pushed Tina's feet to drag the ground, and she continued to retreat towards the rear. At the same time, Luo Wei also turned around and punched out. The reason why he didn't pursue Tina while taking advantage of the victory was because there was another attack coming from behind. The circulating armament hockey's iron fist collided with the lightning-wrapped long sword in an instant, and the attacker was Duke Inuarashi. He and Tina are located in front of and behind Luo Wei respectively, attacking each other tacitly, which can be said to give Luo Wei a chance to breathe. But even so, the two of them didn't gain any advantage. Every attack would be seen by Luo Wei with his keen insight in the field of knowledge. It's the same now. After the iron fist collided with the long sword, Duke Inuarashi was sent back by both men and swords, and Guanzi, who looked at Luo Wei, was also full of shock and anger. His reaction is too fast. Could it be said that his observation hockey has been cultivated to the top level and can predict the future? Although Luo Wei's observation hockey has not yet reached the top level, in terms of pure perception and insight, the field of knowledge is not inferior to the top observation hockey. It is normal for Duke Inuarashi to have such thoughts. Advertisement. Chapter 386 Special Knowledge Color. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Shave. After blasting the opponent back, Luo Wei suddenly exploded with astonishing speed, his figure disappeared like a flicker, and appeared beside Duke Nuerishi instead. When the sound of Jin Jie clashing reverberated, Duke Nuerishi dangerously blocked Luo Wei's whip fist with his long sword, and the collision between the two sparked sparks. But this was just the beginning. Before Duke Nuerishi could make other moves, Luo Wei closed his fists quickly, and started to strike with both hands together. Boom boom boom. The improvement of his physique greatly increased Luo Wei's explosive power, and his punching speed directly exceeded the speed of sound. Coupled with his own extremely tyrannical strength, under the combo of blows, countless terrifying fist shadows immediately formed in front of him. Duke Nuerishi was terrified. While struggling to block with the long sword, he was constantly repulsed by the terrifying power contained in the shadow of the fist. His feet stepped on him continuously, leaving a series of deep pit-like footprints. Under the continuous and high-speed punch attack, Duke Nuerishi still couldn't completely block it, but after 1 or 2 breaths, his body was subjected to several punches, and when there was a punch hole in the hit part, he also vomited blood and flew upside down go out. Boom. Suddenly, before 320 Luo Wei continued to attack and catch up, a huge meteor-like boulder flew in the distance, rolling up layers of air waves and smashing towards him. Advertisement. There was a gleam in his eyes. Luo Wei didn't show any extra expression on his face, but flew up in an instant, spinning and kicking his legs, smashing the flying boulder forcefully. In the roar of an explosion, the boulder was broken and shattered, and the fine stones scattered around. It's too embarrassing. Let me meet you, meow. From the direction where the huge boulder flew, a huge figure quickly rushed towards it, accompanied by an unruly voice and sharp claws. Luo Wei now wants to use the 3 of Tina to put enough pressure on himself to regain that state, and then use this to truly master this state. Naturally, he never forgot this wonderful state. During the recovery period, he tried many times to enter again, but he never succeeded. If he could master this kind of power, even if there were side effects, he still wanted it very much. The people are finally here, so let me see how much pressure you can bring me. It's just that under the high-strength armament hockey defense, the cat viper's sharp claws only left shallow scratches on Luo Wei's arm, which were skin trauma at most. The field of knowledge and knowledge is a new perception generated by Luo Wei by combining Nianian fruit and observation hockey, but in essence, it is still in the same strain as observation hockey. Although there were bad side effects after entering the strange state at that time, the effect was also very amazing, making Luo Wei out of danger abruptly. For example, Princess Otahime of the Fishman Island, her knowledge and experience have a spiritual speech ability that ordinary people do not have. Boom. Advertisement. However, the cat viper's attack was directly understood by Luo Wei, and he raised his hand to catch the opponent's cat paw. Don't attack separately, let's go out together. Both feet rubbed against the ground crazily, the cat viper kept flying down, and quickly hit a building 100 meters behind, and then under the violent impact, the building collapsed into ruins on the spot, and the cat viper buried below. The person who came was a fur-like cat, as big as Duke Nuerishi. Although it was a cat, it had a ferocious face like a tiger. There was a deep scar near the left eye, and there was a pipe in its mouth. In addition to the most basic perception and insight, as well as the ability to predict the future, after reaching the top level, there are other hidden powers. From the start of the battle until now, apart from using the field of knowledge, he has never used the Nianian fruit and sword Dao that he is best at. His face changed drastically, and the force from his arms was much higher than cat vipers estimate. Even though he quickly hooked the claws of his feet into the ground, he still couldn't restrain himself from being blown away. Appearing from a distance at an unimaginable speed, the moment the cat viper approached, it directly attacked Luo Wei, and with the cat's claws that popped out the sharp bony spurs, it tore at Luo Wei's head. The sharp claws tore on Luo Wei's arm, not only making a piercing sound, but also blowing out dazzling sparks. Luo Wei's field of knowledge and knowledge is in the same line as observation hockey, so he will naturally link the strange state of time slow with the hidden power of observation hockey. On the contrary, after Luo Wei blocked the opponent's cat's claw, his left arm suddenly swelled, and the agitated muscles almost burst the sleeve. The fur tribe that suddenly appeared as another king of the furry principality, the cat viper. One came from behind, and the other approached from the side. Tina and Duke Nuerishi quickly rushed close to Luo Wei. Advertisement. Regarding the arrival of the cat viper and the tacit attack of Tina and Duke Nuerishi, Luo Wei is not only worried, but excited. The cat viper's pupils contracted, and immediately withdrew the cat's claws, then crossed its arms in front of its body, covering its arms with armament hockey for defense. In that battle, Luo Wei entered a very strange state in the danger of life and death, as if everything outside of himself was slowed down by time. Boom. Backing up tens of meters, Tina yelled after completely resisting the tempest kick-chopping wave, and then ejected, rushing towards Luo Wei at a high speed. AJCJ, hearing Tina's words, Duke Nuerishi, whose mouth was full of bloodline, didn't care about his injuries. He wiped off the blood and rushed out again with a long sword and gritted his teeth. Although observation hockey does not directly enhance the offensive and defensive power like armament hockey, it also contains various powerful abilities. For such a wonderful state, He also thought deeply, and the last thing he could think of was the upgraded in the field of knowledge. Boom. Naturally, this is not because he has a tendency to be masochistic, or he deliberately suppresses his own strength by looking for trouble. He was just trying to test the increase in physical fitness, and at the same time, looking for pressure, so that he could regain the wonderful state he had with Charlotte Linlin and Kizaru. There is also the Red Earl, whose observation haki can easily read the hearts and memories of others, which is also a hidden power that cannot be tapped by conventional observation haki. Raising his arms and punching his fists, the fists that were nearly doubled in size contained incomparably fierce strength, but they were thrown out by Luo Wei. Iron body hyphenation point ape hammer. Asterisk. Advertisement. Chapter 387 Fierce Battle. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Shave. Luo Wei didn't put himself in a passive state. When Tina and Duke Nuerishi attacked, he decisively seized the dominant position. With a flash of his foot, he directly rushed towards one of them. It was Duke Nuerishi who was being targeted by Luo Wei. Seeing Luo Wei approaching, he yelled and swung his sword to make a huge electric current wound strike. Without retreating, Luo Wei raised his hand and punched out, and Armament Haki's iron fist collided with the huge slash immediately, creating a majestic impact. Boom. The tyrannical fist force shattered the huge slash, but Luo Wei also stagnated slightly, and there was a short pause. Thunderbolt. Tina on the other side had a keen insight. Without any hesitation, she increased her strength with her feet, jumped forward, held guns in both hands, and stabbed Luo Wei hard at the back of the head. Not enough. Although Tina's attack was fierce, it still couldn't surpass Luo Wei's reaction. His powerful physique quickly relaxed and stagnated. He avoided the tip of the gun by moving sideways, and at the same time turned around suddenly, raised his leg and swept towards the opponent. Thunderstorm. Tina's face changed slightly, and Tina's tiger tail instantly erupted with a strong electric current, which struck the ground, generating a strong shock force, and her whole body suddenly rose up, dodging Luo Wei's sweeping kick. Drink. Located in midair, adjusting the center in an instant, Tina was condescending, shouting angrily. When. Advertisement. Raising his arm to block, the thunder spear swung down hit the arm of Lujuan Armament Haki hard. As the long sound of the golden sword echoed, Luo Wei's body also sank, the ground under his feet quickly cracked in a large area, and his feet sank deeply into the ground. Boom. At this moment, a brilliant slash appeared behind him, with lightning flashing, and fiercely slashed on Luo Wei's back. Although Luo Wei planted Armament Haki defenses on his back at the moment when the slash was approaching, he was still sent flying by the powerful slashing force. Meow. Suffer. There was a roar and the sound of rocks exploding in the distance. As expected of a cat-like fur family, the cat viper was extremely agile and flexible. After a few ejections, it rushed to the vicinity of Luo Wei, and then slammed its claws at Luo Wei. Chi chi chi. In the tearing of the sparks, Luo Wei's flight direction suddenly changed. After a turning point, he immediately flew towards the other side like a cannonball, and finally crashed into the lush forest not far away. Boom. Whoosh whoosh. With insight in the field of knowledge, Luo Wei decisively displayed the snake shake, and swung to the other side. Shua. After the reminder, Tina immediately launched a second round of attack, the current under her feet soared, and she appeared beside Luo Wei at an instant burst of astonishing speed. Boom. Advertisement. Luo Wei didn't have time to relax after avoiding the attack of the cat viper, because the Duke of Dagong also rushed over. For Tina's reminder, both Duke Nuerishi and Momusheim were terrified, and when they looked at Luo Wei, their eyes became more apprehensive. She didn't know Luo Wei's plan, she just thought that Luo Wei didn't use Nian Nian fruit and sword Dao all this time to hide his strength, and waited until the critical moment to give them a fatal blow. Although Cat Viper doesn't know Tina's origin yet, the obvious traces of the fur family on Tina's body can still explain one or two things. Boom. Come on, don't give him time to breathe. The electric current was rushing wildly, squeezing the strength of her body to the limit, and she jumped quickly, but Tina narrowly avoided Luo Wei's iron fist. The sharp and terrifying edge landed on the ground where Luo Wei was originally, directly tearing out deep claw marks, and even the rocks buried in the depths split into smooth mirror-like cut surfaces. Armament Haki formed a strong defensive force flowing on his arm. Luo Wei's arm was only slightly bent, and he swung his arm to shake off the thunder gun, and then counterattacked the opponent with a punch. Scoff. As the only person among the three who knew Luo Wei's situation best, Tina was not at all careless because of the successful attack just now, but was full of vigilance. Cooperating with the Cat Viper's attack, as soon as Luo Wei stopped, Duke Nuerishi jumped towards him amidst the shouts, swiping his sword and making a powerful slash with lightning. Although Duke Nuerishi was repelled again, Luo Wei didn't have the benefit of settling. The lightning gun that came swiftly slammed into his waist and swept him away. 0. When he was about to fall to the ground, Luo Wei suddenly turned over and spun, stabilized his body, landed on both feet, and then gliding 10 meters to stop. Advertisement. Although the back and waist were injured by the attack of Duke Nuerishi and Momamushi just now, blood was flowing, but there was no change on Yao Wei's face. The Thunder Finger pistol swept across the dance, and smashed fiercely at Luo Wei's head. The thick trees were smashed in half, and Luo Wei used his body to carve out a passage more than 100 meters long in the forest. The places he passed were full of collapsed trees and scattered mess. Shua. Just like the scene of just flying into the forest, the body flew down, and the big trees were broken, causing chaos. The sound of breaking through the air followed, and the three figures rushed into the forest like ghosts, and then surrounded Luo Wei in a triangle. 0. Ask for flowers. The sound of breaking through the air came, and a nimble and huge figure appeared in the sky above Luo Wei. Impressively, the cat viper followed Tina's attack and grabbed Wei's head with its sharp cat claws. Don't relax, he is not only a Nian fruit-capable person, but also a great swordsman. Landing flexibly, the cat viper did not hesitate at all, its legs burst out with amazing explosive power, and with one ejection, it quickly caught up with Luo Wei who was flying far away. Facing Tina's ferocious attack, he immediately raised his arm to block it, accompanied by the violent impact sound and bursting thunder. The thunder gun was immediately blocked in front of his arm. He punched back, and Armament Hockey's iron fist immediately collided fiercely with the lightning sword. ... Amid the deafening roar, Duke Inuarashi's body trembled, and he backed up uncontrollably. At the moment of siege, Tina loudly reminded Duke Inuarashi and Momomushi. Advertisement. Chapter 388. Broken Forest. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The sharp cat's claws slashed across the void, and the air was easily torn apart, forming sharp edges visible to the naked eye, like several silver-white threads passing by. Finger pistol eagle claw. Power burst out from the body, and under the cat viper's attack, Luo Wei quickly adjusted his body balance, and with a vigorous reflection, his feet stepped heavily on the trunk of the big tree that should have continued to hit. Boom. The impact force was transmitted to the big tree, and it was still difficult for the big tree to change the ending of the destruction. Amidst the huge roar, the roots that had penetrated into the ground were all thrown tens of meters away. However, Luo Wei's goal was achieved. After unloading his strength, he immediately grabbed the cat viper with his sharp claws. The two hit each other with their claws. Although there was a lot of difference in size, the result of 277 was that the cat's claws of the cat viper were caught with bloody claw marks, and then retreated in pain. Luo Wei quickly fell to the ground, but what greeted him was a huge electric current slashing from the ground more than 10 meters high. The one who made the slash was naturally Duke Inuarashi. Advertisement. Although he has many conflicts with the cat viper, this is only an internal battle. When facing the field, the two are still the best partners with a tacit understanding. Meow. Boom boom boom. The battle has progressed until now, all four of them have serious injuries, and at the same time, their breathing is also abnormally short. After sweeping over the thunder spear, I immediately saw that the thunder spear was bent, and the lightning coiled on it also splashed wildly like water. Tempest kick dragon wagging. The battle became more and more intense. Just like the offensive just now, Luo Wei had just repelled Tina, Duke Inuarashi and Momushiba immediately came to support and pushed Luo Wei back. Even though he had gone through a fierce battle and was seriously injured, Luo Wei's attitude was much more relaxed than that of Tina and the others. Duke Inuarashi was seriously injured by Luo Wei at the very beginning, and in the subsequent battles, it was naturally even more tragic, and he already looked like he was covered in blood. However, Luo Wei would not wait for the three to approach him. Even though his injuries were not serious, he still showed agility in reaching out and super insight. He quickly chose the right direction and rushed from the gap between Malmushuru and Duke Inuarashi. Past. Of course, Tina, Duke Yulin, and Cat Viper are not much better. Surging force struck along the barrel of the gun, and Tina's feet sank deeply into the mud, and then dragged the ground back, plowing out two long ditches. Advertisement. When rushing out, Luo Wei also kicked a passing tree trunk towards the Cat Viper. Under the powerful force, the thick tree trunk in his arms was like a large spear, directly breaking through the air, and immediately appeared in front of the Cat Viper. The lightning flashed, and Tina, who had just arrived, changed her expression drastically, and hurriedly used the thunder spear to catch Luo Wei's legs. Boom. In terms of injuries, Luo Wei should be regarded as the heaviest one. After all, after the three people on the opposite side teamed up, he was at a disadvantage, and if he was negligent, he would be attacked and hurt. The Cat Viper screamed, and a cat claw that flowed armament hockey immediately grabbed the tree king who hit him. The time was spent in extremely fierce battles. Nearly an hour later, 1/3 of the forest had been turned into ruins, with large pits and cracks all over the place, as well as countless broken tree wreckage. At the same time, Tina blasted out again immediately after mitigating the impact, and joined hands with Cat Viper and Duke Inuarashi to attack Luo Wei. The more intense the battle, the faster the consumption of physical strength. Even if Luo Wei didn't exert all his strength, it still brought great pressure to the three of Tina, causing their physical strength to drain rapidly. On the other hand, the three of Tina were not only gasping for breath, their bodies were already covered in sweat, and they all showed an unconcealable sense of fatigue. Another 4.6 was a three-person double team. Tina, Duke Inuarashi, and Mamushir attacked Luo Wei in the center from three directions. The sharp claws, long swords, and thunder spears were all ready to go. Strong breath. In the case where the battle has evolved into a protracted battle, in addition to injuries, physical strength is also particularly important. Although the Fur tribe has a physique that surpasses that of ordinary people, Luo Wei's current physique is also extraordinary. Advertisement. As for Tina, her strength is still slightly better than that of Duka Narishi and Mamushi, and at the same time, the big gun in her hand is made of unknown material. The least injured one. With 1 against 3, 4 people kept moving in the forest, and at the same time, there were violent collisions again and again. Wherever they passed, there were deafening roars, and large areas of trees and ground collapsed and smashed. Of course, even at a disadvantage, Luo Wei fought back and forth with the 3 of Tina, making it difficult for the master to achieve much results. Although there was no blazing slashing wave, the leg strength contained in the dragon wagging tail was also extremely powerful. Not only the sword wounds and claw marks left on the back and waist at the beginning, but now he also suffered injuries of varying degrees of severity, and there were many scorching marks formed by the electric shock, making him look very embarrassed. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in Luo Wei's eyes. Instead of continuing to fight against the current slash, he exerted force from his waist, staggered the current slash with a rotation, and swept his legs ferociously to one side. The cat viper was claw to claw by Luo Wei, and there were many claw marks on its body with deep bone visible, and it was also stained with blood. The perception ability in the field of knowledge is indeed very strong, but Luo Wei can only use half of his strength to fight armament hockey with only his body. With his right hand maintaining the eagle claw mode, Luo Wei directly grasped the torn electric current slash. The collision between the two created billowing air waves, causing nearby trees to sway violently, and countless broken branches and leaves. Before the cat viper appeared, Luo Wei still had a certain advantage against Tina and Duka Nuerishi, but after the number of enemies increased to 3, he was obviously at a disadvantage. On the contrary, Luo Wei was the most relaxed. Except for the bleeding from the corner of her mouth, there were only craters on her body left by Luo Wei's several punches. Advertisement. Chapter 389. The Instinct of the Body. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. There was a smooth tearing sound, and the tree trunk instantly split into several pieces under the terrifying sharp edge, scattered around the cat viper. Jung. The sword light was shining, and the slash mixed with strong current approached Luo Wei, but it was Duka Nuerishi who decisively swung his sword to slash after realizing that Luo Wei wanted to escape from him. Tempest kick dragon wagging. The slashing strikes that flowed through the current accurately predicted Luo Wei's movements. After seeing this situation clearly, Luo Wei immediately spun in the air, sweeping out the fiery slashing waves. Boom. Amidst the violent roar, the tempest kick's slash wave and the current slash collided surprisingly, not only causing the ground to collapse and tear apart, but also spreading out a violent shock wave, with a radiation range of more than several hundred meters. The injuries of the two were similar, and Luo Wei, who was stronger, quickly gained the upper hand. Dragon wagging tail suppressed the electric current slash, tore it apart, and then swept towards Duke Inulin with the remaining power. Hateful. Duka Nuerishi's pupils shrank, and while he was secretly angry, he quickly raised his sword to block. Advertisement. Although the power has weakened a lot, when the powerful slashing wave hit the sword, Duka Nuerishi also retreated again and again, 09 and caused the second injury of the wound, splashing blood. Give me up. Keeping back and forth, Duka Nuerishi's forehead and arms were full of blue veins. Amidst the roar, he pushed the long sword vigorously and sent the chopping wave to the sky. Boom. When the terrifying movement stopped slowly, a deep pit with a collapse of more than 20 meters and a diameter of more than 100 meters appeared with Luo Wei as the center. Boom. Even though her body is strong, she was shocked by the impact this time, and even her viscera felt faint pain. Tina's face changed drastically in an instant. She could only feel the majestic force oppressing the thunder spear in her body, and her whole body was directly blasted away by the shock wave from the crazy expansion. Although Luo Wei has already understood it, his body can't keep up with his thinking, making it difficult to dodge. It was as if the eyes would close involuntarily when they were attacked. Now, under the fatal threat, Luo Wei's body instinct also subconsciously appeared a protection mechanism. Even if I consciously suppress it, the body's instincts are not so easy to restrain, especially when faced with a fatal threat. The body's instincts are even stronger. The earth shook violently, accompanied by a loud noise that destroyed the world, and the whole forest trembled like a shiver. When Tina, Duka Nuerishi and Mamushuru were thinking about each other, Luo Wei, who was standing in midair in the huge deep pit, also frowned. 763's repelling the 3 of Tina did not make him happy, but rather helpless. Advertisement. But compared to the pain on her body, what Tina cares more about is the strength that Luo Wei has displayed. It seems that if you want to seek pressure, you still have to find an opponent who is as strong as you, or even stronger. Luo Wei took a long breath, raised his body, and glanced at the 3 of Tina who were blown away by the shock wave of thought force. There was a cold look in his eyes. Since the search for pressure failed, there was no need to delay this battle. In the huge crater, which is comparable to a meteorite falling to the ground, the terrible squeeze made the soil solidify harder than the rock, and farther away from the huge crater, Tina, Mamushi, and Duka Narishi were also coughing up blood while flying upside down, while getting up from the ground in embarrassment. The same situation is also the cat viper and Duke Nuerishi. Before they even realized what was going on, they were oppressed by the sweeping impact and flew out backwards. Cat Mamushi and Duke Nuerishi panted heavily, and when they looked at the huge crater that appeared, expressions of surprise and uncertainty appeared on their faces. Tina wiped off the blood from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, her body trembling a little. She pressed the thunder spear to the ground. Her eyes were fixed on the huge crater. Her face was very ugly. Luo Wei's reaction just now was the same. After encountering a fatal danger, the body's instinct was to subconsciously defend, which caused the Nianian fruit to burst out naturally. Although Luo Wei has never used swordsmanship, she knew that Luo Wei had hidden strength, but she did not expect that Luo Wei's hidden strength was far beyond imagination. Even though the extraordinary physique brings excellent injury resistance and recovery ability, but the injury is serious, Luo Wei's movements are not as good as in his heyday after all. The furry principality located above Zhou was originally under the white clouds, very close to the clouds in the sky. After the huge tempest kick-chopping wave flew obliquely into the sky, a large piece of clouds could be seen torn and crushed immediately. Fissure-like vacuum regions. It's like closing your eyes unconsciously when you are attacked. The blow just now was obviously the power of Nian Nian fruit. The opponent still didn't use the sword, but with the devil fruit, she was severely injured. Advertisement. Thunderbolt. Have you failed? The pupil shrinks into a needle-like shape, and the perception in the field of knowledge is like the eye of God, allowing him to see the scene behind him. The incomparable thought power turned into a real terrifying impact, and the thunder spear that was about to stab at the back of Luo Wei's head was immediately blocked by a strong force. His original intention was to suppress Nian Nian fruit and kendo, and use pressure to regain the original feeling. Tina didn't know when she came to his rear, and the thunder spear she held in her hand also stabbed at the back of her head. The point of the spear that condensed high-intensity lightning was already less than a foot away from his head. Blocking and repelling Duke Nuerishi with dragon-wagging tail, Luo Wei didn't wait for the next move. Suddenly, the field of knowledge and knowledge was a strong warning, and there was a rapid thunderclap from behind. Even though they were far apart, Tina, Duke Nuerishi, and Momomushi still felt the invisible pressure under Luo Wei's sweeping gaze, and all of them had serious expressions on their faces. She was the closest to her just now, and at the same time she was an attacker. Under Luo Wei's instinctive protection, she naturally suffered the greatest pressure from the shock wave. But the result obviously didn't let him get what he wanted. Damn bastard, you really have been hiding your strength before, damn it, you dare to play me. In addition to being angry, Tina felt a little bit of fear in her heart. What happened to the strength just now? Why does he still have such a terrifying ability? Advertisement. Chapter 393 Punch Suppression. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Nian Nian Imprisonment. A faint golden light flickered from the eyes, and the majestic power of thought burst out from itself in an instant, split into three paths, and enveloped the three of Tina in an instant. The surrounding void rippled slightly, and the expressions of the three of Tina changed drastically, but their bodies were squeezed invisible, making it difficult to move, and the whole person stood in place with a stiff posture. The introverted and powerful thought flow arm covered the whole body, and when he stepped into the air, Luo Wei above the giant pit disappeared in place like a flicker. If the simple armament hockey only increases the offensive and defensive power, then the mind flow armament is a further increase in the offensive and defensive power, as well as a substantial increase in the body. At a speed much faster than before, almost as if teleporting, when Luo Wei reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Duke Nuerishi, who was the closest. Boom. Looking at the opponent with a calm expression, Luo Wei swung out a punch, his right fist stirred the air, and slammed hard on the opponent's abdomen. With his body imprisoned, Duke Nuerishi couldn't defend or dodge at all. He only felt a strong pain in his abdomen, and then his facial features twisted under the pain. Advertisement. The ferocious punch penetrated into the body, and then appeared from behind Duke Nuerishi, forming an astonishing shock wave visible to the naked eye, tearing the ground, and heading straight into the distance. Without stopping, Luo Wei flickered again, and then came to Mao Viper, and punched him in the stomach in the same way. An astonishing shock wave howled and erupted, tearing the ground behind the cat viper with a crack that spread hundreds of meters long. Move, move. Although the body cannot move, and it is difficult to even speak, but observation hockey's perception is not hindered. In a short period of time, after sensing the situation of Duke Nuerishi and Momomushi, Tina's heart was filled with horror, and she kept shouting crazily in her heart while struggling desperately. It's just that the invisible shackles squeezed on her body are far stronger than she imagined. Even if a strong electric current bursts out, it will have no effect. A figure suddenly appeared in the line of sight, and Tina, who was struggling desperately, had her pupils constricted into needles, and then watched helplessly as Luo Wei punched her body expressionlessly. The severe pain that reached the bone marrow swept through the whole body, and Tina also felt the pain that Duke Nuerishi and Momushiba had experienced before. Boom. From Luo Wei's thought power to imprison the three people to taking turns punching, it seemed slow, but in fact it only happened in just 1 or 2 breaths. When Luo Wei also punched Tina, the rumbling sound of the earth being torn apart by the impact was still reverberating loudly, accompanied by violent vibrations. Advertisement. Taking a few steps back calmly, Luo Wei came into contact with the restraint imposed on the three of them, which also allowed the three of Tina to regain their mobility. Ah, carrot. Three cries of pain sounded almost simultaneously, and no matter whether it was Tina in front of Luo Wei, or the Duke Narishi and the Cat Viper in the other two places, they were all covering their stomachs with their hands and kneeling in pain. On the ground. With a burst of thought power, like a gravitational pull, the other two Duke Narishi and Mobamushi soared into the air, flew as fast as cannonballs, and finally landed in front of Luo Wei. Blood spewed out from the mouth. Luo Wei condensed the punch of the Nianliu armor, and directly inflicted heavy injuries on the three of them, making them feel severe pain, and at the same time, they felt weak as if they had been drained of strength. Why? Do you still want to resist? Looking at the three people kneeling on the ground, unable to calm down for a long time, Luo Wei said calmly. It was difficult to breathe due to the pain, and the body and face were covered with cold sweat. Even after hearing Luo Wei's words, it took a long time for Master Tina to be able to raise her head. Is this your full strength? The soreness in her body that seemed to be falling apart still hadn't completely disappeared. Tina was short of breath while staring at Luo Wei with a pale face. Luo Wei looked at the other party noncommittally. Is this important, or does it make a difference to you? Bitterness appeared on Tina's face. You are right, there is no difference at all. No matter whether Luo Wei puts out all his strength, the result of their being crushed will still not change. Advertisement. Cough cough cough. You are indeed very strong. I will be convinced if I lose to you. After the pain subsided, Cat Viper reluctantly sat up cross-legged, looking at the young and exaggerated Luo Wei. He was in a trance for a while, and then he said in a slump. Even if you win, don't make me submit. We Fur Clan will never surrender to anyone. Duke Inuarashi on the other side gritted his teeth. Hearing this, the Cat Viper was stunned for a moment, then quickly looked at Duke Inuarashi. What's going on? What do you mean by that? He participated in the battle as soon as he came here, and he didn't know that before Luo Wei made Duke Inuarashi and the Fur tribe surrender to him, he was naturally surprised by what Duke Inuarashi said. He wants our Fur clan to submit to him. Duke Inuarashi also realized that the Cat Viper didn't know the situation yet, so he briefly explained the situation. As soon as this remark came out, Cat Viper's expression immediately turned ugly, and when he looked at Luo Wei, he was also full of hostility and rebelliousness. You are very strong, but it is impossible for our Fur tribe to submit to you. Even if you kill us of King Li's, it will be the same. Cat Viper propped himself on the ground, wanting to stand up precariously, obviously intending to fight to the death. You are not afraid of death, so what about the whole Fur tribe? Luo Wei looked at Duke Inuarashi, who was also trying to stand up, and said indifferently. Both Duke Inuarashi and Malmushi stopped moving, especially Duke Inuarashi. His breathing became more rapid all of a sudden. He stared at Luo Wei closely, and said sharply, what do you mean? It's very simple. If you surrender, the Fur clan lives, and you resist, then I will destroy the entire Fur clan after I kill you. I don't think you will doubt whether I have this ability. Luo Wei said coldly. He has never been a soft-hearted person. Since he has come, he will naturally not allow himself to leave empty-handed. Advertisement. Chapter 391. Soul Seed. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. He was naturally willing to give preferential treatment to the Fur clan who surrendered to him, but he would also not be polite if they resisted to the end. Of course, it's just a verbal threat now. It doesn't mean that he will really destroy the Fur tribe, not because he can't do it, but because he still has other ways to subdue the Fur tribe. Duke Inuarashi trembled with anger, and looked at Luo Wei full of shock and indignation. The Cat Viper on the other side was not much better, and his determination to fight to the death was immediately defeated. He himself is not afraid of death, but if the entire Fur clan destroyed by himself is absolutely unacceptable ending. As for Tina, she was silent. Although she is also half a Fur tribe, she doesn't have much affection for the Fur tribe. Although it would be a pity for the Fur tribe to be destroyed, the most important thing is her own life. You too, choose to surrender or die. After putting enough pressure on Duke Inuarashi and Momomushi, Luo Wei turned his head to look at Tina again, and also asked a multiple-choice question. Surrender. Tina was very decisive, or in other words, chose to lie from the bottom of her heart. In the sea, it is very common for the weak to submit to the strong. Advertisement. Whether it is for survival or waiting for a way to escape later, the most important thing now is to save life. After confirming that there was a huge gap in strength between the two sides, Tina naturally had no idea of resistance. Very well, you made the right choice. Luo Wei nodded slightly, then stared back at the other two whose expressions were changing. Although the two had already chosen to surrender, what he wanted was the surrender of the entire Fur clan. Cat Hashiba remained silent. Duke Inuarashi took a deep breath, and after suppressing the unwillingness in his heart, he said in a dull voice, we have already communicated with the clansmen, and they are just like us, and they are all willing to submit to your lord. Quote. Yes. Can you not surrender, or there will be a catastrophe of extermination. Although Tina's mental defense is not weak, after Luo Wei's continuous attack, she only persisted for a few minutes before being washed away, and then her mental power immediately turned into spiritual seeds and implanted in the opponent's consciousness. Inside the palace hall of the furry principality. It was under such a fluke mentality that Tina honestly did not dare to move. It's just that the subsequent development exceeded her expectations. Looking at the approaching fingers, Tina's body stiffened. She was afraid that Luo Wei would kill her suddenly, and she was also afraid that if she moved, she would really cause death. Advertisement. Stand still, or I'll kill you. Luo Wei looked at the other party coldly, raised his hand and pointed at the other party's forehead. The invisible thought power turned into spiritual thought power, constantly impacting on Tina's spiritual defense line. It was precisely because of this kind of spiritual collision that Tina felt so painful. Although they didn't know what Luo Wei was going to do, Duke Nuerishi and Momoshiba obediently left the hall, leaving behind Tina, who was restless. Even if the fur tribe is strong, given the injuries they have suffered, at least they will have to cultivate for 10 days and a half months to recover. Luo Wei sat indifferently on the throne that originally belonged to Duke Nuerishi and Momomushi, and beside him was Nailu, who was like a guard with Chushui in his arms. Under the life and death threat of the race, Duke Nuerishi and Momomushi finally compromised. They looked at each other, and then, like a discouraged ball, Duke Nuerishi replied dejectedly. As for Tina, who stood with them, she was more in line with a surrender than AJBC, at least on the surface, and under the scrutiny of Luo Wei, she showed a respectful gesture on her face. Very well, you two go outside and wait, Tina stays. No way, they can't recover their injuries with the help of practice in the golden template like Luo Wei. Although the purpose is mind control, it is different from destroying personality and will, making the target a puppet without any thoughts. Luo Wei's mind control on Tina is more like induction and psychological suggestion. Luo Wei slowly got up from the throne, and then walked towards the other party. Under Tina's tense body, she came to the other party's body. Looking at Luo Wei sitting on the throne, Duke Nuerishi and Momoshiba standing in the hall all had complicated expressions, both unwilling and helpless in their hearts. Tina's complexion changed drastically, and her face was even distorted due to the pain, but before she could make a sound and avoid her fingers, the invisible squeezing enveloped her whole body, completely imprisoning her. Advertisement. How's the persuasion going? Have your clansmen made a choice? Luo Wei calmly glanced at the three of them, and finally landed on Duke Nuerishi and Maomushi, and said lightly. A steady stream of thoughts penetrated from Luo Wei's fingertips into Tina's head, but it was much gentler than the mind control of the three CPOs in Dressrosa. After the Nianian fruit breaks through the 10th level, no matter it is the conventional mind power or the extended spiritual power, they have all made leaps and bounds. No matter how unwilling Duke Nuerishi and Maomushi are, now they can only bear the humiliation and try their best to make the clansmen succumb temporarily. In the end, Tina didn't dare to move after all, and let Luo Wei's finger point at the position between her eyebrows. Because just after Luo Wei's finger touched her forehead, after a while, a sharp pain that seemed to come from the soul filled the whole head. Of course, the three of them are all wrapped in bandages now, and their bodies exude a strong smell of medicine. Luo Wei wanted to kill her, even if he resisted, it would be useless. Conversely, if he was obedient, it might just be a false alarm. If the mind control of the CPO is a violent breakthrough and then violent control, then Luo Wei's actions against Tina now are another form of mind control. Do you have something to tell me, sir? Although Nailu was still in the hall, Tina still felt the tremendous pressure facing Luo Wei alone, and forced a smile on her face, respectfully asked. After the spiritual seed is implanted in the opponent's consciousness, it will quietly change the opponent's consciousness while retaining the original personality and will, until the opponent's body and mind completely surrender to him. You won, we also choose to surrender. How about it? Have you thought about it? Are you going to resist at the expense of the whole family, or submit to me? Advertisement. Chapter 392, Hunter's Guild. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Compared with the former, although the latter takes more time, it is better than being stable, and will not cause the target to collapse and die at every turn. Moreover, it will be more convenient to retain the original personality and will, whether it is strength or use as a subordinate. Yes, although violence control is fast, but the side effects are very large. In addition to simple thinking, the strength will also be weakened. Human will seems insignificant, but in fact it is closely related to any force. For example, hockey, no matter whether he is armed or knowledgeable, if he does not have a firm and strong will as a support, he will not be able to exert much power at all. Just like Luo Wei's number one battle puppet under his hands now, with his will and personality destroyed together, his strength is not even half of the original. The reason for the pursuit is because after the will was destroyed, his hockey regressed seriously, and if it wasn't for his strong body and devil fruit as support, he might have become weaker. It is precisely because of this situation that after harvesting the number one battle puppet, Luo Wei has been trying to improve his mind control. Now, with the breakthrough of Nianian fruit, the power of mental thought is also rising, and Luo Wei has also successfully researched another control method. If it is said that violent control with mental power is a puppet, Then using spiritual power as a spiritual seed to induce it is mind revelation. Advertisement. Although it is the first time to use it, Luo Wei has completed the spiritual enlightenment to Tina when the mental power is strong enough and the method is much gentler. When Luo Wei withdrew her finger, although Tina was a little depressed because her mental defense was broken, she could recover after a period of cultivation at most. And she didn't discover the spiritual revelation that Luo Wei gave her. After finding out that she was still alive, although she was full of surprises about Luo Wei's actions just now, she still celebrated more. Luo Wei didn't explain too much. Anyway, sooner or later the opponent will completely surrender to himself under the spiritual inspiration, so after swiping the opponent back, he summoned the Duke Kanarishi and the Cat Viper one by one as before come in. Luo Wei doesn't stay in the fur race, naturally, to go out to obtain sin and original sin values. Hearing that she was staying here and Luo Wei was about to leave, Nilu suddenly became anxious and said quickly, "But master, I want to follow you." "Tina, how much do you know about the bounty hunter industry?" She understood what Luo Wei meant. "Does your lord want to control the power of bounty hunters?" Tina asked tentatively. Luo Wei followed and continued, "You are now at the critical point of breaking through. Instead of following me, you might as well stay here and practice hard. There are many masters in the Fur clan, so it can be said that it is the most suitable for you to sharpen your sword and strive to become a swordsman as soon as possible." Field. It can be said that bounty hunters are also a powerful force in this world. If they can be integrated, they will not even belong to 4 emperors or marine. Although Luo Wei didn't say it clearly, she still heard what her master meant, that is, she was too weak. Of course, Luo Wei didn't really let the Fur tribe go. Advertisement. Similar to Tina, Duke Kanarishi and Malmashuru were at the time when they are most afraid of Luo Wei at this time, so they were soon given spiritual revelation. It's good to understand. Then I will give you a task now. I want you to use the convenience of Shichibukai to form a hunter guild and recruit outstanding bounty hunters from all over the world. You are the 7 warlords of the sea, with the privileges and qualifications given by the world government. You will form the hunter guild. I believe that there will be many bounty hunters willing to join the knife. Quote. Although the effect of the spiritual enlightenment has not yet been brought into play, Luo Wei's powerful deterrent force still made Tina honestly reply, "I can't say that I understand it clearly, but I still understand it somewhat." Sitting on the throne, Luo Wei stared at each other. After waiting for a few days, when the spirits of the 3 of Tina recovered, Luo Wei summoned the master again. "Well, I added a shackle to the 3 of them, making them even more unable to resist me." Luo Wei nodded slightly, but did not elaborate. Although marines and pirates are the main players in today's seas, bounty hunters are also developing rapidly because of the activity of pirates. Although he doesn't really care about being the number 1 swordsman in the world, Luo Wei doesn't like to lose. Before the agreed deadline, he naturally has to find a way to improve his swordsmanship. What about Master? Before she became 7 warlords of the sea, she walked on the sea as a bounty hunter. Even if she didn't have much contact with the same, she is still familiar with the industry of perennial gold hunters. 0. Seeking flowers. I have other things to attend to, so I will be leaving soon. Advertisement. You stay here for the time being, and help me supervise here by the way. Controlling the Fur tribe is only the first step. After that, I need to use this power to do a lot of things. Hearing this, Tina was slightly taken aback, and her heartbeat quickened immediately. Luo Wei stated his purpose. Nilu opened her mouth, but finally accepted the arrangement dejectedly. He subdued the Fur tribe not only to control this powerful armed force, but also to build his own power. Master, now that the Fur tribe has surrendered to you, we still have another goal to stay here. Although she didn't know the existence of spiritual enlightenment, she could still see the problem from Luo Wei's actions to the 3 of Tina one by one. A month has passed since the half-year deadline agreed with Mahawk. Even if he is his own apprentice, there are some secrets that cannot be revealed casually, especially the taboo method of spiritual enlightenment. After Luo Wei sat back on the throne and only herself and Master were left in the hall, Nilu, who watched the whole process, couldn't help but said, "Master, what did they do to you just now?" Of course, Nilu didn't delve into it, she just wanted to confirm her speculation. After getting Luo Wei's answer, she just moved on to other topics. Luo Wei nodded, and said calmly, "It seems that you are also aware of the potential of the power of bounty hunters. Yes, I am going to control this power. It's not that I really left you here, what are you doing in such a hurry?" Advertisement. Chapter 393 Killing Proclamation. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. As an organization used by the world government to check and balance the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords of the sea has many privileges. In addition to the legality of private plundering, it also has a lot of convenience in the allies of the world government. Luo Wei didn't kill the opponent to obtain the crime value and original sin value. Apart from the fact that the opponent's strength is not bad and there is still a lot of room for growth, it is more because of the opponent's Shichibukai identity. If you want to build a force, financial resources are only the foundation, and you must have attractiveness and deterrence. Not to mention the former, The latter two, as 7 warlords of the sea, can be said to be very suitable, just like Doflamingo. Without Shichibukai's identity, even if he used to be celestial dragons, it would be difficult to develop the Don Quixote family to such a great extent scale. So Luo Wei chose Paradise as the initial development area of the Hunter Guild. A marine captain hurried to the door of the marshal's office, and when he saw the marshal who was buried in processing documents behind his desk, he quickly saluted and said loudly, "Marshal Sengoku, I have something important to report." Although Luo Wei's strength is strong, if she can develop the Hunters Guild, or even control it secretly, she may not be able to turn things around in the future and reverse the relationship between the two parties. There may be exceptions, but on a comprehensive level, the bounty hunters of the Grand Line must be stronger than the Four Seas. The Poison Scorpion Pirates is one of the great pirates in the New World. It even existed as early as Roger's time. It is also one of the silver medals for Roger to become the Queen of Pirates. Whether it is the captain of the Poison Scorpion or the entire pirate group, they are all very powerful. Advertisement. On the contrary, after a follow-up discussion with Luo Wei, Tina became more eager to build a Hunters Guild as she discovered that Luo Wei had given her a lot of power. The two questions raised by Tina were not too vicious, and Luo Wei also expected it. "Come in, tell me what it is." Sengoku stopped his hands, rubbed the bridge of his nose, and said to the captain at the door. "Shallow water can't raise real dragons, just like pirates with outstanding strength will eventually enter the Grand Line, and the same is true for bounty hunters." Not rejecting does not mean that she will submit willingly, and Tina is even ambitiously planning to use Luo Wei to develop her own hunter guild. After staying in the Furry Principality for a few days, Luo Wei left the #1 battle puppet to protect Nailu, and then went to sea alone again. Luo Wei is now also planning the same as 167, planning to use Tina Shichibukai's identity to recruit bounty hunters. The second problem is the enemy. Although most of the bounty hunters are solitary, it is not true that no one has ever thought of integration. As far as I know, there are at least a dozen large-scale hunters organized. Quote. Sengoku paused while rubbing the bridge of his nose, and at the same time put his hands down. He also showed a solemn expression. Although the North Blue Domain in the east, west and south occupies more than half of the entire world, Luo Wei is not without requirements for the recruits of the Hunter Guild. Advertisement. Your Excellency wants to form a Hunters Guild and absorb bounty hunters for his own good idea, but there are two problems that need to be resolved. Captain Marine stepped in quickly, came to the opposite side of the desk, and immediately shouted loudly. Just now news came from the 3.1 Intelligence Department that the evil hunter Luo Wei appeared in New World, and a total reward of 1,389,400. The 50,000 berry scorpion pirates are all wiped out. If the Hunter Guild can really develop, or even integrate the entire bounty hunter industry, then it will definitely become a top force not to lose to the Four Emperors. Although the power of individuals is important, the power of forces cannot be ignored. The cold murderous aura radiated from Luo Wei, and the temperature in the hall seemed to drop. Tina, Duke Inuarashi, and Mamushime immediately shuddered, seeing the importance that the man in front of him attached to the Hunters Guild. Divided by sea area, it can be New World, Paradise, East, West, North, South, and Four Seas. Understood, my subordinates will definitely do their best to form a Hunters Guild. Tina didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately expressed her opinion and responded loudly. After discovering the strength of the Fur tribe, she was able to have the idea of seizing power, which proved that this woman was not a quiet person, and she also had ambitions. Although there is still Luo Wei pressing on her head, it doesn't mean that Tina is not interested in forming the Hunters Guild. The Hunters Guild is different from the pirates, and needs a stable base camp before starting to develop formally. Advertisement. Duke Inuarashi and Mamushi glanced at each other, then knelt down on one knee together. I will wait for everything to be arranged by the adults. They were not interested in the Hunter Guild, but they also did not dare to disobey Luo Wei's order, so they had no choice but to accept the task helplessly. I will solve the problem of financial resources. As for those hunter organizations, it is best if they are willing to accept them. If they are not willing, then they will be destroyed. The first one is financial resources. Bounty hunters are basically for money. Even if my Shichibukai status can attract some bounty hunters to join, more people will definitely look at the actual benefits. If there is no large amount of financial support, I am afraid difficult to develop. If Tina was very repulsive and unwilling to submit to Luo Wei at the beginning, then after the Hunters Guild was moved out, her repulsion decreased a lot. Did this guy finally show up? He even wiped out the Scorpion Pirates. It seems that the battle between Pelusolino and Charlotte Linlin not only didn't affect him, but might make him become stronger. Although Tina seemed careless, she was actually very intelligent, and she quickly sorted out her thoughts. Zoe's situation is naturally inappropriate, and even New World is not conducive to the initial development. After all, the pirates here are too powerful, and bounty hunters are the second only to marines and pirates. Duke Inuarashi and Momomushi, you two will assist Tina in establishing the Hunters Guild as assistants. If there is an opponent that even the three of you can't solve, I will personally deal with it. 1. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Advertisement. Chapter 394 3 months. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. If it's just a defeat, it's not surprising that Luo Wei's strength has been shown before, but if it's completely wiped out, it will be more terrifying, which shows that Luo Wei has the overwhelming power against the poisonous scorpion pirates. Even without Gion's death, Sengoku has always been very afraid of Luo Wei. The reason is simple: Luo Wei's growth rate is too amazing. From being just a boy with a relatively good devil fruit ability when he first joined Marine, to now, in just over 5 years, Luo Wei has become a top combat force that Admiral needs to be cautious about. Such an astonishing growth rate, even the original red hair can't compare. Moreover, Luo Wei is not even 20 years old now, and there is still a huge room for growth. If he continues to grow at the previous growth rate, there is almost no suspense to become a powerhouse like the four emperors. Let me ask, under such circumstances, how could Sengoku not be afraid of Luo Wei? Although compared with those pirates, Luo Wei has never burned, killed or plundered civilians, but he has killed the king of a member country of the world government, let alone the case of Gion. 09 Whether from the perspective of the world government or the Marine, Luo Wei is a heinous person. Immediately pass this news to Vice Admiral Garp, and at the same time inform the intelligence department to keep a close eye on the movements of the evil hunter Luo Wei. Once there are new discoveries, please notify me immediately. Sengoku said in a deep voice. Yes. Captain Marine saluted quickly, and then left the office. Advertisement. 3 months. 3 full months. After coming down from Zouwu, Luo Wei announced his coming again to the world with actions. In the New World, from the very beginning of the Lion Majesty pirate group, Luo Wei has wiped out dozens of pirate groups in a row in the past 3 months, among which the large pirate forces are close to 10. At the beginning, Sengoku greatly increased Luo Wei's bounty in order to kill Luo Wei, even acquiescing to the news published by Morse that Luo Wei has the potential to replace Zongluo Linlin as the new four emperors. Under such manipulation, it can be said that many pirates in New World are not only ready to move against the Big Mom pirate group that was hit hard by Marine, but also want to kill Luo Wei before they are too fast. If he can kill Luo Wei, it will naturally prove that he has more potential to become the new four emperors. Once he gets this title, he will be able to recruit subordinates more easily, thereby increasing his power. It's just that Luo Wei's actions in the past 3 months have poured cold water on these ambitious pirates. While using others as stepping stones, you may fall yourself to death. Luo Wei may be easier to deal with than Charlotte Linlin, but not just anyone can step on him, and he is even more dangerous than Luo Wei Linlin. Although there is only one person who is weak, it also means that there is no concern. If Luo Wei wants to deal with New World's pirates, he doesn't have to worry about anything at all, just like his actions these days. If he finds a pirate group, he will destroy them all. Advertisement. Crazy. The evil hunter is a lunatic. Won't he be afraid that other pirate groups will unite to kill him if he does this? It's too scary. The evil hunter is so powerful that even the big pirate forces have been wiped out one by him. Could it be that only the four emperors can defeat him? Charlotte Linlin, didn't she and Kizaru attack and kill the evil hunter, and now that the evil hunter appears, has she given up on chasing and killing the evil hunter? Many pirates in New World were frightened by Luo Wei's actions. Although Luo Wei had hunted and killed pirates in the early days, compared with the present, he can be said to have really shown his fangs, making him always the unscrupulous New World pirates all felt panic. Cake Island. Although the Big Mom pirates were defeated by Marine at the beginning, the kingdom of Toto Land was still preserved, and Marine did not occupy this sea area after winning. The reason is very simple. New World is still the territory of pirates after all. Even if Marine forcibly occupies Toto Land, he will be attacked by endless pirates afterwards, and there is even more danger of being retaliated by Charlotte Linlin. After Marine withdrew, the Big Mom pirates returned to the Toto Land kingdom again, and also entangled with those big pirates who wanted to seize the throne. Luo Wei. I'm going to kill him. Inside the Cake Castle, terrifying sound waves swept out, shaking the building and the ground trembling. Charlotte Linlin was like a raging beast, overturning the dessert table in front of her and roaring. Advertisement. Mom, calm down. The terrible sound waves made everyone in the castle cover their ears in pain, and some even fell to the ground. Charlotte Perospero, who is now the second in command in the family, was also anxious while covering her ears. Shouted. After going on for quite a while, Charlotte Linlin stopped yelling, but the anger still remained and she shouted. Dessert, bring me some dessert. A group of homies rushed over with all kinds of desserts, and by the way, new tables were moved out for Charlotte Linlin 450 to devour. Seeing that his mother calmed down, Perospero felt relieved, and then said cautiously, Mom, we really want to kill that bastard Luo Wei, but his whereabouts have been unknown. Before we know the detailed location of the other party, it's a waste of manpower if we send out manpower to hunt them down. Don't talk about these nonsense. Intelligence, isn't our intelligence always the strongest? Why can't you find the trace of that bastard of the evil hunter? Charlotte Linlin ate the dessert that was as tall as a person in one bite, and then looked at Perospero and the others with ferocious eyes. Whether it was Perospero or others, under the gaze of Charlotte Linlin, their hearts couldn't help trembling, and they felt trembling. It's as if their answer is slightly wrong, and their mother will eat it like a cake. Mom, we have actually mobilized all our intelligence forces to track down the whereabouts of the evil hunter, but every time he appears, he doesn't stay for long, and the location of the next appearance is irregular, so we can't lock the opponent all the time trail. In the end, Perospero bit the bullet and explained. Advertisement. 390th chapter's windier change. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. I don't care. In short, you must lock me in the position of the evil hunter, and I must tear him alive with my own hands. Charlotte Linlin was not satisfied with Perospero's explanation at all. If it weren't for the heavy casualties of the people under her hand, she might have taken Perospero's soul angrily. Perospero felt aggrieved, and he naturally wanted to find Luo Wei, but as he explained just now, Luo Wei's whereabouts were unpredictable, and it was impossible to lock the location. But he didn't dare to complain to his mother, so he could only use his wits in a hurry, and change the subject. It's mother, we will finish the matter of the evil hunter as soon as possible, but there is one thing that is very urgent now. The war between us and Marine has caused heavy casualties, and we are now short of troops. If we don't replenish enough troops as soon as possible, the invasion of us by those big pirates may not stop. Charlotte Linlin was indeed distracted, her face was gloomy, and she said angrily, those garbage only dare to mess with my old lady at this time, but they won't be arrogant for long. Kaido once owed me a favor, because I can't ask him to borrow a group of men. Kaido owes mother a favor. This is good news, but it is only a temporary solution, not the root cause. To deter those big pirates, the best thing is to redevelop the army. I heard that North Blue's Germa 66 has a team. They have a powerful army and possess extremely high-tech weapons. We might as well be able to recruit this force. Perospero's proposal made Charlotte Linlin's heart flutter. Advertisement. Although the power of Germa 66 is nothing to a top power like the Four Emperors, it is a force worth absorbing for the Big Mom pirate group, which is seriously short of troops. Okay. Then go to recruit. No, it should be annexed to Germa 66. Perospero, this matter will be handled by you. Katakuri and the others are no longer here. From now on, the management of the family, you are in charge. Thinking of gaining the power of Germa 66 in the near future, Charlotte Linlin turned from anger to joy, and laughed excitedly. Perospero also showed a smile. Although he was the eldest son before, his status in the family has always been lower than that of Katakuri because of his strength. Not to mention jealousy, but there is still resentment. Now that he has been appointed by Charlotte Linlin, he is also secretly happy. In today's sea, if you want to talk about the two forces that are most aggressive in chasing and suppressing Luo Wei, there are definitely Big Mom pirates and Marine. When the Big Mom pirates tried their best to track Luo Wei's location, Marine did the same. Although the result was the same as that of the Big Mom pirates, under Luo Wei's high mobility, Marine was unable to track down his whereabouts, but Marine gained from other aspects. Inside the Marine, there is a staff headed by he. Without being able to directly track Luo Wei's whereabouts, the staff will naturally carry out all-round analysis and speculation. Luo Wei hunted and killed pirates in New World. Although there were no rules, pirates often did not stay in one place, but would plunder and sail around. Based on this, the staff department finally analyzed that Luo Wei must have a powerful intelligence organization in his hands, so that he can know the movements of the New World pirates. Advertisement. The intelligence power of Marine alone is already very strong, not to mention the support of the world government behind it. After mobilizing all the intelligence personnel to inquire, within a few days, Marine got the information he wanted. In a certain sea area of East Blue, a series of more than a dozen warships sailed on the sea, approaching the faintly visible desert island. Send the order to disperse the formation, blockade the entire island, and don't let anyone escape. On the main ship, a Marine captain held the phone bug's microphone and issued orders loudly. After receiving the instructions, the fleets on both sides immediately dispersed like spread wings, and finally surrounded the deserted island like a giant net. At the same time, an alarm sounded in the mountain peak where the center of the deserted island was located. The members of Fenger were all shocked, and hurriedly checked the situation through the surveillance phone installed on the edge of the island. It's Marine. We are surrounded by Marine. This is how it happened. How did Marine appear here? No, how did Marine find us? Boss, how are we doing now? About a dozen warships have surrounded the island. While everyone in Fenger was panicking, Hunter said loudly, quiet, calm down. Activate all the defense equipment installed on the island, never let the Marine enter the hinterland, and go to the other. I check the situation in the secret passage, and if there is no problem, I am fully prepared to evacuate. Quote. Advertisement. Although he was also suspicious of Marine's arrival, he was not at a loss, and soon gave orders one after another. Although the position of the Wind Ear is hidden, it is not foolproof. At the beginning of its establishment, Hunter specially opened a secret passage at the bottom of the mountain to the seabed on one side, and equipped it with a lot of submarines. Because of this, although the surrounding area of the island was blocked by the Marine, Hunter was not too nervous. At worst, he would abandon the current base and rebuild it later. It's not good, boss, the location of the exit of the secret passage has been destroyed, and it can't be used at all now. After a while, the personnel who were sent to check the secret passage came back, and said to Hunter in a hurry. Immediately, Hunter's face changed drastically, he turned around abruptly, and glanced fiercely at the core members who were most trusted by him in the past. His heart was full of anger and killing intent. In order to ensure that the secret passage would not leak out, he silenced the group of people who built it. Only the core members of the Fenger organization knew of the existence of the secret passage. Now that the exit of the secret passage was destroyed, he naturally wouldn't think it was just an accident, so the biggest possibility was that there were spies among them. Damn bastard, don't let me find out, or Lousy will definitely tear you apart. Hunter suppressed the anger in his heart, and said in a deep voice, "You all return to your positions, if Marine really attacks, there is no need to resist." After all, he returned directly to his office and closed the door to block the view from the outside. Advertisement. Chapter 396. CP Organization. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Everyone in Feng-Er looked at each other in blank dismay, and at the same time breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Feng-Er is only an intelligence organization, and its armed forces can only be said to be average, just like Luo Wei, who pierced Feng-Er by himself. Although they don't know what Marine's purpose is, seeing Marine dispatch so many fleets, everyone in Feng-Er knows that there is no room for resistance. Instead of resisting to death, it is naturally safest to choose to surrender obediently. Are you going to contact the evil hunter? It looks like the plan was successful. Seeing the tightly closed wooden door, a core member of Feng-Er in the crowd silently retreated to the edge, waiting for the follow-up development. On the edge of the deserted island, warships docked after completing the blockade, and soldiers in full gear gathered on the deck. The cannons equipped on the warships were also aimed at the island one after another. Fire! With one order, the cannons of each warship sprayed out fire snakes, and dense shells bombarded the deserted island one after another, causing violent explosions and vibrations. Boom boom boom. The flames raged and the smoke filled the air. After several rounds of shelling, the Marine soldiers on the warship also began to land, advancing towards the central Fenger base. Boom. Unlike Luo Wei who broke in from the sky at the beginning, Marine pushed down from the periphery, and soon touched the defensive force 220 arranged on the periphery of the Wind Ear. Or explosives buried underground, or trigger weapons disguised as trees. Advertisement. During the Marine advance, there were also a lot of casualties. In the end, we had to send reconnaissance troops to clean up before we could move forward. Of course, if you observe carefully, you will definitely find that Marine's advancing speed is very slow, not only because of Feng-Er's defensive power, but also because of the feeling of deliberate slowing down. After half a day, Marine didn't even advance a third of the distance to the island, and even withdrew half of its troops as if it had suffered too many casualties. Hunter came out soon after returning to the office for a while, and then kept observing the outside world through the many monitoring phone bugs installed on the island. What's wrong? Even if this is East Blue, Marine's military ability is low, but the slack advance speed is really weird. Wait, could it be that Marine is deliberately using this place to lure the captain over? Quote. Hunter was able to establish Feng-Er, and his strength and talent are absolutely beyond doubt. He may not have reacted at first, but under Marine's abnormal behavior, he soon discovered the problem. As the behind-the-scenes person who provided information to Luo Wei, it was very clear at this time how strong Marine's crusade against Luo Wei was. Thinking that Marine might have discovered the relationship between Feng-Er and the head of the group, and the possibility of using Feng-Er as a bait when the group leader could not be caught, Hunter's thinking instantly became clear. Damn it, I fell for it. Veins immediately appeared on Hunter's forehead. He had already contacted the regiment leader and sent for rescue just now, which meant that he had completely fallen into Marine's scheme. Thinking of this, Hunter hurriedly prepared to go to the office again to contact Luo Wei and inform him of the situation here. It's not how loyal he is to Luo Wei, but he knows that once Luo Wei is really ambushed by Marine here and lives and dies, then he must die as well. Conversely, if Luo Wei learns the news and evades in advance, even if he is caught by Marine, Marine will spare his life in order to continue to seduce Luo Wei. Even, Luo Wei will definitely find a way to rescue him when he is not hesitated to be caught and informed of the danger. Advertisement. In the choice between 9 deaths and 10 deaths, Hunter would naturally choose the former. Shaved. Hunter didn't dare to hesitate, turned around and headed towards the office, but just as he made a move, a figure suddenly appeared from the nearby crowd. The index finger is like a bullet, stabbing fiercely in the air, and the strong force stirs the air, forming air waves visible to the naked eye. However, although Finger Pistol's attack was fierce, Hunter dodged it vigorously, as if he had been on guard for a long time. Hunter was indeed always on guard. He has been keeping a high level of vigilance ever since he realized that there might be Marine spies lurking among the core members. Even after discovering Marine's scheme, he still hasn't forgotten the danger around him, and now it proves that his vigilance is very wise. Boom. The moment he avoided Finger Pistol, Hunter's body also erupted with a strong murderous aura. Without a word, he just swung his arm and punched the attacker with a powerful punch. There was a violent collision, and the assailant raised his arms to block. Although he was knocked back a few steps by Hunter, he still blocked Hunter's attack. Alex, I didn't expect it to be you. Seeing the attackers who were driven back by him, Hunter's face was ashen, and he gritted his teeth angrily. Alex is one of the core members of Fenger, and was already Hunter's right-hand man when Fenger was first established. It is precisely because of this that Hunter felt even more angry when he found out that the spy was actually his most trusted helper. Advertisement. How could it be? What are you doing, Alexis? That was shave and finger pistol in the 6 styles just now. Alex, who are you? Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Alex's sudden attack also shocked the others in Fenger, but when everyone was shocked, suddenly, a scream echoed. Impressively, another core member of Fenger stuck out his index finger, piercing the hearts of the people around him, and then quickly rushed out, standing side by side with Alex. Sean, you too. Seeing the person who was standing with Alex in tacit understanding, Hunter stared at him with both eyes. Don't get me wrong, we are not your companions. Both Alex and Sean looked at Hunter blankly, and then scratched directly at the face, tearing off the substance that resembled a human skin mask, and suddenly turned into 2 other faces. To be more accurate, the appearance revealed now is the real face of the 2 of them. Seeing this scene, Hunter's pupils shrank, and the murderous aura suddenly became stronger. So you are from CP, tell me, are Alex and Sean still alive? After all, it is an intelligence organization. From the way Alex and Sean revealed their true identities, Hunter immediately recognized their identities. At the same time, he also understood that his companion did not betray him, but was replaced by the other 2. It's the Chinese New Year, and the house has to be hygienic. Advertisement. Chapter 397 Hunter's Outbreak. Previous chapter. Advertisement. What do you think? There was a sneer on the corner of Alex's mouth. Naturally, it is not that simple to perform an impeccable camouflage. The human skin mask they just tore off was taken from the face of the original owner. Hunter, don't make unnecessary resistance. Our target is the evil Hunter. As long as you stay where you are, we can give you leniency afterwards. Sean said calmly. Leniency? Do you think I don't know your CP style? Hunter laughed angrily, raised his fists, and covered Hockey instantly. It seems that we can't reach an agreement, then you can go to hell. Xiao En sputtered coldly, and disappeared in an instant, on the spot. Boom. Moving at a high speed with shaved, Sean appeared beside Hunter in the blink of an eye, and launched a finger pistol attack, but Hunter also reacted instantly, turned around and blocked him with a punch. During the collision, air waves churned, and the surrounding ground was shattered. On the other side, Alexis shot in the same way. He aimed at the other people in Fenger. His figure was like a ghost, and he kept attacking with finger pistol as he moved quickly. Kill them both. Don't think that we who engage in intelligence will not know how to fight. Lousy defeated an army for an intelligence. Brothers, join me in killing these 2 CP's bastards. The roar echoed continuously. The people in Fenger were stunned at the beginning, and then quickly launched a counterattack, fighting fiercely with the Alex, who shot at them. Luo Wei was able to push Fenger horizontally at the beginning, not because Fenger was weak, but because Luo Wei was too strong. Advertisement. Although the 2 CP members who sneaked into Fenger are not bad, they are far from Luo Wei at that time. Not only was Hunter resisting one person, but the rest of Yinner also joined forces to block the other. After all, the 2 CP personnel are not real members of Fenger, and there is an obvious deviation in the estimation of the strength of Hunter and Fenger. I thought that everyone in Fenger could be easily dealt with, but I didn't want to encounter strong resistance, and even fell into the predicament of being besieged. Especially the combat power displayed by Hunter is the most eye-catching. As an official member of the Hunter Brigade, he was also trained by Luo Wei after providing information to Luo Wei. Like hockey. Although in the New World, hockey is not a secret at all, but it depends on what kind of inheritance it is. This is like ordinary internal strength and peerless magic power in the world of martial arts. When Luo Wei conquered Hunter, he had already passed on Zephyr's hockey inheritance to the other party. Up to now, Hunter is more than stronger than before in hockey. At the same time, Luo Wei also gave the other party a devil fruit, which is the dragon fruit that he obtained when he first entered West Blue, in the form of an ankylosaurus devil fruit. Boom. In a quick exchange, Hunt knocked Sean back with a punch with a brilliant armament hockey, before unleashing devil fruit. The body becomes bigger, straight up to a height of 5 or 6 meters. At the same time, the body is covered with thick armor, and a thick tail protrudes, and it can be swung at will to explode the air. In just a moment, Hunter entered the human beast form of the ankylosaurus fruit, and a strong oppressive force permeated his whole body. Advertisement. A person with ancient abilities. Sean, who had just stabilized his figure, saw the drastic change in Hunter's expression, and his expression suddenly changed. In the confrontation just now, Hunter's strength has already surprised him very much, and now he is an extremely rare ancient ability user, which makes him feel a strong sense of danger. Lousy rips you apart. The gigantic body stepped forward, and when the ground shook violently, he rushed out with a few steps, and Hunter roared and punched again. The power of this punch far surpassed the previous one. The mere pressure of the fist caused the surrounding air to distort, and it also made the pupils of Sean shrink into a needle shape. 6 styles hyphenation point paper arts. The surging sense of power made Xiao In dare not confront him head on, and hurriedly used his punches to dodge. But at this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared, violently throwing Xiao In, who was dodging. With a scream, Shan immediately flew out like a cannonball, and then slammed into the far wall, crushing a huge crater. Oh oh! The black shadow was Hunter's tail, and after sending the opponent flying, he rushed over immediately, then jumped up, wrapped his heavy body, and kicked into the pit. Countless rubble splashed everywhere, and the scale of the crater expanded under the fierce impact. Inside, the screams of Shan continued to echo. Alexis, who was fighting fiercely with Feng Er people, was attracted by the screams, and when he found out that his teammates were suppressed by Hunter, he was shocked. There is a flaw. Advertisement. A core member of Feng Er accurately grasped the stagnation of Alexis when he was distracted, and quickly stepped forward, also covering Armament Hockey's legs and feet, and kicked out fiercely. Although Alexis reacted quickly, he still missed the opportunity to dodge, and quickly raised his arms to block. Boom. Amidst the muffled sound, Alex was kicked off the ground, and flew straight towards Hunter's place in the distance. Armed Tempest Kick. Asterisk. Suddenly, in midair, Alexis turned around suddenly, facing Hunter who was approaching quickly, swept his legs vigorously, and kicked out a fiery chopping wave. Boom. The berserk slashing wave hit Hunter's back in the blink of an eye. During the strong collision, the billowing air wave spread wantonly, causing crazy cracks on the surrounding ground. The smoke and dust filled the air, and the Alexis, who kicked out the Tempest Kick, landed flexibly, and then quickly swept to the side, avoiding the bullets fired by the guns of several Fenger members. How can it be? When dodging, most of the attention of Alexis was still hit by the smoke and dust, and suddenly, a huge figure rushed out with big strides. This huge figure is none other than Hunter. Not only is he grabbing the heavily injured Shan with one hand, but his back is completely unscathed by the Tempest Kick's slashing waves. Ankylosaurus fruit, the greatest ability is not strength, but indestructible armor. Even if Armament Hockey is not covered, Hunter's current defense is extremely powerful. Even the Tempest Kick kicked by Alex 10 with all his strength comparable to Marine Vice Admiral can't bring him real damage. Advertisement.